Better yet, good morning, everyone. Welcome to operating budget. I'm not going to make any formal comments at the beginning of the operating budget. I will save those for final budget day. I will very quickly say that having read through the operating budget a couple times now, I'm appreciative of the position that we're starting at for this section of our budget, and I would thank staff for that. I would also like to acknowledge that I realize that Center in the Square and KPL are here. We will get to you guys as early as we can in the agenda. We bumped you up a bit. And I would also like to just make a note that Councillor Marsh, who is away, did send some comments, and I will bring those forward at the appropriate time as we go through the agenda. So if anyone has any questions or comments before we get into it, I would look to them now. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to deal with the first issue on the next overlay where it says motions have not been taken before final budget day. That's just something that's happened in the past few years, but prior to that, motions were taken, and I've always favored the fact that we do take motions just as we do in committee meetings, so that we know where everybody stands on issues, and the public knows where everybody stands on issues, so that when the public come for our public engagement, they have some kind of knowledge of where this council is leaning. The chart here says that there are all kinds of benefits for no motions. There weren't, unfortunately, any benefits for taking motions. But the benefits, it just keeps council from having to debate a previous motion. I mean, if we really believe in that, we'll do away with committee meetings, because that's what committee meetings are for. That's what this is. It says council can still indicate their intentions without formally making a motion. Well, how do we know that? Well, where do we see that from? Unless you tweet, I guess. Not everybody tweets. Now, I really think that as we're going along, we need to take a stance on where we stand on things, and we need to accept formal motions. There's an opportunity in the future to ratify them or defeat them.
Councillor Gazzola, I appreciate, we've had this discussion over several budgets, and I understand the preference to get an idea of where people are. I would ask that we self-police in that respect, that if you are clear on a direction that you are going, that you voice that in your comments as we go through the agenda. I would like to point out that many of us, I would assume, I'm assuming because myself as well, aren't exactly sure where we're going to come out on some of these issues on final budget day, and am personally unprepared to take a position, especially since we haven't had the benefit of the public input. We haven't had our public information session, so I wouldn't presume to take a position without having the full breadth of understanding of what our constituents want. Having said that, I would encourage members of council, if you feel strongly about a particular issue or you're certain of a direction that you would like to go, please, I would urge you to bring those comments forward when you're at the end of each item, so other members of council and the media and the public know exactly where you stand on those. Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Well, I do want to echo what Councillor Gazzola is saying today. I don't see the harm in us putting some kind of a motion forward on issues that are of top of mind for councillors. The other issue I want to bring to light is when I looked at 2014 budget on operating 27, the staff's approach at that time included no new tax-supported FTEs. And when I looked through this budget, I didn't see any of that. And according to my notes, we had set those budget guidelines August 26, 2014. So I'm not quite sure why we have nothing indicated in this budget like we did in 2014. If we set those guidelines, why are we not following those same guidelines at this time?
Okay, you might be jumping ahead. Like, are you referring specifically to Op 109 with or issues like that with the?
Well, I want to raise it right at the start, because that was the guidelines that we followed last year. It was guidelines that we set in August 26th of 2014. If we set those guidelines, then why are we not following the same guidelines now?
Okay, I'd like the staff to comment.
Good morning, Chair Davey, members of committee. The approach we followed for 2015 is similar to the approach that we would follow in any election year. We don't presume that the outgoing council will be the one deciding on the budget for the new council, and therefore in the election year, staff internally will develop the guidelines and then table the budget with the new council in the new year. So we would not have looked to an outgoing council to set direction for the new council's budget prior to the end of their term. That said, there are no new FTEs within this budget apart from the strategic initiatives that have been identified or the conversion of a very small number of temporary full-time to permanent full-time positions. So the principle has been maintained in the 2015 budget.
Okay, well, I guess I wouldn't respectfully disagree, but that's fine. I just wanted to raise it as an issue.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Verbenovich.
Thanks.
Mayor Verbenovich.
It's okay. It's really quite okay.
15 minutes in. There we go.
It's all good. Just wanted to, I guess, add to your comments and the discussion around the way the budget process has been handled. I think the way it has been done the last number of years, where we do wait until budget day for the motions, actually makes more sense. It makes more sense on a number of fronts. First and foremost, it allows the public input session to happen first. And I think we're true to our public input and our desire for public engagement and hearing from the public on these issues. I think it's imperative on us to ask all the good questions, maybe give some indications today, but to wait until we hear from the community before we start taking formalized positions on things. I think secondly, the bigger issue is that until we have the full picture, both of operating and capital, which won't happen until next week, I think it's difficult to start taking decisions on individual pieces without having that full breadth of knowledge. And I think collectively as a council we'll be making better decisions by taking the approach you've suggested.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just was wondering if there might be a little bit of a middle ground on this one, where we obviously can take notice of motions so that the public's first of all aware of those motions that will be brought forward on final budget day, but we don't actually make that final decision until budget day, because I do think it's important that we see the full picture. So if there's intent around council to put those motions forward, that we can put those notice of motions or that direction to staff in the next, during operating and capital, and then we can deal with them on budget day. I'm assuming that's kind of what your intent was.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think that's entirely appropriate. Yeah,
I think that's probably the best middle ground that we can come up with on this one.
Yeah, certainly. If you had if there was a specific issue or item that you wanted to bring forward, this should be the appropriate time to bring forward a notice of motion, and that gives all of committee and staff, for that matter, time to consider it and prepare responses. Sorry, Councillor Gazzola?
Does a notice of motion call for a vote? No, it doesn't. So
No.
It means nothing, and you don't need to make a notice of motion because all those issues will be voted on budget day.
Right. But it gives an indication of where you are and it gives the public an indication.
The notice of motion says, I'll give a notice of motion now that all of these things are going to be voted on in budget day. They're going to be voted on in budget day. No, that's fine.
Not necessarily, Councillor Gazzola. There could be new items that aren't contained in here that are notice of motion, or you could get an indication of a change of direction of something that isn't here. Okay? Okay, very good. No further comments with that. I will move back to Mr. Chapman.
Again, good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm pleased to provide the overview for the 2015 operating budget. I'll present the first number of slides in the overview section. Then we'll take the delegations from the Centre and the Square and Kitchener Public Library. So in that sense, we'll take the slide deck out of order. And following that, Ryan Heggie will come back and present the operating budget. Jim Whitmer today will also provide more information on the water and sewer rates, given that we know those will be an area of considerable focus in this budget process. As in the case, Previous budgets will note the direction that we receive for follow-up information, and at the end of the day, bring back one resolution to summarize all of the areas where Council has requested more information. As noted on the slide, there are 5 public meetings as a part of the 2015 budget process. The first one happened in December when you passed user fees and charges for 2015. And so we're now starting into the detailed budget review in January, followed by public input and Council approval in February. Again, here is the content for the presentation this morning. I'll cover off the first bullet, and then we'll move the local boards up and deal with them second, and Ryan will then walk you through the balance of the presentation. I believe, Mr. Chair, that we've covered off the content of this slide, so I'll just move past it and hold my comments. We believe that there are 3 key issues that are before you as a part of the 2015 budget process. The first is the property tax increase for 2015. The property tax increase is proposed at 2.25% and is below the current rate of inflation. In the next few slides, we hope to demonstrate that the budget before you delivers on what citizens have said is their preference towards tax increases and service levels. In terms of strategic initiatives, there are 8 different service level improvement proposals before you that are presently not included in the 2015 budget. There is additional assessment growth revenue that has also not been included in the budget, which can offset the cost of these additions without any impact to the tax levy. Council will ultimately decide if the additional assessment growth will be used to fund any of these strategic initiatives, and if not, the default is that that assessment growth would go to reduce the tax rate that's before you today. The last issue that we believe is a significant one relates to water and sanitary rate increases. The increase for both and on a combined basis is 9.9%, and it's a function of 3 factors. The first is reduced water consumption, particularly in the industrial sector this year. The second are regional rate increases beyond the rate of inflation, which account for about half of our overall water and sewer budget. And the third issue, and the one that will be most substantial over time, is the impact of aging infrastructure. Mr. Whitmer will present a number of slides today that address these factors later in the presentation. This table summarizes the impact on the average homeowner in the City of Kitchener based on Kitchener's proposed 2015 budget. And if you look at the column second from the right, you'll see, again, as I've alluded to, that most of the budget impact in 2015 is centered around water and wastewater services. For the past few budgets, the sometimes competing themes of affordability and sustainability have been at the forefront of our budget discussions. These are both components of the city's strategic plan, and they must be considered in parallel when setting the budget. Affordability is defined in our strategic directions for financial management and includes considerations such as the Consumer Price Index, something referred to as the Municipal Price Index, municipal comparisons, as well as citizen preferences. And contrasting that, sustainability could be defined as a budget which is balanced and able to support Council's approved service levels over the long term. Quite often, the budget focuses around the notion of what is an acceptable level of taxation. To this end, the City adheres to Council's strategic directions for financial management, which outline considerations which must be made when setting tax rates. This includes a range of inflationary factors, again, as I've alluded to, CPI as well as MPI inflation, comparisons to other municipalities, and perhaps most importantly, consideration is given to the balance between service levels expected by citizens and the willingness of citizens to pay for those services. Each of these factors will be considered in more detail on the following slides. First, inflation in the form of the Consumer Price Index and a Municipal Price Index will be considered. At the time of developing this presentation, the year-to-date average CPI for Ontario was 2.3%. Since that time, there's been one further release of the CPI for November, and it had no impact on that overall inflation rate of 2.3%. MPI is 2.2%, which I think for the first time in my tenure with the city is actually below the rate of CPI, although very close to it, which means that the inflationary impacts on Kitchener's budget approximate those of the average homeowner in 2015, even though the basket of goods is substantially different. Looking at tax rate increases and inflation over the past 10 years, we see that tax rate increases have been slightly below inflation over time, depending on how you define inflation. Over the past 10 years, the city's tax rate, including the impact of the Economic Development Investment Fund, have been below the increase of MPI. And those are the top two lines. So MPI is the broad hatch line, and the yellow line is the tax increase, including EDIF, over the past 10 years. Over the same time frame, the base tax rate increase, which excludes EDIF, has also been below the rate of CPI inflation. Those are the bottom two lines shown on the graph. In other words, without the impacts of EDIF, the budget followed inflation. Investment in EDIF put the budget closer to the MPI inflation range, and ultimately councillors must decide for themselves, as must members of the public, whether the increased economic investment above the rate of inflation, CPI, returned value to the community. Second, we consider comparisons to other municipalities. This is a graph that depicts the relative tax burden of the same bungalow in Ontario's largest cities. This is not a graph that we prepare. This is prepared by a firm known as BMA that completes this study on behalf of all Ontario municipalities. As can be seen, Kitchener has the third lowest tax burden in the province for large municipalities, the lowest tax burden in the region, and is well below the provincial average. The provincial average is identified as that yellow bar just past the halfway point of the graph. So with the budget increases that were shown on the previous slide, the city has still been able to improve its competitive position to be one of the lowest cost municipalities in the province of Ontario. The information on this slide compares the Kitchener versus other cities within the region on a number of municipal costs, including taxes, but also all utility rates. If you focus on or before I go there, I would note that Kitchener holds the lowest position in total taxes, in total utilities, and also in total cost. If you focus on the tax burden, which is shown in the top half of this chart, you can see that Kitchener has the lowest tax burden of any of the three cities in the region. And there's often some discussion about the fact that in the previous term of council, the decision was made to pull stormwater costs out of the tax rate and reflect them as utility rate. Even if you move the stormwater fees for Kitchener and Waterloo up to the top half of the chart, Kitchener's tax burden is still below that of Cambridge and that of Waterloo. And if you look at the utility section, Kitchener has a lower utility cost than the other cities, even though the stormwater costs and natural gas costs are presently higher than Waterloo and Cambridge. Of special note is the fact that Kitchener's water and sewer costs are lower than both Waterloo and Cambridge. In recent years, the rate of increase in the other cities has well surpassed the increases approved by Kitchener City Council. So while Kitchener Council was the first to increase these rates proactively to deal with infrastructure issues back in 2003-2004, the other cities have since caught up and in fact surpassed the city. And this is also shown on the new slide which was distributed today. We wanted to graphically represent this issue for council, so there was a slide that was handed out in color on your desks, and I'll just speak to it briefly. This graph shows the effect cumulatively of rate increases on water and sewer customers in each of the local cities over the past 10 years. Kitchener is shown in the blue line, Waterloo is green, and Cambridge is red. If you look to the left side of the chart, you can see that in 2004, the water and sanitary bill in each of the local cities was very similar and right around $400. In 2005, you'll note that the Kitchener line increased substantially, while Waterloo and Cambridge did not increase as drastically. And for those members of council that were here in those days, you'll recall that that was really the birth of the Accelerated Infrastructure Renewal Program, where Kitchener proactively increased water and sewer rates to move to a more sustainable level of investment for road reconstruction and the replacement of water and sewer mains. In subsequent years, you can see that the gap closes, and that by 2009, bills in each of the city were around $700. And if we carry it forward to 2014, you can see that Kitchener and Waterloo have a similar cost of around $930, while Cambridge is approaching $1,100. So to summarize this chart, all of the water and sanitary bills in the region have increased substantially over the past 10 years. Kitchener has the lowest water and sanitary cost of all the cities in the region, and Kitchener has also had the lowest cumulative increase of all the cities in the region. Kitchener at 115%, Waterloo at 119%, and Cambridge at 168%. Later in Mr. Whitmer's presentation, he'll show that Kitchener rates are average amongst Ontario municipalities, so in fact significant rate increases have been the norm across the province in the post-Walkerton era. The final consideration in terms of affordability is the balance of resident attitudes towards services and also levels of taxation. As part of our 2013 budget process, a random survey of 175 Kitchener residents was completed by a third-party academic institution. The results of the survey show that a significant majority of respondents preferred inflationary increases while maintaining service levels over any other option. And this is the lime green bar on this slide. The findings of the subsequent 2013 Environics survey were essentially identical to the budget survey and were consistent with the 2009 Environics survey. So we can say with a significant level of confidence that citizens want to maintain existing service levels and are willing to pay a little more each year around the rate of inflation to keep those service levels. And this is the dark green bar, the most recent Environics survey. So the analysis of all three of these factors, inflation, comparison to other municipalities, and citizen attitudes, leads to the conclusion that the staff proposed 2015 budget delivers on the affordability objective as defined by the strategic directions for financial management. The second theme that we'll consider this morning is sustainability. And while Kitchener has been faring very well in terms of affordability, it has been falling behind somewhat in terms of sustainability. This is evidenced by ongoing operating budget deficits in recent years. In each of the past 4 years, Kitchener has experienced a deficit. The city is also projecting to be in deficit at the end of 2014. This indicates that the budget is not sustainable, as expenses have consistently been higher than revenues. For a number of years, this imbalance has been covered by the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, but at the end of 2014, we're projecting that this reserve will be depleted and therefore not an option for funding deficits in 2015 or beyond. The very good news for sustainability is that staff have been able to address in the 2015 budget all of those areas that have been giving rise to deficits in previous years and still keep the tax rate increase below the rate of inflation. In developing the 2015 budget, staff assumed assessment growth of 1%. So this was the level of essentially new construction or expansion within the city and the level of new taxes that were associated with that new construction. We're pleased to report that actual assessment growth reached 1.51%, meaning that there is $533,000 of additional revenue that has not yet been accounted for within the budget. Council has three options to consider for this additional revenue. The first is to invest these funds in strategic initiatives with no impact to the tax levy, and more details on those proposals are included within the issue papers, and we'll come to those later in the day. The second option is to reduce the tax rate increase, provide no new services, but allow for a lower tax rate increase below 2.25%. And the third option runs anywhere between 1 and 2, and that is a combination of some new services and also a tax rate increase below the rate of 2.25%. Finally, and I think to expand on my response to Councillor Fernandez's question, I'd like to touch briefly on the targets and process that staff used to develop the 2015 budget. Given that this was an election year, the corporate leadership team set overall targets for divisions to follow in developing their budgets this year, as in all previous election years. The overall increase of 2.25% significantly limited our ability to increase budget lines, so the only increases that were permitted were for unavoidable staff compensation costs provided for in collective agreements and also utility costs, which are increasing above the rate of inflation. No increases were permitted for other budget items, meaning that discretionary and even some non-discretionary items were held to 2014 levels. If an increase was required, an efficiency or reduction had to be found elsewhere to offset that budget requirement. And regarding the process, the budget developed by staff was completed over the summer months, with the departmental budget being submitted towards the end of the summer. In the fall, administrative review occurred, and that happens over the course of 3 full days and results in all city divisions, financial planning, and department heads reviewing all of the operating budget requests in detail and making any necessary adjustments. Finally, the complete budget was presented to the corporate leadership team for one final review before being submitted to council. In summary, staff are very pleased to present a budget that we believe is affordable and sustainable, in keeping with community and council preferences. And before I step away from the podium, I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of financial planning staff seated to my left and the good work of their team, and also management and administrative staff across the city, many of whom are listening in on the webcast today and will come in as needed to respond to council questions. This concludes the overview portion of the presentation. I'd be pleased to take any questions, and then following that, turn it to the local boards.
Thank you. So questions on the overview. Please don't jump ahead to any of the specific items. Councillor Gazzola.
I wanted to ask, and I couldn't find this in any of the information we received, and as part of it, I would like to again ask that we receive complete information on our reserves. Giving us simply the balances does not really provide us with the information we need. Can you tell me the amount of transfer that comes from the gas utility to the operating budget? I want to refer to that in relation to the chart on OP 41. A ballpark figure will do. I don't.
The total contribution from the gas utility to the tax base is about 13 million. We don't have the exact number in front of us, but about 7 of that goes to the operating budget, the balance of that to capital.
Okay, and that represents about a 7% impact on our taxpayers?
Yes.
Okay, so really when you look at page OP 41, we really need to put a little asterisk there that we are the only ones there that have a gas utility that's reducing those figures by 7%. If you take that into account, our position does somewhat change on that chart. We are fortunate because of the people that came before us to have hung on to our gas utility, but we are very low, and we should be very low because of that. So that is never brought forward. I hear silence. I'll mention it again. On the when we went out to the public, we asked the various questions. Was there a question put on the charts of decreasing taxes and maintaining services through efficiency? Was that question put there?
No, it wasn't.
That's another alternative, and it might be interesting in the future to hear what our taxpayers think about that one. The next question deals with OP 45. Have we received our supplementary taxes for 2014?
Yes.
We have. So so we're in 2014. We've received already some of the benefit of that huge assessment growth.
That's correct.
Yeah. So going forward, is it not reasonable to expect that our assessment growth is going to be in the neighborhood of 1.5% per annum? Especially when we start talking about the LRT and the impact that we're seeing as we speak.
The projections are 0.75 going forward, as I understand it. Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, we had been advised by Impact to use 1% for this year, and they're the ones that have the most current assessment growth information. So our preference would always be to assume low and provide council with flexibility to reduce the levy or fund strategic initiatives.
But that's like a hidden reserve. I mean, let's face it, if we had 1.5% in 2014, we're going to have 1.5% in 2015.
Well, through the chair, and Mr. Haggie will come to it later, but there is a slide further in the deck that shows the history of assessment growth over the past number of years. And the last time we saw an increase in assessment growth was 2011. Since that point, assessment growth has been declining every year. And if you follow the trend line, we would have been below 1% for assessment growth this year. So we'd be pleased to talk about the reasons why we believe it picked up in 2014. But our position is that 1% based on Impact's advice was realistic. We benefit from a higher number this year, but I wouldn't plan on it going forward.
Yeah, I don't blame you from your staff position, but I believe you're being ultra-conservative and not being fair to the taxpayer because you're levying more than we need to. That's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. Just a couple of questions, and I apologize. I'm going to be struggling to find them because I forgot to mark them. When we're, again, because we've just come out of an election, so we've heard a lot of different things at the door, and one of the things that I continue to hear is, why is our taxes so high? Why is our taxes so high? So if I'm looking at OP 41, where you're saying that we are the lowest tax rate of all of these, help me understand how it seems to our general public that our taxes are so high. Is it because we use the bungalow of three-bedroom bungalow as our base, for an example? Is it because, what is our percentage of houses that are larger than that? Have we ever done a comparison? So, for example, do we have 30% of houses that are three-bedroom bungalow with, 1.5 car garage, or do we have a much higher percentage of houses that are larger, so that the people who are living in those houses see a significant, what appears to them, a significant increase in their taxes?
Through the chair, I'll answer in two parts. The first is that the BMA study looks at what they classify as executive homes, so there is a higher value, larger home that they compare us against. I can't recall where we are in that bar chart, except I know that we're still low and competitive. The reason we prefer to use the bungalow is because the assessed value of the bungalow that BMA uses is actually very close to the average assessed values that we calculate on this chart. So if you look at a third of the way down that line that shows assessed value, that is the true average assessed value within the City of Kitchener, within the City of Waterloo, within the City of Cambridge, based on their assessment roll. So this table here does reflect the true average property within the City of Kitchener. So proportionately, yes, larger properties would pay more in tax and smaller properties would pay less, but we believe going with the average is the best number that we can use to represent the true picture. Okay,
so what I'm understanding from your response, Mr. Chapman, is that all three cities are using exactly the same comparator of a three-bedroom, 1.5 bath bungalow, single-car garage.
In the previous slide, yes, that's BMA's methodology. And in this case here, what we're showing is the true average. So a bungalow is not truly the average in each of those municipalities. It's a representative property. What we found historically, though, is that the value for the bungalow that they use is very close to the average property within the City of Kitchener.
Is it possible at all to get the numbers that you talked about that the BMA uses for executive houses?
Sure, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
And to respond to the other part of your question, I think my sense is one of the reasons why citizens are so sensitive to property tax bills and burden is because it's so visible, right? The bill is received twice a year. People keep them on file, compare a current year to a previous year. Reassessment shifts can impact it. Certainly impacts on income tax can be far greater, depending on your income and changes to income tax rates and marginal rates. But they're hidden, right? They're so not visible that it's very hard for citizens to truly quantify until perhaps they do their final tax return what they're paying in income tax. But property taxes are so much more visible. But
I'm pleased to see, and I'm sure we've done this before, that we've broken it out between city, region, and school board. And on this chart on OP 42, I think that's critical for the public to see what portion of their tax bill and how it's divided out. I think that's really, if we're trying to say that the City of Kitchener is trying to maintain within the rate of inflation, this is definitely indicative of that. So if I'm actually asking a question on the new sheet that you handed out to us on the water and sanitary bill comparison, what was the usage? Like, I'm assuming this is say for example, $800 as our line, which would have been in 2011. $800 was an annual cost. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. But what was the usage? Like, is $800 somebody who's pretty conservative, has low flush toilets, doesn't use water on their lawns, all those different conservation methods? Is that what it's based on, or is it based on a higher usage? So, you know what I mean? Because it's $800, where did that number come from, and what is the usage? What does that represent?
Through the chair, 250 cubic meters is the figure that's used for all 3 cities. Some municipalities use 200 cubic meters, and the BMA study actually uses 200 cubic meters. 250 has been closer to our historic average. With consumption levels declining, though, we'll continue to revisit that. But I would say no, that reflects an average household with average consumption, some lawn watering, car washing, that sort of thing. A household that conserves dramatically would see a significantly lower bill and consumption level.
Okay,
Okay.
Councillor Fernandez, your time's expired.
Time is up?
So, yeah, come back.
Okay, I'll come back then.
Councillor Uneski?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Chapman. A handful of questions here. OP 41. On that chart, and I appreciate Councillor Gazzola's questioning in terms of the relationship of the natural gas being as a factor to that impact on taxes in the end. And you did allude to your comment, which would be on the next page, regarding whether stormwater management was included as part of the utility facilities, because it was removed from our taxes back 4 years ago. How does that compare to all the other municipalities that are shown on that OP 41 as to whether their stormwater issues are a part of taxes, or they've been excluded, and how does that factor in? Because you mentioned ours are not included.
Right.
How do the other municipalities on that chart fit in?
Through the chair, any municipality that charges a stormwater rate through a utility bill would not have that amount reflected here. So we know, for example, that Waterloo charges a rate, London, as I understand, charges a rate, but there's no good comprehensive information out there around who charges what and how much. So I would suspect that many of those bars would move up if stormwater rates were added in. We just don't have good data right now to be able to show that across the province.
Okay, so it's not quite a true representation. That's the best you can do.
It's a true representation of the tax bill. I mean, at some point, we believe more municipalities than not will have a stormwater rate, and we won't have this discussion. But for now, you're correct. This is taxes only. If stormwater rates were added in, it would increase our bar and move us up slightly, closer to Cambridge, I believe.
Okay, appreciate that. OP 45, the assessment for 2014 was at 1.51%, which was 0.5% higher than anticipated. And I recall reading, and I can't find the page, that was assumed that the impact of growth in 2014 was through one example of 1 Victoria Street. Is that correct?
I don't believe that would be an example of assessment growth. 1 Victoria wouldn't be assessed yet and on the tax roll.
And that's what I would think it wouldn't, because it's still under construction.
Yeah, so I don't know what that 1 Victoria would have been a reference to, but not to assessment growth.
Okay, I'd have to find that page where it refers to and get back to you.
I know there are a number of larger multi-residential residential apartment buildings that have been built and come on recently, and so those are likely in the suburbs, more of the property is reflected there. It was a reference to building permit revenues being up because of 1 Victoria.
Oh, okay.
Building permit fees.
I see. Thank you. Okay. So you're budgeting for this year 1% as an assessment growth. Is that the way I understand it?
Correct, and the final number has come in at 1.51.
Which is what you did last year, but you ended up 1.5. So we could be 1.5 this year as well in the end, but we don't know that.
For
2015.
No, we know. For this budget, it's 1.5. For 2015, we'd have no idea yet until the end of 2015.
But we're budgeting 1% for 2015 as growth. Is that the way I understand it?
The draft budget assumed 1%. The final budget will reflect 1.51%. That is a final number. The decision that you'll need to make is whether or not to fund some new initiatives with some of that additional budget room, or to use that to reduce a tax levy, or some combination of the two.
Okay. So then based on that, if you go to page 046, you indicated that there's 2 options. Either we invest the money into strategic initiatives or reduce the tax levy, or some combination of 2. Is there a third one, and I'm going to throw that out, that could be considered, is that because we have this extra money, we put it in a tax stabilization reserve fund because it's depleted right now? Is that a third option?
That's one of the strategic options.
But that only covers a portion of it. But I'm saying take the whole.
Correct. So that is, as Councillor Davies indicated, one of the options in option 1 We've recommended $200,000,
Right.
but nothing precludes council from increasing that and putting more of that funding to the tax stabilization fund.
So we could put 500,000 if you wish.
You could.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, 5 people in the queue. Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah, I had some questions on assessment growth, but I think I'll wait because Ryan's going to bring some of that forward when we get to those slides.
Yes.
Okay. My other question is, because I don't know where else to bring it up, it's actually OP5, and it was, I'm only bringing it up now because you made a comment about chronic deficits. And my question is, it says that we covered off all of the chronic deficits within this budget, right? Did we, in the last budget, cover off the winter maintenance chronic deficit? Is that fully funded at this point? Understanding there's fluctuations from year to year.
And that's the issue. My understanding is that in a previous budget, yes, we did get to the 5-year average, but there is a lot of volatility and uncertainty within that budget area, and so I know we'll look at that again as we come out of the 2014 winter to assess whether or not that budget remains sustainable. But we did get to a point where we were funding the 5-year average, yes.
And some of the deficit that we would have seen in our operations this year still would be related to winter maintenance. Is that correct? The 600,000?
Much of the deficit this year is driven by the bad winter we had in the first part of 2014, yes.
So that may be something we're not looking at as a strategic initiative this year, but moving forward, we may need to still change those numbers a little bit in order to not have those chronic deficits.
That's correct, and depending on where the discussion goes, that may be something that you'll want to request more information on prior to final budget day, when we can do some calculations about the total impact of the 2014 winter.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Verbanovich.
Thank you, Chair Davey. A couple questions for you. Mr. Chapman, on OP 39, you referenced that the first time that you can recall, and I'd say probably the same in my experience, that MPI is actually lower than CPI this year. What's the main driver behind that? Do we have any sense of why that is? It just seems surprising.
I think a significant driver is the fact that salaries and wages do account for a significant proportion of our budget. And with the exception of the fire contract, all settlements are below their current rate of inflation. So that's actually brought some downward pressure on MPI this year.
Okay. That would make sense. Next one is on OP 41. And I just want to correct something. It was stated, I thought, that Kitchener was the only municipality with a gas utility. Does Kingston still have their gas utility as well?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And the other question I had with respect to this, and perhaps you may or may not want to answer it, admittedly, but while I think it is fair to say that there's a certain amount of money we get because of the gas utility, is it reasonable to assume that possibly some of the decisions that historically the city's made might have been different if we didn't have the gas utility? I.e., I look, for example, in the region, we have a very different model of community centers, which are a great asset valued by our citizens. But if we didn't have the money to pay for them, we might not have built them, and then we wouldn't have the operating costs. Is that probably a reasonable assumption? And like I say, you may not want to answer that. Let me go on to my next.
Take that as
let
a
me
comment.
go on to my next question. OP 45 and the issue of assessment growth. I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about what the danger can be from a budgetary point of view of booking extra assessment growth. And, I think, for example, going in the coming year, I would anticipate we're going to start seeing some downward pressures from things like the closure of Maple Leaf Foods, as an example, on our assessment growth in 2015. Do we have any sense of what some of those impacts might be?
Through the chair, not yet. I think you're correct, though, that we will see in the industrial sector, Maple Leaf specifically, some reductions in write-offs there. I would say the risk is this, that right before we come to you with a budget, we know what our final assessment growth number is. We never want to be in a position where we say, we shot for the stars on it, it came in lower, and council, you need to find 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5% within your budget. We'd much rather come forward and say, we had a credible estimate based on what Impact's been telling us, the number came in higher, and you can go further on levy reduction or fund strategic priorities.
And at the end of the day, if there are extra dollars that come as a result of that, so in other words, if we end up with a surplus position at the end of the year, staff don't go and spend that money. It ends up going into what appear to be fairly low reserves right now. Is that not what our process is normally?
Through the chair, no. In fact, there can be no surplus on this number. This number is now known. It's a final number.
No. I guess what I'm saying is, if at the end of the year, let's say we budget what staff are suggesting for assessment growth, if we end up getting more assessment growth in 2015 and it results in a budgetary surplus, what happens with the dollars from that budgetary surplus?
So I believe you're talking about supplementary taxes versus assessment growth. So assessment growth is based on the returned assessment roll that Will Bill tax is based on. That number is firm and final. We do budget for, Councillor Gazzola alluded to, it's supplementary taxes that will come in next year for new construction. And you are correct that if there is any surplus there, and we've had surpluses and deficits, that rolls to the bottom line, and any overall surplus would go to the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund. But as noted in previous years, even with surpluses in that line, we've had deficits overall, so we've been fortunate that there's been some positive variance there.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes, I had somewhat of a similar point for on page OP 41 as Mayor Verbenovich. I'll approach it a little bit differently, and perhaps hoping that you can answer this question. Is there any data available that shows and compares municipalities with overall services, how they are stacked as to the services that they provide to their community? Is there relevant data that can be assessed in a graphical format?
Through the chair, yes, there is. All municipalities report a financial information return that also includes some non-financial metrics. So we can provide that data. Sometimes comparability of the data is in question, but it is available.
But that's really, I think, relevant, especially when points are made, the fact that we do have additional assets that give us returns, which assist us with our operational budget, but then we also have to compare where do we sit with our services that we provide. If it is to the fact that because of our, those extra revenues that come in to assist our operating budget, but we still have greater services available, and then we can empirically show that, then I think we're making a very rational argument to our citizens. Yes, we are truly keeping our costs low at the same time we're providing greater level of services too, because of additional advantages you have. So if that data is available, I think that would be very helpful to have that return to council.
So what we'll do as a starting point is circulate a link to our financial information return and reference the section at the back that provides some of that benchmarking data on service levels, and we'll circulate that as a starting point.
That would be really helpful. And for the later point for assessment growth and how we budget for assessment growth, it surprises me a little bit because especially some of us from those that have greater background in budget planning and financial matters, isn't it not prudent to budget less and still, for long-term budget planning, maintain at inflationary increase, and so that we're still keeping our overall increases at inflation, but with the assessment growth by budgeting it for less, when you have greater growth that comes in, hopefully, then you can at least continually maintain services, increase services as well. Wouldn't that be prudent rather than being overly optimistic and assess greater and then have to carry on those shortfalls depending on what were to happen? Wouldn't that be prudent?
That's the position staff is taking.
Yeah, I just wanted to reconfirm that, so that's why I was a little bit surprised. The last point would be for stormwater fees. This is something I've always consistently maintained a hard line on. I think it's really prudent for us to know where we sit comparative to other municipalities. We have excessively increased our cost to stormwater management over the number of years since we implemented this utility, since 2011. And it's helpful for us to know how many municipalities, similar looking at the chart on OP41, still may not have this utility or any form of additional levy to maintain that level of service towards managing the stormwater management aspect. So it would be nice to have, especially when staff are putting forward another 3% increase, which has been consecutive over the last number of years.
So through the chair, we'll be coming to the stormwater projection later in the day, and maybe Mr. Gross, I saw him here, I'm not sure if he slipped out or not. We'll make a note of it, and perhaps when staff are presenting that schedule, they can at least talk about which municipalities have them, how we compare. Yeah. They would be in a better position to comment than we would.
Appreciate that.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, through Chair Davey. Mr. Chapman, I'm not sure if I can't recall if I read it through in our budget papers or not, but what is the percentage of the variance between our operating budget and the deficit?
Through the chair, it's less than 1%. I believe it's about 0.5%.
So typically in the accounting industry, what would that be considered? Would that be considered a pretty good percentage, or would that be considered, not a great percentage?
Through the chair, I think it's a great result. The only reason there's sensitivity to it is because we have no stabilization balance to buffer for those small variances.
Okay. The other question I have is, when it comes to a budget, and a budget is a plan, correct? Typically, let's say in the private sector, how does and other municipalities in the public sector, how do you predict the future and how variances are going to be? What is a conservative, or what is a typical way an organization would do to predict the budget? Do they predict very aggressive, or do they predict conservative?
Through the chair, I guess it would depend on the organization. Our approach has been, and we think it's consistent with other municipalities and organizations, is to look at historical trends and then to also season that with credible forecast information. But again, our approach has always been to err on the side of conservatism so that we're not surprising council with bad information late in the budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we go back around, I just have one quick confirming question, because the assessment growth seems to be a touchy issue. I just want to confirm the foremost authority on assessment growth is MPAC, and the numbers we use in the budget come from MPAC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Okay, thanks. Back to my questions. So if I'm looking at page 41, how many of these municipalities have a regional component to them? I mean, of course, Cambridge, Waterloo, and Kitchener do, but how many of the other municipalities have a regional component to them?
If I'm correct, Burlington, Richmond Hill, Oakville, Brampton, Whitby, Mississauga, Ajax, Oshawa, Vaughan, Markham, about half of them, I would say.
Okay. Would it be reasonable to expect that having a regional component to the taxes? I mean, we're just comparing our own portion of the tax bill. You're saying no?
No, in this chart, this is the overall tax burden, so this would include city, region, and/or county, as well as education.
Okay, all right, thank you. And just going to OP 44, you talked about expenses versus revenue. Expenses are greater than our revenues. What percentage of, and I think this Mayor Verbanovich was maybe alluding to that in his question, I could be wrong, what percentage of our total expenses is salary?
30? Approximately 60% in the tax-supported operating budget and about 40% across the whole of the city budget, including enterprises.
So 60% of our operation budget, which we're looking at right now?
Correct.
And 40%?
Across the whole budget, including all enterprises.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We talk about our tax stabilization reserve fund. Are we unique in municipalities in having all these different reserves that we have, and how do we base our reserve?
Councillor Fernandez, I'm going to ask you to hold on to that question because we will be dealing with it later on, specifically with the strategic initiative paper.
I just want to get a sense of what other municipalities have reserves and how they decide their reserves.
Yeah, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but because we still have two people left in the queue that want to speak again. So, Mr. Chapman.
I mean, I can save it if the information is better served then.
It's very common to have a tax stabilization reserve fund. What is unusual is the imbalance within the City of Kitchener between our high debt balance and low reserve positions. So there is a greater imbalance within Kitchener between the two than other municipalities.
Okay, that's what I kind of needed to know. I guess my last... the other question I have is, why are our gas surpluses not used to offset our rates instead of going to our tax base? I mean, if we didn't use our gas surpluses to offset our operational budget, would we be in a significantly more different situation?
Through the chair, we don't do that anymore. That used to be the approach, that whatever the profit was over a target within gas, it all came to the tax-supported operating budget. Council has changed that methodology, so you now set a fixed dividend, and any surplus or deficit within gas above or below that amount is retained within gas and either reduces the gas rates or would lead to an increase in the gas rates.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you're right. We've set that dividend, and so only so much of that surplus goes to offset budget, right? And the rest goes to offset gas rates.
Gas rates. And I would say it's not even about surplus going into the tax budget. It's about budgeting for a fixed dividend from the gas utility and then transferring that amount. And just because it's been discussed, the other point I would make is that, yes, that transfer from gas helps to keep tax rates low, but you have noted that our gas rates are higher compared to the market. One of the reasons why I believe that will continue to be the case is because our current rate of dividend is what we believe to be the maximum allowable rate of dividend. Certainly if that rate were reduced, it would reduce the gas rates, but may have increased pressure on the tax rate.
Okay. Because the sort of a follow-up question to that is, because we have that ability to do that, are we actually showing a true reflection of what our costs are to the public? Because we have the ability to use that to reduce, to offset our taxes.
Absolutely. We're transparent in the reporting of it. As Councillor Gazzola has indicated, it's an investment like our investment in hydro or like our portfolio investments, so we account for it correctly. We're transparent about how the funds flow. But there is a reality that there's an investment that yields a return, and that return provides a benefit to our tax-supported budget. Okay.
And maybe that's where some confusion from the average citizen, I mean, myself included, would be, I don't understand what that means. So I think that's something that we need to sort of continue to talk about so that residents understand that we have the ability to do that. I think this could be my last question, is we always talk about, we're talking about our growth assessment, and we grew more than we had anticipated, but does growth really pay for growth? I love that question. Does it?
Through the chair, as we've talked about before, I would suppose it depends on the type of growth. What we can say categorically is that development charges are not sufficient to cover the infrastructure costs associated with growth, and that's an inherent flaw in the development charges legislation.
Okay, so with the increase with the review of our development charges and the change in our development charges, have we now attempted to pay for growth?
Council has approved the maximum allowable development charge, so you've gone as far as you can within the legislation, but we know that does still not fully cover all costs of growth.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez, you're over your time, so you want to ring back in. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, just a couple of quick things in passing. Having sat on both sides of the fence, it's very reasonable that staff are prudent and conservative. And however, the buck stops with council, and we're accountable. And the other comment is that I'm glad to see Mayor Vrbanovic is carrying on the tradition of Mayor's Air in his approach. Just a couple of quick questions. Mayor Vrbanovic brought up the City of Kingston. I was well aware that the City of Kingston has a gas utility, but it really is no comparison to the gas operation that we have in Kitchener. Is that not the case?
It's certainly different. I couldn't comment on the nature of those differences.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that the gas utility in Kingston does not provide 7 to 8% to the tax levy. Having studied that, I can tell you that. Okay, the second point, and those are irrelevant, and you have been transparent on these issues, and I do feel that it is worth an asterisk to provide that other information, that we do have a leg up on a lot of other municipalities. It's transparent. It's not saying that it's wrong. Okay. The question I want to zero in again, though, on this assessment growth. On your calculations, you have used 1%, even though there are indications that it's going to be 1.5%. So you've used 1%, yet you're counting on 1.5% because you come up with a whole list of shopping items totaling to that extra 0.5%, $533,000. You've come up with a shopping list on how you're going to spend that money. That's what those 10 items are. So, and what we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. We're saying, we're going to be conservative on the way we budget, and on the other hand, hey,
Councillor Gazzola, I'll cut you off there. There's a fundamental misunderstanding that Mr. Chapman can probably clarify. And perhaps my understanding is basically the way we budget it is we don't know staff doesn't know the final number until well into the budget process. So they budgeted for 1% and they only figure out what to do with the extra 0.5% when that final number comes through very, very late in the budget process. But
no. This budget here is recommending how to spend an extra $533,000.
That is confirmed. It's a confirmed amount.
No.
Well, through the chair, it's not recommending anything.
Right.
And I want to be clear on that point, Councillor Gazzola. We've said there is a decision to be made here, and it's entirely council's to make.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair.
And
but you are putting forward some ideas.
And you would know better than anyone. It's all a question of timing, right? That the assessment growth number doesn't come in until mid-December. We track it through the whole year. We were not above 1% until October. And so at that point, the budget was already largely developed. So what our process has been is to have a list ready to go, prioritize, so that whatever that number comes in at, we're able to put options in front of council. But you can approve none of those strategic initiatives, and that's entirely council's purview.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. And kind of grappled with how to ask this question because my personal impression is that staff make all efforts to do so, the point that I'm going to try to make. So quickly, just how I'm seeing this and how I'm approaching this. I'm referring to OP44 and our chronic deficits over the number of years. And our citizens that fund our operation to allow all the services that we do provide operate in a private industry. And in any private firm, if there's chronic deficits or if there are deficits, rather than assuming that you can have increased sales and automatically assume that they approach it differently, that they try to maintain it with restructuring or looking to see through efficiencies how they can manage those deficits. Are we making all available effort to do so? Because what I'm seeing is year after year, we continue to see, we've referred to it as chronic deficit. That's exactly what it is. It just keeps on coming back. And as we continue to fund it within our levy, increasing it, I see it more as a Band-Aid effort as opposed to, ultimately shifting our approach to counteract this. So have we approached it more in the aspect of looking at each department and through restructuring and efficiencies as opposed to just say, let's just increase our levy to manage the deficit, assuming that we don't get this deficit again. But that's typically what does happen.
Through the chair, the answer to that question is yes, to an extent. So as I alluded to, we allowed no increases for anything except utility costs and compensation costs in this budget. And we have fully eliminated those remaining sources of chronic deficit in this budget. We did that by pushing hard on all discretionary cost lines and looking for reductions across the budget.
Okay. So
we've done that in previous years as well.
Right.
Just never able to fully close that gap, and we've had new ones that have cropped up also over the course of the past 5 years that we've had to contend with as well.
Okay, so within your expertise, sometimes the deficit could be so much that no matter what you do, you have to make many difficult decisions, and which the community would not even support. But looking at what we have before us, 0.6, so 600,000 across the corporation, is that deficit still within reason or within manageable amount that we could still perhaps look within each department inclusively to manage it within, as opposed to offset it and increase it and build it into the budget? Is that number so high that we can't still presume that could be managed within?
I'm not sure I follow the question, though, because we have fully addressed that for 2015. So that issue has been addressed.
Well, we've addressed it by increasing and building it into the budget. But I'm saying if we don't do that, is the number so high still? Well, you've answered that question. You're saying
I'm saying we've already
You're
done that
saying
for you.
staff have done everything that they could do, and I'm just still continue to ask the question, is there still more that could be done?
And through the chair, I would say no, that over the past 5 years, we've been trying to do this each and every year. We've never been able to close the gap. This year, we pushed hard because tax stabilization is gone,
Sure. Okay.
and that work has been done.
Try to have that more conversation offline to get a better understanding on that. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. I'll just comment only. There was a question on efficiency, and although it's not explicit in this budget, just to be fair, I do recall in years past when we were trying, staff and council were trying our hardest to keep our tax increases to inflation. There was often very long lists of efficiency items that the corporation found within before preparing the budget. So I think that's something that's always being looked at. With that, I think we are going to move on to the boards at this point. Okay, so if I would ask everyone to please skip to OP 55. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chair, Mayor, Councillors, good morning and Happy New Year. And welcome to winter. My name is Bruce Gordon and I'm the Chairman of the Board of Centre in the Square. And this is Sandra Bender, the CEO. We have no presentation. The budget for Centre in the Square was submitted with an explanatory note. And Sandra and I, along with Murray Gamble, who's sitting behind us, who has long experience with Centre in the Square, would attempt to answer any questions you have.
Okay, and I would also point committee to pages 106 and 107 for the issue paper. I'll give you a moment if there's any questions. I'm not seeing any yet. Councillor Yaneski.
Good morning and welcome. Just a simple question, and I know there's this study that's been taking place to determine the issue that's been ongoing for the last year or several months. Do you know when that study will be completed and we'll have the results as to what the direction will be, and when you anticipate that?
We'd have to defer to our colleagues at the city because we're not directing that review. My understanding is it's the springtime.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, if memory serves, it's March when council can expect to see a report on that review. March.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just one question of staff action on that item. So on page OP 107 with the predictions for the following year, I'm assuming the split amount that the city would share with the loss is that $643,000 figure? Is that correct, or? Okay. Councillor Zola, do you have a question?
I just have a comment, and it's, I just want to go back to where the board came forward. I think it was in 2013, where the board came forward and said that they would, they were looking at a fixed grant of $1.4 million a year. My taking at that time was that they were going to try to live with that 1.4 for the final 2 years of that past term of council, and that they would be looking at a new plan for the next 4 years. Okay, and that's just a little bit different in that on OP. If my thinking is right, on OP 56, it says that 2015 is year 3 of the 4-year plan. I'm not sure that was at that. It was an intent to go to a 4-year plan, but the 1.4 that they were asking for was for the balance, the 2 years of that previous term of council.
That isn't my recollection, but I'll look to Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, the intent at the time on the part of Centre in the Square was to have a fixed commitment of $1.4 million for each of the 4 years. I would leave it to the reps from the Centre in the Square to comment on what's changed since then, to lead them to ask the city to honour the request to share any surplus or deficit. But we support that for 2015, pending the outcome of the review that's currently underway.
No, that isn't necessary. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Fernandez, you pushed your button? Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. I had to step out and get my papers. I had left them there. If this has already been spoken about, again, I apologize. As we're looking at the operating grant coming from the City of Kitchener, how much work and effort goes into having businesses step up to the plate and the region? I mean, I don't think we're seeing enough coming from the region. I mean, the Centre in the Square is a regional facility for the most part. Have you been able to get more funding from those sources? Have you had more discussion about this from both businesses and the region?
Thank you for coming back up. There's a history there, and I would defer to someone else to explain it.
So in terms of what's gone on over the last 2 years, local business has been highly supportive of the centre, and in fact we've increased a number of our revenue streams from memberships through to the type of sponsorship that we have both for programming as well as other advertising opportunities at the venue. So that's actually increased and been growing in terms of who's been coming to the plate to support us locally, regionally. In terms of regional funding, we are only funded by the City of Kitchener. That's the only source of funding. We have a few dollars that come from the federal government around risk programming, which is largely our kids programming, but we are only funded by the local city.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and to be fair to the regional government, there is some history there, but for the purposes of this, we'll skip it for now. Okay, so no further questions. We'll move on to the KPL.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of council,
Good morning.
We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. I will look to committee. Councillor Gazzola.
I asked this, Chris, because we have no information, but I'm curious as to what happened in 2014. Did you end the year with a surplus, with a deficit, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we made our commitment to council at this time last year to generate a surplus in terms of the additional funding for the Central Library project, and that any savings from the Central Library operating funds would be moved into a reserve, and we have made that commitment. I don't have a final number for you as we're still in the midst of doing year-end. But
do we have any idea of what that surplus was?
I don't have a final number. I expect that it will be just under $200,000, which is in the range of the number that we made, that we mentioned to council a year ago.
And that's going into a reserve?
That's going into a reserve, yes.
Thank you.
And if I could just add, the reason why we generated that savings is because we were given the 12 months funding, but the actual costs, because of the delay in the reopening of the Central Library, was delayed. So in this year, we will incur the full 12 months in expenses, unlike last year when we were able to make savings.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will move back to page OP50. Mr. Haggie.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I will be taking most of the rest of the presentation, aside from when Mr. Whitmer comes up to talk about water and sanitary. With my slides, these next slides, I'm happy to take questions with each one. There's already been some discussion, and I'm happy to just deal with them kind of as we go through the slide instead of going back and forth. So the slide before you, the pie chart on OP50, shows you just the net expenditure by department. It just gives council a bit of an idea as to there are funds that are used by the corporation and where those funds go. You can see the big blue pie wedge at the front of the chart for community services is the largest, and community services includes things like bylaw and planning, fire, enterprise, and community programs and services. And so they get the largest portion of the net tax levy. Next is infrastructure services in the top left, the red chunk. That's engineering, asset management, facilities management, and operations primarily. Next, you'll see general expenses is 21%. That includes the transfers to the board, so that we've just been talking about, debt charges, transfer to capital. The little purple wedge is the office of the CAO, community communications, economic development. And finally is the Green Wedge, Finance and Corporate Services, where my area resides, so all the finance areas, as well as IT, legal, legislative services, and human resources. So that just gives Council a bit of an idea as to where the funding goes. The percentages or proportions essentially don't change year after year. The funding doesn't get overly allocated into one area, and then there are dramatic swings year after year. We're essentially providing the same service levels, and the pie wedges stay relatively the same. Looking at the base levy, for 2015, the base levy is $106 million. So when we're talking about how much are we planning to pull in from property taxes, the starting point is $106 million. And so just for a couple of notional numbers for Council to keep in mind, since the total levy is $106 million, that means that a 1% change in the net levy is about $1 million. So if you want to affect the tax rate in any way, shape, or form, you're looking at approximately $1 million doing 1%, carrying the math through, so 100,000 would be 0.1% and so on and so forth. As well, to give Council a bit of an idea as to what that means to an average homeowner, 1% change on the average home is $10.26. So if you want to tuck those numbers away in your head when you're making decisions and thinking about impacts, 1% change is $1 million, and to the average homeowner, that's about $10. Going back to slide 41, which has already been discussed today, we had the discussion a little bit about the gas utility being 7%. So you'll see that if we use the same math, that would add, if we did not have the same tax, if we did not have the gas utility and the tax was actually 7% higher, that would add about $70 to the Kitchener property, which would shift us up a little bit. We'd be right around Cambridge. So it's not like we would go from the left end of the chart all the way to the right end of the chart if we didn't have the gas utility. It's a difference, but it's a somewhat minimal difference. Looking to assessment growth, which has been a bit of a hot topic already, you can see the trend and where things have gone over the past decade or so. You'll see a big spike way back in 2006 of about 4%, but our reality in the last 5 years or so has been under 2% and has generally been a downward trend. You can see that 2015 is actually the first year that we've had an uptick in the last 5 years. We've seen that declining trend generally, and that's what we've been told by MPAC, is that we should expect a 1% assessment growth for this year and then possibly declining going out. That may or may not come to fruition as we actually move forward. But again, since we've had a lot of discussion about that, the assumption that staff are making is lower assessment growth, which provides more flexibility if it comes in higher, as opposed to the other way around, assuming that we would have higher assessment growth and then have to kind of do some scrambling as part of kind of final budget finalization. This next slide breaks down the change in the net levy. Oh.
Yeah, okay, we'll go ahead then. Two questions on those two, so yeah, before we go. Councillor Singh.
This is for, no, I had actually queued in because I was ahead a little bit. So.
No problem. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I wanted to wait until we talked with this slide with regard to assessment growth, just to bring forward my question. And I know some of it's already been answered in some of the questions that have been asked, in understanding that we can never really project. But we see a trend here that shows us 10 years where we've never been under 1%. And then I look at OPS 54, which I know we're not technically there yet, but with the 0.75. And we're projecting 1.5 moving forward in 2015. Is there any, understanding there's always risk involved, is there any merit in moving our estimated assessment growth to 1% moving forward over the 10-year tax rate projections?
Through the chair, there's, I guess there's some risk in doing that. It would, if we did that and changed nothing else, it would reduce the bottom line by 0.25% all the way across. I would say that's probably reasonable. I prefer this one, but honestly, but if that's council's preference to go to 1% as a forecast, again, it's something that we look at every year. We listen to what MPAC is telling us, and the final number we bring forward to council is informed by this, but it isn't set in stone by this.
Right. And were you planning on talking about that specifically on the OP 54, or should I continue? Because I really think that with the history that we have with regards to the graph on 52, that moving forward, we should have that 1% across the board on the 10-year projected forecast. But obviously, we're going to look at it on a yearly basis to make sure that we're projecting the right number. Right. I think it's just a little bit more forward-thinking and transparent to the community that we likely will be in the range of 1% moving forward, especially with the increased assessment we should see with LRT and the buildings that we see going up, at least over the next 5-year time frame. So right. That's something I guess I would like to see a chart from OP 54 with what that looks like, 1%. I know I can pretty much do the math, but if we can do that and bring that forward on final budget day, I think that's something to look at.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman, to add?
And we'll convene with MPAC between now and then as well to see if we can get a more concrete projection from them. I would say if there is sensitivity around this, we'll also take a look at the base inflation projection, because we've sort of thrown 2% in there as a notional inflation number, but I would say that if you want more precision, we'll look at both of those together to refine the forecast.
Okay, because I just think the anticipated helps formulate some of the decisions of, for me anyways, 2015. It helps to be able to see that 10-year projection and where staff anticipate we're going to go, understanding that nothing's concrete until we come to final budget day in each one of those years.
Okay, and I have 3 people queued in now. Councillor Singh, you're still for later question? Okay, and Councillor Gazzola, you're on either assessment growth or... Okay, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, just a quick question. I've heard it several times now that we rely highly on MPAC. Are they the ones that are involved with preparing our voters list? Is that the same?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand. Sorry, I just took a bite of my croissant. Just sorry. Trying to understand Councillor Galloway-Selak's question related to the 1%. If I'm looking at, and because we're going back and forth between OP 52 and 54, am I to understand that in the line that says estimated assessment growth 0.75%, that you're suggesting that we see 1% there?
Correct. Yes. So essentially, based on the graph on 52, you can see we had a low point. It looks like 2009, 2010, we were around 1.2%. That's the lowest number that we've seen in the last 10 years. We've had advice from MPAC to expect declining assessment growth. It's essentially just saying, you know what, we've never been as low as 0.75 in the past 10 years. So based on that trend, that reality, when we're forecasting for next year, why don't we or for the next 10 years, why don't we increase that to 1%?
Okay, so my question is, what would the benefit be of making that assumption? Is it that we would be able to build in more expenses, and that anticipating that we could have that 1% all across the board?
Through the chair, if we did nothing else, it would essentially just drop the bottom line projected tax rate increase by 0.25. As Mr. Chapman alluded to, we've just put in a notional amount of 2% for the base budget inflation. That may or may not be correct or what have you. So if we may need to change that 2% to some other number that's a little more refined, depending on what happens there, it would be the net impact that would fall to the bottom line.
Okay, I think I understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I guess we'll just flip through those. Did you have comments on the next 2 pages?
Correct.
Please.
So slide 53 details the change in the net levy and it's grouped not by department, but it's grouped by kind of what the cost element is. So if you go to the very bottom of the slide, you'll see the 2.25%. So that's the proposed base tax rate increase, 2.25%. And then what you see up above is kind of a summary of the things that are affecting that and causing the increase or netting out some of the decrease. You'll see that there's, the description on the left, the absolute dollar amount in thousands of dollars in the middle column, and then the percentage impact on the net levy to the right. So we'll start at the top and essentially just work our way down. The top section is all the base budget adjustments, and then the bottom section includes growth items. So the top three lines detail out different types of salary and wage adjustments that have come forward and are increasing the tax levy in 2015. The very first one is annualization of 2014 approved positions. Those were strategic initiative items that Council approved in the 2014 budget, but as you'll recall, Council approved them to be funded kind of starting in the mid-year point. So they weren't funded for all 12 months in 2014. The positions are in place, the people are in place, so we need to fund those positions for the whole year. So essentially, it's just picking up the costs that were not fully allocated in the 2014 budget for those new positions. And that's $84,000, which translates to 0.8%. Next line down, you'll see is COLA, cost of living allowance, is that acronym, and progressions for fire, that's $876,000. You'll see the line below it is the same type of thing, COLA and progressions for everything else, everywhere else in the city, excluding fire, is $1.5 million. So overall, just the salary impact on the base budget is almost $2.5 million, or 2.36%. So if there was nothing else going on in the city, the increase provided for staff increases, no assessment growth, none of that sort of stuff, there would be a net levy requirement to increase the taxes by 2.36%. That's not the case, and as I said, the total increase is 2.25%. Next line down, you'll see is utilities and taxes. So as Mr. Chapman alluded to, within targets, departments were allowed increases for salaries, and they were allowed increases for utilities. And so we see that here, that our utility costs are increasing by about almost $450,000, which is increasing the net levy by 0.42%. Next line down is equipment reserve charges, which are around $300,000. And essentially that's the cost to operate and maintain the city fleet to deliver services across the city. You'll see debt charges or debt expenses are actually going down by $6,000. That's because we had historic lows in the debt that we issued in 2014. We assumed that we would have something a bit higher, and that we've had historic lows in the region. So we actually have a decrease in our debt budget of $6,000. User fees, which have already been set by council, are contributing $352,000 to the net levy, so that's a benefit bringing that down. Sundry income is $73,000. That's just some miscellaneous revenue items. Investment income, we're increasing that based on what we've seen in recent years by $50,000. And then this next block are some of those chronic deficit type items, things that, based on past trends, would lead to a deficit if they weren't addressed. So we have penalty and interest revenues. We've looked at a 5-year trend, and that's something that's causing a variance this year in 2014. So if you look at the August variance report, you would see a negative number projected there. It's a reality, and so that's been corrected. Otherwise, it would cause a variance in the 2015 budget. Parking fine revenue reduction, that's within the bylaw budget, and we've dealt with that over the last number of budgets here at Council. It's been, some funds have been provided for it year after year. Essentially, the $70,000 would get rid of that chronic deficit. The next is golf dividend reduction. So you'll notice that in the golf budget, and there was a discussion about it in their overview. The golf dividend is set based on the property taxes and income taxes that the golf course would pay if it were held privately as opposed to publicly. The golf course has been reassessed, so the assessed value has come down for golf. So the property taxes that they would pay are lower, and we're reflecting that here. So this reflects what the golf courses would be paying in property taxes if they were just a privately held enterprise. We have a fire recovery reduction, and so that's the insurance recovery fee that was instituted a few years ago. The reality of what's coming in isn't what we had hoped, and so that's causing a variance in 2014, and it's being corrected in 2015. Next line down is the payment in lieu of taxes. So there are properties, government properties, that do not pay property tax. They pay something similar called payment in lieu, and that's contributing $250,000 to the bottom line this year, and that's primarily because of the new courthouse. So we had some assessment come on in 2014. It's fully assessed in 2015. The number is known, and so we're budgeting for the full value of that property in 2015. And then there's some things that aren't captured completely within those areas, and they're all just grouped together and essentially net out to almost zero. So the base budget items are a 2.83% increase. So going over to the slide here, where we have base budget at 2% for this year, it's actually 2.83%. So that number is actually higher. So if we were to increase assessment growth, we said we'll look at that in a bit more detail. I'm not saying that we're changing that number to 2.83%, but again, it's something we'll look at in some detail before final budget day. The bottom section deals with growth, and you can see here assessment growth of just over $1 million. So what's included in the base budget is only $1 million. We know that number is actually higher. There's another $500,000 that's included, or that will be coming in, but for planning purposes, we've only included $1 million. That's what was known when we were preparing the budget. We have a long-standing practice of applying that to capital policy growth. So we have a capital policy that says how much funding should fund the capital program, because the city is growing and there's some growth funding that's required, some capital money that's required because of that growth. So there's $90,000 going to add to the capital growth pool. And then operations, again, the city gets bigger, operations needs to do more work, not different work, but supply the same services across a growing city. So they have $343,000 added to them. So our growth revenue is actually a bit more than our growth expenses this year, so that's in effect reducing the net levy by 0.58%. If you add all of those up and maybe deal with a bit of rounding, it's 2.25%.
Okay, questions on this page only? Councillor Singh?
Just a couple brief questions. So for debt expenses, and you explained why that's there. It's a small number, but still, I wanted to ask. So going forward, as our debt will continue to decrease now, that's already been factored. The lesser cost for, the expense cost for that, servicing that debt. Or will we now start to see a greater reduction, and that would be formulated? Or has that already been worked into long-term budget planning?
So through the chair, that decrease is unique to this year. Yeah. Going forward, we would anticipate we'll still have some increase in debt expense, but it would be minimal. So unless council changes their prerogative and starts issuing new debt, we're essentially just taking off old debt and reissuing that. So exclusive from EDIF. EDIF debt falls off and is not redone. But the debt that's used to fund the capital pool falls off and gets replenished. We're just able to actually issue more debt now because the rates are lower.
No, what I was saying is over the last 10 years, as debt was increasing for EDIF. Correct. But as of 2014, now it will start decreasing. But those increases, incremental increases to our tax levy, was to service that debt that we were putting on. But now that debt will be coming off, I'm speaking exclusively for EDIF alone. Right. Now that will be coming down, will we start seeing a greater reduction to that debt expense, or that's already been worked in, so we won't really see it optically?
Okay. I understand now. So we will see that, and in the next slide, I'll specifically point that out. Okay. So it's shown in the next slide, and I'll talk specifically about that.
Perfect, okay. And another question I had for fire recovery reduction. Is it just that we're not getting cooperation with the insurance companies, or we just assessed, presuming that
Through
different
you,
factors.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, you'll recall that we were the first municipality of our size that really attempted this process, so it was a bit of a risky undertaking. I would say that the claims, it is working. We are recovering funds. Unfortunately, it's taking about 6 to 9 months on average to recover funds. And we are running into some insurance companies who have serious questions about their need to pay. So this adjustment is to make it more in line with actuals. If I recall off the top of my head, I think we're still budgeting in 2015 to collect about $100,000 in revenues through this program.
Okay, but as that kind of a new a fee that we've imposed, again, you said that there's still some challenges as it's been recently implemented, but over time, we're hoping that some of that issues can be worked out, and we may see an increase over time.
That's certainly our hope. I think the insurance companies would have a different hope, and so it's going to likely become a political situation between municipalities and their provincial lobby group.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to clarify this fact, the point I've heard that all of the problems that we've had in the past of under budgeting have been taken care of. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, that's our belief. Operations is the big.
Well, if I can, was the last statement we received, was it August?
Correct.
Okay, I was looking last night to see if I could get the most recent one. So the bylaw enforcement issues looked after.
Correct.
Okay. The fire you've looked after.
Correct.
There was a big amount in planning. Has that been looked after?
That has not been addressed. We're still trying to figure out if that's a reality ongoing thing or if that's just more of a blip in the system for a timing thing. So that's something that.
So that hasn't been addressed.
That has not been changed.
The postage issue, has that been addressed?
It has been.
It has been?
Yes.
Now when it comes to operations, the biggest issue is winter maintenance, right?
Correct.
The rest are I thought I heard that we are balanced within a 5-year plan. Did that 5-year plan include 2014?
It did not.
So it's the 5 years previous to 2014.
Correct. Well, Mr. Whitmer's here.
Mr.
And can
Whitmer?
explain it much better than I. Hopefully.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you. Our budget in 2013, and what we'd call that is basically the normal year. We were about $100,000 over budget. So it was getting really close based on our 5-year averages. Obviously, with 2014, we're projecting about a $900,000 deficit position. We treat that as an anomalous year, and we don't budget for the worst case scenario. We're trying to keep it as average as we can. We're hopeful that we will see another return of a lighter year, although we have no ability to influence that. So that's where we're looking at. We're trying the 5-year average. We've been going back historically to take a look at it to see where those numbers are sitting. And we are getting the budget much closer to where we think it should be, but there are still peaks and valleys based on whatever climate is brought to us.
Thank you. User fees, was there a minor adjustment made when council dealt with that?
Yes, it's been factored in.
And that's been put in there?
Correct.
Okay. The next item is payments in lieu. The figures I had last year, you were over by 800,000. Am I reading this correctly, that you're increasing it by 254,000?
Correct. The 2014 statement includes 2014 and 2013, so it was a one-time double up.
Well, if I divide 800 by 2, though, that's 400.
And we had budgeted a portion of it in 2014, so it wasn't completely proportional. You can't just cut it in half.
All right. So everything's looked after. Oh, just one other item. How much have you put for improved investment income?
$50,000.
Now, is that fair? What was our experience for this year?
I don't have the statement in front of me. I don't know.
Do I guess?
I believe our.
I'll tell you. Well, at the end of August, it was 450,000. Is there any reason to believe? I think if you look at the financial markets and what have you, that 2015 is not going to be a dead year. So, is there any reason to believe we're not going to do a lot better than the 50?
So, through the chair, we've been
conservative.
We've had increased. We've had balances in those accounts, and as we're spending the money, there's less money to invest. So we expect that revenue will be lower in 20. Well, won't be to that extent in 2015.
Yeah, but there's a big
Mr. Chapman, Mr. Chapman, is that your?
Through the chair, it's a function of rates and balances. I think you're correct that we're not concerned about rates falling. But as you pointed out in the past, Councillor Gazzola, we've had higher capital balances and lower capital balances, and the balances are down dramatically and will be down again dramatically in 2015. The other point I would make is that part of the reason we're in the situation we're in is because I recall in 2005, 2006, when we had assessment growth at 4% and huge supplementary taxes, we increased our budgets in those years to match the high water mark, I would say, and we've been dealing with the legacy of that ever since. And so my encouragement to Council would be to not budget for the best case scenario or most optimistic scenario. We need to get back to the point where we're generating small surpluses each and every year to replenish that tax stabilization account.
Yeah, or we're breaking.
Councillor Gazzola, your time's expired, but you can.
I have one more quick question.
One more question? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, we've taken care of everything. Okay, so going forward, unless new things crop up, what about the known deficiency we're going to have with the center and the square? Have you taken care of that?
That has not been addressed specifically in the 2015 budget.
But it is a real item that we have to deal with.
To the extent that their budget is as accurate as ours. They're projecting a $600,000 variance, and to the extent that that is the reality, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
My question actually is going to spin off of what Councillor Gazzola was saying. That wasn't my original question. Help me understand, Mr. Chapman. So what you said was that we increased our budgets in the good years, and 4% was the number that I heard you say. But we have not pulled back on that. Is that my correct understanding?
Mr. Chapman? Through the chair, the reality is we've been pulling back ever since, but it's been very, very painful. So councillors that were here in 2004, 5, 6 will recall that we had assessment growth at 4%. The implication of that was that in the year we had big surpluses because we had a lot of supplementary taxes coming in. And through every budget, council would say, we've had such a good year in supplementary taxes, why don't we budget at that level? And we would encourage council not to go to that extent. But we ended up essentially budgeting in supplementary taxes for our very best years. And you can see the implication of what's happened ever since then, and it's been painful for us to reduce those budgets over time. All I'm saying is I think council needs to get back to the place where you maintain some discipline to balance budget based on historic averages, based on some provision for fluctuation, so that if anything, there's a bias in our budget towards generating small surpluses, not small deficits, because we have no room to sustain small deficits going forward.
Okay, so I mean that's history, and we learn from history. I guess my concern is what area of our budget would we have increased that dramatically? That 4% is a huge increase. What areas of the city would we have increased?
Well, it was supplementary taxes that were increased. And again, if memory serves, there was a year in there where there was a 0% tax levy increase, even with a 1-point-something% EDIF impact. And it was through those types of adjustments that council brought the budget down to 0% in that 1 year, but also kept the rates low in other years.
So it was really only that we, instead of passing on an increase to the citizens, that even though we had EDIF, that was how we ended up in this kind of situation?
That's only one illustration of it, but I would say that's representative of the nature of those discussions in those years, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering if that we sort of overspent. You know, we thought that we were in this wonderful trajectory of you know, we're going to have all this additional supplementary income and revenue, and we're just going to, you know, went like a house on fire, no pun intended, and you know, spent like drunken soldiers. I mean, is that a bit overstated?
Comment. Yeah, that's overstated, I would say. All of the decisions were planned decisions, so they were decisions made through budget. They were deliberate decisions of council. So it wasn't as if we found out there was extra money and then went and spent it. But again, I would say in a year where there was a very real inflationary impact, we essentially had a budget reduction, if you ignore EDIF, and it was in large part through increasing budgets like supplementary taxes in those good years.
Okay.
Point of clarification, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I just want to make sure it's clear. We actually, in those years, took the extra assessment growth that we projected and saved the taxpayers' dollars. We didn't actually end up spending it, right? We gave it back to the taxpayer in some circumstances, especially like the EDIF example that you used.
Right. I think through the chair, it's a combination that there were some investments made and there were also below inflationary tax increases adopted.
I think that that's important to recognize. Thanks.
Okay. My other question was related to the operation service growth. Can we just have an understanding of what that operation service growth would be? What areas would that be covering it? And maybe I'll throw out some of my thoughts. It's increased roadworks for growth within areas within the city. It's additional parks or trails or community centers or any of those. Is that what that is?
So through the chair, I'll direct council to page op 15. So that's a detailing of the budget increase. And so while you're turning there, just in summary, the operation to service growth funding year after year does not go exactly to the same things. Operation staff look at where the need is and address it. You'll see on Op 15 in the operations section comments beside some of the areas, and you'll see that some of them start with growth funding dash whatever. That's essentially how the growth funding has been allocated for 2015's budget. So you can see the service that it's going against. So the very first one looks like it's going against downtown maintenance, and you can see the comments and how that funding is being allocated.
Okay, so the majority of what I see is increased wages. At least three of the.
Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Only one of those is actually increased wages. It was the 9,000 series where they had the changes in the wage rates. The other positions are actually increases in temporary staff in order to physically do the work that needs to be done. If we look at the increased temporary staff wages, that's just, we're saying we're increasing the temporary staff wages in order to accommodate the additional staff in order to do that work. It's not, we're not paying them more, we're just increasing the number of bodies for that. The other comment, as Mr. Hagee has indicated, there were revenue lines which were legacy lines that were overstated for years, and we've used our growth money in order to address those, to bring them back where they are, in order to ensure that we're not always in a deficit position for them. And so that's how we're balancing it. So in reality, the growth money isn't 100% for new growth. It is, in some instances, deficit mitigation that we've been using. So we're catching up, but we're not getting 100% of the way there for the new growth. So there will be some issues down the road. We're just not exactly sure what that's going to be yet.
Okay, one quick question, because I heard Mike Dinger
Your time has expired, yes.
Yeah. When you're talking about increased, what would the additional bodies have been for? What would they have been doing?
Some of them are for winter maintenance to meet our minimum maintenance standards. Other ones, the other staff that we've identified is for sign and traffic maintenance in order to be able to do the work for our transportation services group, which deals with the signs for new installs, reflectivity signs, and also for line painting to deal with the bike lanes, some of those activities as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Going back to page 53, You provided an explanation on the COLA and progressions, and I just want to understand the two lines, one with and without fire. The one with fire deals strictly with them only?
With only fire, correct.
Would that include the payments from the decisions that were made through the arbitration process?
Yes.
Okay, and the COLA progressions without the fire is all the balance of the people that are within the city?
Essentially, everybody in the city that is not working in fire.
Okay, and their progressions, and they seem to be higher, and I don't understand that, because when we talk about the decisions by the fire department, or the arbitration for the fire, seems to be higher. I don't understand the difference, why this seems to be...
Because you're talking about a smaller quantum of 150 to 200 fire employees versus the 1,000 other employees of City of Kitchener.
We're talking numbers of staff.
Yes.
That's the difference. Okay. The next line, and I understand that now. Okay. The utilities taxes line, what kind of taxes are we talking about?
It's property taxes on some city-owned facilities, so it's not a significant chunk, but there are some properties that the city owns that we would pay property tax on.
So you're talking like arenas and community centers and stuff of that nature?
Yes.
Libraries, Center Square?
Those would be in their own budgets.
That'll be in their own budget. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions. I just have one actually to follow up from Councillor Yaneski's, and that's also on the fire. Could I get a ballpark figure roughly of that $876,000 figure if that was in line with our other freely negotiated contracts of the City of Kitchener? What would that figure be?
We can get that to you.
Okay.
And again, we don't have a settlement for 2015, so we've made an assumption.
Right.
And if we want to talk about that in any more detail, we need to go in caucus.
Okay. Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
Well, through the chair, I think based on the settlement or the arbitrated award and collective agreements recently negotiated, you could conservatively assume that it would be half if it were based on collectively bargained contracts recently.
Thank you. So about a little over $400,000. Thank you. No further questions. Please continue.
The final slide in this section is the 10-year rate projection, which we've already looked at a little bit. Again, we'll just walk through the slide in a little bit of detail. I'll draw your attention first to the bottom line. And so you'll see it's between 2015 and or 2016, 2025. If you look at the bottom line and see the proposed increases, we're in the range of inflation over the next 10 years is what the projection is. So it's from down around 1.4% up to around 2.5%, which is generally an inflationary amount. We'll go back up to the top and discuss what we see. At the top, you'll see the operating impacts of capital facilities and growth items. And so though the top half of the slide is the expected cost of those facilities in thousands of dollars. So the very first one you see is Waterloo Regional Economic Development Corporation, $120,000. That's dependent on a strategic initiative ad in 2015, but if that were to be approved, there's an amount that would need to be extended into 2016. The next line down is customer relationship management software, again, something dependent on approval for 2015. If council were to approve that, there's an operating impact further down the way. As you go down the list and you look at the facilities coming on, you'll note that those facilities in the capital package, which you have and we'll be discussing next week, if we approve building those facilities, there's an operating impact. So we've aligned the timing of those operating costs with the opening of the facilities. We have estimates as to what those costs are right now, but as we move forward, get better information based on detailed design and whatnot, we'll refine these numbers. And as we get them closer into the forecast, we'll understand what the potential operating costs are. Coming down the last two lines before the subtotal, that's where we see our capital policy growth and our operations to service growth lines. So those are things that we have in this year's budget, and you see that it's projected all the way across the forecast. Those are the only two items that are consistent in every year of the forecast. You'll see a subtotal there in the middle of the page, and so we've got, in 2016, we expect that there's $661,000 of cost that is related to growth. and the line down from that you see is the impact of capital facilities and growth to tax dollars. It's a percentage, so it's 0.63%, and essentially all we're doing is taking that subtotal line and converting that into a percentage based on what the net levy is planned to be in those years. So now that we're in that bottom third of the slide, we'll touch on each of the lines there. So the very top line is that just simply converting the dollars in the top half of the slide to a percentage. The next line, which we've already discussed a little bit, is our expected assessment growth of 0.75%. And again, we'll discuss we'll go back and look to see if that should be increased, what that would look like. Next is base inflation, which we've already alluded to as well, that it's assumed to be 2%. The amount for this year is actually higher, and we'll look to see what an ongoing perpetual amount might be based on multi-year averaging. There is an allocation for strategic initiatives of 0.5%. Assumed in the 10-year forecast. That's something that we look at each year. You'll recall from those who were on previous council, there were a number of years that no strategic initiatives came forward, and that's because the tax rate increases were above inflation, and we didn't believe that it was palatable to bring those forward. Now that we're in more of an inflationary type increase, including the strategic initiative items, we believe that there's that 0.5% that just notionally will allocate for all years of the forecast, and again review based on what's actually happening in that year if it's realistic to bring that forward or not. The bottom two lines in this section relate to physician recruitment and specialist recruitment, and you'll see that it's a decrease of 0.01%. Seems like a little bit of a pittance, but it's something that we wanted to have on council's radar. There was a 5-year commitment made in previous budgets to this program. It's $10,000 a year for each of those, and essentially the 5-year commitment runs out in 2015. So unless directed otherwise, we would be pulling that out of budget for 2016. And I imagine there will be some discussion between now and next year's budget about that. But we're just notifying council that we're pulling that out unless directed otherwise. So you see a subtotal line there of net tax rate increase before EDIF. And so while EDIF is done, the funding of the program is done, there's still debt that's issued for EDIF and needs to run its course over the next number of years. And that's what you see in the line that's specified as Economic Development Investment Fund. You'll note, looking out into 2020, that there's a decrease in the net levy of 0.85% and then so on and so forth across the forecast. And essentially that is the original debt in 2020. That's the very first debt that was issued for EDIF. It will have run its course, so we've issued the debt. We need to continue making payments on that, but it's kind of, if you think of it in a personal example, it's like a fixed-term mortgage. You come to the end of your payments, so you build that into your budget for the time that you need it, and then when your last payment is done, it can drop off. So that's exactly what's happening in 2020. So that's the first year of debt coming off in 2020, the second year coming off in 2021, and so on and so forth over the decade kind of after that, so from 2020 to 2029. So by the end of 2029, there will be no more EDIF debt. And so you'll see that line in the 10-year forecast over the next number of years. It works to reduce the net levy in those years, so we see kind of some smaller tax rate increases at the back end of the forecast because of that reduction. And that concludes the comments.
Very good. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. Just addressing the strategic initiatives percentage here. Is it, I mean, I think it's probably a good idea to build it into the budget, but does that mean that we're prepared to spend that money every year, or are we putting this as a placeholder, and if we don't spend it on strategic initiatives, that money or that would go to the upper group?
So it is more of a placeholder. Essentially, if we were in a year where we see that the impacts are higher, we would remove that and not bring forward anything. Or what's happened this year is essentially we've eliminated, or we have that line, but it could, if council chooses, be fully funded from assessment growth. So that line would essentially net to zero.
Okay. So I guess to put it in layman's terms, it would be like saying I'm going to put $50 a month aside, for example, for a trip that I want to make in 5 years or 10 years. Is that essentially the same? And then if I don't have that money, then I would say, no, I guess we won't put it aside.
I can't draw a good analogy. I don't know that that's the best one, but essentially it's a notional amount that's set aside for service improvements or providing new services. And if we get in the circumstance where we see that that's, there's enough problems otherwise, we would not bring forward that list. So I guess in some extent it's the same. It could be considered more discretionary than a base budget item because it's something we don't have right now.
If my roof went, then all of a sudden I wouldn't be saving for that.
Correct.
Okay. Just going up to the top of the budget, and we're talking about some of these, the new facilities. I've mentioned in the past, and I guess we have to have these placeholders for the community centre and the South District Park and the new library as funding. But if we decide to do a combined building, why? I guess my question continues to be, why would we not be looking at a combined building? So a community centre and pool combined in that as one line instead of broken out into 3 lines.
Through the chair, the funding for each of those is distinct in the capital budget, and so we're just trying to reflect that here. Depending on what the final solution is and what that finally looks like, it could be a combined facility with combined operating costs. Until that's determined, we want to have it separate, just so it's clear and transparent.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Yaneski.
In regard to the Edith Fund, just a further clarification, I understood what you're talking about, that once you've paid your debenture off, it falls off, but you've got a whole bunch of debentures you've got to pay off. Is that correct?
Correct. So it's a series. So in the example I used, I said it was like a mortgage. It would be like a series of 10 mortgages that are staggered year after year. So you pay off the first one, but you still have the other 9. Then you pay off.
Right. And so the first one that's being paid off would be 2020.
Correct.
Which knocks it down by 0.85%.
Correct.
So when the first debenture that was issued would go back to 2003, 2004?
Yes.
So they're about a 15-year or 18-year?
It's a 15-year term on the debt.
15-year term. So when I look at the budget from last year, the charts that you had, and there's nothing in it this year, where you had the graph going up and showing that Edith is reaching its peak in terms of the money that was spent. Now we're on a decline.
Correct.
As of last year, I think, or 2 years ago.
2013, I think, was the peak. Yeah.
Was the peak, yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't, and if it was you're saying it's a 15-year debenture.
Right. So the balance goes down, but we still need to keep making those payments. But at some point, the balance gets to 0. So the very first debt that we issued, say we're not saying these are the numbers, but say we need to pay $1 million a year for that debt for 15 years. We can't remove that $1 million from the net levy until we make that 15th payment. But if you look at how much debt we have, and we only had that one item, we would have had $15 million, and then we have $14 million, $13 million. And so the balance comes down, but we still need the money in the budget to make the payment.
Right. So then when we were in that peak of the year 2013, that's when the last debenture was issued.
Correct.
And if it's a 15-year term, it would expire 2028 or 2029?
I think it's 2029. We approved it in 2013. The debt wasn't actually issued until 2014, and so it runs its course.
Okay, so then I understand why on that bottom line there's nothing for 2016 to 2019 because there's nothing that's been.
It's
the debentures are still being paid off.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just for reference, Councillor Yaneski, if you're interested in that chart, it's in our capital package on page cap 26. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I was just noticing an omission that I believe has been deleted off of the 10-year projection, which would be the arena in the Southwest End. And I just quickly had a glance at the capital, and it looks like it's fallen off there as well. Is that indeed the case, that it's no longer part of the 10-year projections?
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through the Leisure Facilities Master Plan update, Council prioritized very specific facilities, and the Twin Pad Arena was not one that was put in a priority for the 10-year capital forecast.
So that was for 10-year, or was that just, I understand it's the lowest priority within the Southwest, and that's fair. And I agree with that prioritization, but for it to completely come off and not even have anything in the 2024-2025 time frame is very concerning, even if it's nominal amounts to keep it in the budget.
So this has been dealt with by Council both through the Leisure Facilities Master Plan and the DC study. What I would say is that the Leisure Facilities Master Plan identified no need for new rinks within the next 10 years. We'll be doing another update of the Leisure Facilities Master Plan in 5 years, and this is one of the items that we would look at that time.
Okay, but it's definitely still going to be on the radar because it's clearly a part of the Southwest District Master Plan. Even though it's not top priority.
Yes, it's on our radar.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it's a question and a point, and it's very obvious, but I'd like to hear it anyways. And I think it's the effort of staff and council that we've set the path for tax increases that are inflationary as opposed to a runoff. But by 2025, if you're looking at a 10-year projection, not only would we be enjoying very low taxes, but at the same time, we will have substantial debt reduction at that point. So financially, we'll be sitting very well.
I would expect if everything plays out the way that we hope, we would be in a much better financial position 10 years out than we are.
So good times are ahead.
Nothing but sunshine.
That's assuming council is very disciplined. There are no further questions, so I guess we'll skip the 2 board pages and move on to Op 59.
Okay, so this slide is just inserted to draw reference. There are some issue papers in the capital pack or in the operating package starting on page 106. We've already talked about the center and the square issue paper. The other 2 are there for council's information. There's the council conference costs, which is something that just needs to be reaffirmed every term of council, and the issue paper discusses the need for that. And then on page 109, there are some full-time equivalent staff additions, which are essentially converting part-time positions to full-time positions, but do not have a budget impact. So the funding for that has been found within existing budgets and is just being converted to full-time equivalents. And so they're all detailed in the package on page 108 and 109.
Okay, now is it preference that we deal with those items now, or we should...
Yeah, I would say they aren't going to come up anywhere else in the package. Okay. So it's essentially, if you want to have a discussion about them, you should do it now. Otherwise, we'll just bring these forward as part of the final budget resolution.
I think it's appropriate for committee to comment if that's the preference. So again, that's 108 and 109. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, it is with regard to that, but I noticed just an inconsistency with page 59 and page 105. I'm assuming that all of the columns on the right there are supposed to say not applicable because there really isn't any proposed budget increases. And it says yes for number 2 on 59, and then it says yes for number 3 on 105.
I think I transposed when I copied the chart. Essentially, they... NA or yes is appropriate to both 2 and 3. They don't have any, there's no additional budget impact. They do require some kind of confirmation from council.
Okay, and then I just wanted to have a clarification. I believe that for the, on 109, the event attendant for special events, those were all part-time staff that were for the 1.5 FTE.
I'll turn to Mr. Regier.
Through you, Chair Davey. 2 of those are seasonal part-time, and 2 of those will be part-time year-round.
Okay, and can I, Mr. Chair, bring something up with regards to the market? I don't know if we're ever getting to the line items, like the actual line items within each department.
I think now's appropriate.
Because market's on there, and it's so on page 14, it shows that the market's actually looking to decrease its budget. Did I understand that correctly? On page 14, it's not a whole lot, but.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so the market has seen some increased revenues above projections. So the way this balances out is that we are asking for some additional, one half-time position additional, but that will be funded entirely out of existing revenue. So we're seeing a small increase in revenue above our anticipated costs there.
Okay.
So it's essentially a break-even proposition for us.
Right. So not only are you adding a half-time FTE, you're also giving a small portion back to the tax base through the decrease.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing some excellent activity growth in the marketplace, and you can see in our fee schedule we were looking for increased revenue out of the marketplace, particularly the rental facility for the kitchen. So you know that's the rationale there.
Okay. I see that as very good news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, thanks. The FTEs for the event, did I hear correctly? It was 2 seasonal part-time and 2 full part-time year-round. Is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Okay, I guess
and if I can just make the point here that these are actually not new positions. These are positions which are currently hired under contract, but we just want to establish them as permanent parts of the org chart because they're required for the ongoing event program.
So, am I to understand that the additional of 1.5 FTE, that's not actually one person for a full-time and one person for a half-time, it's actually 3 part-time people?
Yeah, my note on that is that it's actually 4 people, but it's it could, yeah, pardon me, 3 people. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, because I was confused by your comment that it was two seasonal part-time and 2 full part-time. Where is the funding coming for this? Is you saying it's not coming out of the tax base? The operations?
No, yeah, that's correct. These are these. It has been the practice of the special events team to pull on contract staff to support the delivery of the special events program. This simply formalizes it within the org chart. So it's an administrative matter rather than a request for increased funding in the budget.
So essentially what that means is that position will be there permanently.
That's right.
And that should that person decide not to move on to another job somewhere else, we would be rehiring.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we have a sense of what the salary range would be for that, and what the implications on benefits and things like that? Because I mean, would these fall under OMERS as well?
Yes, I believe they would. They are essentially labor positions for the ones that are outside, helping to organize and equipment and move things around. I'll get you some additional information on the specific classifications of those positions if you wish before budget day.
Okay, I guess is there no way that some of these positions could not have been handled by our group of volunteers? That do they have to be paid positions?
Yes, they're certainly necessary to be paid positions. This is they're dealing with city-owned equipment. They're handling city-owned responsibilities that are the purview of the city. They require our all of the benefits provisions to secure them in their functions. I would say we have a very aggressive event program. It's very active. We have some 80-odd events involving street closures, event setup, breakdown with our own equipment, with some rented equipment, and they are, as a result, a core part of our events, special events operation.
Why wouldn't we consider contracting that work out so that when we need it, we have it there, and when we don't need it, we don't have to pay?
Well, these are right now they are actually contract positions, and they, Jeff can correct me on the salary rate, but these are our salary. Can you tell us what the salary is for those special part-time positions are?
The hourly works out to, I believe it's about $14.25 an hour. So it's not a huge amount of money.
So this is a very efficient way for us to pull staff in as we need it to provide core services to deliver our event program.
Okay, I guess I'm just concerned that we're adding, even though we're not adding to our complement, we're adding to our complement because now they're formalized as opposed to contract positions. Okay, that was my question on that. Thank you. Will we, Mr. Chair, be talking at all about the economic development portion on the line by line on Op 14 at some point in time?
If it's not in the standard package, what I'll do at the end is if anyone has any questions about any areas, we'll go over those at that point.
I'm sorry, say that again.
If it's not in the standard package, I'm sure people will have questions on some of the line items, so at the end we'll take any questions that haven't been covered.
Okay, or it can be part of the strategic initiatives. Some of this relates to the strategic initiatives. Right. Okay.
Certainly.
I think my time is up again.
Your time is expired.
All right, I'll cue in again.
Councillor Schneider.
A question for Mr. Hagee. With the council conference budget, the allocation is $14,500. If that portion of that is not used, where would that excess money go?
Through the chair, that would fall to the bottom line. In the variance report, there would be a positive variance in the mayor and council line, and so that would get added to the overall result for the city. And so if everything else was on budget and there were savings here, that savings would essentially just go to the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'm getting a little confused here. I was of the impression that we would deal with all of those items from page 106 to the end. They're all additional items. There are budget papers on each of those. I thought we would deal with each of those individually.
Sir, your questions on 106 is centered in the square.
From there, all the issue papers.
We will deal with we'll deal with the strategic initiatives.
So you're going to deal
right now
all?
we're just dealing with 108 and 109.
Through the chair, the strategic initiatives, I believe, are the very next section,
yes.
But they're different in that they are not included in the base budget in our ads. These are things that would go into the base operating.
Yeah, there's no line-by-line information here whatsoever. Just a couple of questions. 2014 items have been restated. Was there an explanation for that? Has that been given? If it has, I'll stop right there.
A detailed explanation is not provided. It's essentially in 2014, from the time 2014 budget was approved until now, sometimes the responsibility for certain work moves or positions move, and so we restate the budget just so it's more of an apples-to-apples comparison.
Well, this is the first time I've seen a restated budget. Normally, you don't do that.
It has been in previous budget packages. a restate. So for full disclosure, we're showing here's what council approved in 2014, here's what the restated budget is.
But you haven't given any explanations whatsoever.
As to what?
Pardon?
As to what the restatements are, that's correct.
And it would be interesting to know that as we're dealing. We need to know that as we're looking forward to 2015.
It's to deliver the same services in 2014. It's just the responsibility for who is providing those services or the budget allocation has moved from one area of the city to another area.
Some explanation would help. Now, can I expect for budget day that we will have more up-to-date actual figures than August? Will we have December 31 up-to-date figures?
For final budget day, we'll have closed the books and we will know absolutely what the final figures are.
Okay, moving on to the issue papers. Are we going to include the known deficit that we're going to have to share with the center and the square? Are we going to include that in these deliberations or not?
Through the chair, that is not included in the base submission. It is not it's something that could be added to the strategic initiative list. The reason it was not put in is it's under review right now, and the amount that's projected is for operations in 2015. It may look substantially different in 2016 and beyond. So to set a base budget of $1.7 million going out is could be premature if that's not what the operations will be over time.
Yeah, but we do know, yes, this is being studied, and things will probably, in all likelihood, change. But regardless of that, we know that we're pretty well are in a fixed position for 2015. We pretty well know that they're lacking closing the doors there, that we are going to incur that kind of a deficit. So should we not be providing for that now that we know that? We've cleared up all our other sins of the past. So this is another item that we know about. Should we not be recognizing it?
So I would suggest, if that's council's prerogative, a better solution to that is to increase the transfer to the tax stabilization reserve fund rather than increase the transfer to the center and the square.
Okay,
it does the same thing, but
I agree.
It's kind of semantics, but I think that's a better solution.
Well, in your opinion, it's better.
Fair enough.
Everybody has. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, that's the point. I'd like to move on to this big issue of conference seminars, or conference expenses.
Actually, Councillor Gazzola, if you're going to start anew, your time's just expired, so I'll just get you to queue back in if you don't mind. Mayor Vabenovich.
Thanks, Chair Davey, and Mike, I have a couple questions. First of all, on OP03, so I just want to be absolutely clear. So all three of these items are already in the budget, so we're not looking at new dollars. All we're doing is simply adding them to complement as a resolution is required for that process, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On the issue of the program assistant, so if I understand correctly, we would be adding this position to complement, and at the end of the day, we would still be seeing that slight reduction in the market budget that you referenced earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And on the special event end of things, and I always, quite frankly, marvel at the work that's done by that team in terms of seeing the amount of events that we have growing throughout our community, and yet it's been getting done quite actively within the existing budgets that we have. I guess what I'm wondering there in particular is if staff can just comment, and this may be a question for Jeff, what kind of growth have we seen, and what kind of additional growth do we anticipate in going forward in the coming year in terms of events?
Mr. Young?
Through the chair. Every year, the event portfolio continues to grow, as everybody has probably seen. I would expect that to continue. What we're seeing now is not necessarily city-owned festivals increasing. It's more of the reliance from the community for us to be actively participating in their festivals, whether it be a big music fest, a Cultroon Music Festival that'll be moving this year into Kitchener, any variety of new festivals that just come to the city. They always need support. That support, comes through our staff, and we're always happy to do that. And so we continue to see an increase. How many it will be, it'll definitely be more. How many, I'm not 100% sure. It just seems to add as the year goes on.
And is it generally fair to say that it's more cost effective for us as a municipality to add to the vitality of the community by having these other community partners come forward and lead these events with us only supporting them in how they need to in terms of various collaborations and so on?
Absolutely. For the city-owned festivals, for any event of any size, it takes a lot of resources, staff, because we're working with a lot of internal partners as well. But it's always a little bit easier if we have a third-party group that is the organizer of the event, because they can be having their committee meetings, they can be leading the charge from behind, and we can be assisting and directing them where they need to be, whether it be road closures or, park usage or parking lots, etc.
Okay, thank you very much. That'll be it.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. This is in regard to the landscape architectural intern on page 110. And we have had this position, I see, for, I guess, a number of years on contract basis, and now want to become full-time. If this does not materialize and get supported, what happens to this particular position, since there's comments here that union has been sort of acceptable but may not be in the future? And if they aren't, what happens to the work?
Mr. Whitmer?
Through you, Mr. Chair. In 2006, when the position was brought in, it was there to supplement the work program that we had. Over the last 8 years, it's become pretty obvious through a number of different individuals that have held that position. It hasn't been the same person. People have moved into vacancies that have been created by people retiring or moving to other areas. So we filled that on an as-needed basis. So this work is necessary in order to work with our capital program. The union has been gracious in allowing us to continue with the extension of contracts for those period of times, because what was happening is that it was a new individual each time that we were taking advantage of that situation. What they have said is that this obviously historically is a long-term need, and they're not prepared to support at this time a continuation of a contract position. So if the position fails to materialize, the position will be eliminated, and then also the work program that the person was doing will also not be completed. So you won't get trails and you won't get park work that will be done in accordance with our program. It will be delayed, and we'll have a backlog that will be generated as a result of it.
Okay, appreciate the answer, but let's say it does get not supported, and you go back and try to do another one-year contract, but the union disagrees. What's the process there?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, we have a collective agreement which establishes the provisions around the use of contract staff. So essentially they could grieve management's decision to continue with a contract position. If we were not prepared to honor the clear wording of the collective agreement, it would go to arbitration, and in all likelihood the city would lose at that point and be ordered through arbitration to eliminate the position.
And the arbitrator decides that we have to abide by that decision?
It's true, and we don't disagree with the wording of the collective agreement. That issue is really not in dispute. It is clear, and we have acknowledged that in the issue paper, and so essentially we're saying to council that if we do not make this position permanent, we will need to end the contract.
Okay, thank you. The other item dealing with the conferences, how was it determined that $14,500 would be allocated to each councillor? How did that figure come about?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, it's my recollection that this was simply a commitment and allocation of funds that were already approved in budget. So it's a reflection of a 4-year allocation of the funds that were previously approved by council in your conference budget. The policy said that council would approve it every term, and so it's coming forward at this point for you to ratify that budget allocation.
Yeah, those were the specific amounts that were approved in the last council's. They were approved last council, those specific figures. So it's just coming forward each year for reapproval.
Well, I didn't see anything in the last council resolution other than saying that the objective was to reduce the number of conferences from 3 to 2 or something of that nature.
That's not correct. It was to divvy the budget up amongst members of council.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The objective was to divvy up instead of having a pooled budget, it was to have an allotted budget for each member of council versus pooled over the entire 4-year term.
Okay, so it's just taking the existing status quo stuff and then dividing it.
Correct. Yeah, there's no budget impact.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, thank you. Going back to the questions that Councillor Yanetsky was asking about the landscape architect, just if I understand correctly, because it's been a contract position, we need to move it into a formalized permanent position. If we were to let that contract position go, but initiate it again in a month's time, would we be allowed to carry on with a contract position for a year?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, I'm not sure that that's a line of questioning that we should pursue in open council. I think it goes to really our intention to honor the letter and spirit of an agreement and to deal with the union in good faith. And so I don't know what the answer to that question is. It likely would require some legal interpretation of the provisions of the collective agreement. But at the end of the day, I think our hope here is to honor both the letter and the spirit of the agreement. No one disputes that there is an substantially increased body of work. The FTE has proven valuable to us, and so we believe the right thing to do is to make it permanent.
I'm not disputing that whatsoever. Certainly, as an advocate for trails and parks, I wouldn't be disputing that. And I'm sure the work that has been done has been not only necessary but welcomed by, the community and by council. I just wanted to understand what the implications were of that. Just a question in general. We haven't really gone through of the chair. We haven't really gone through the first few pages in terms of OP 9, 8, all of those pages. Will we be doing that at some point in time? Because I do have questions on a number of those pages.
Sure. As I said, we'll go through at the end. We'll have, if any questions haven't been covered, I just don't want to mix it in with something we're already in the middle of dealing with these items, so I'd rather you hold off.
Okay. I just wonder if it will become if we're going to be going back and forth, if we shouldn't have done that initially in the very beginning, gone through those pages originally for maybe questions of clarification.
Well, it's difficult because the initial front page of the report covers the entirety of the process we're going through. So picking out which items members who want to speak to would be exceedingly difficult in terms of planning the day. So obviously there's always going to be areas that members of committee are interested in discussing that won't be covered in the formal presentation. So we will get to those. I just ask that you hold off.
All right.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, thank you. Through Chair Davey, my question is to Mr. Young. And it's regarding the staff positions. And you'd mentioned that the city is attracting another festival here.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
You mentioned it in one of the previous comments from council that there was another festival that's coming here. I didn't quite hear which festival.
Oh, sorry, through the chair. One of the festivals is the Culture and Music Festival, or World Music Festival. It's planned to be coming to Kitchener this year in July as well.
Okay. So I guess the thing that I'm looking at is because of the staff that we use and the amount of staff that we use, that we're very accommodating towards festivals, and that's how we're attracting other festivals to this community.
Correct. When there's an interest from a festival, we certainly don't discourage them to
to move to a different city, and we try to figure out a way to best accommodate them so that their festival or event can be successful.
Okay. And how typically how would Waterloo do this? Like, how do they operate with their festivals and all that?
I can't speak for Waterloo. I know in terms of volume, I don't believe they're at the same level that we are in terms of the number of festivals and events that we have go through our office. Okay. In terms of numbers, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have questions to do with those issue papers, but I'm not going to ask them now because I thought we were going to go to them at the end, okay?
Please.
Okay, so I right now we're going to deal with one of those, we're going to deal with the first three at the front, the Center in the Square, conferences, and the other one.
Center in the Square has been dealt with. But
yeah, okay,
yes.
So that's where, okay, we're not going to deal with those. Okay, I just want to, I'm still not clear on the conferences. How much was there in the 2014 budget for conferences for council, for council? Leave the mayor out, for council. What was the budget for that?
Yeah, you could, I'm not sure it was broken out. I think the mayor was included, but you could, in theory, multiply that by 10 and say it's 145.
Mr. Chapman's doing the math. It should be the 14.5 times 10 divided by 4.
Mr. Chapman.
Which equates to $36,000 for council, not including the mayor.
Okay, that's fine. So, what does that mean?
That's how much money there is to spend.
No, I know, but like last year, I didn't go to any conferences. What did I contribute to the surplus?
Yes.
And
yes, your savings would have fallen to the bottom line.
Okay, so if I look at 14.5, that means 3,600 of that is allocated to me every year.
Correct.
Although you don't have to be clear, you don't have to use it all in 1 year. You could spend.
Well, no, that's what I'm confused on. If you don't use it, it drops into surplus. It's not. You see, there's some confusion there.
It does, but you could overspend in another year. So over the 4-year term, you have 14.5 to spend, and when you spend it is your choice.
So I can spend that in year one?
Within the other parameters of the policy.
What are the other parameters of the policy?
I believe there's a limit as to number of conferences you can attend, and I believe there's even...
No, I don't think there's...
I don't see that.
I don't believe there's a limit, but we can confirm, Mr.
Yeah,
there's no country part, but Mr. Chapman?
So through the chair, I think you've hit the nail on the head that this will create some variance year to year. We made the decision not to implement a system whereby we're carrying funds forward and allocating them every year. We want to watch and see. These things tend to have a way of balancing themselves out over time. And so we'd expect that some, as you say, will exhaust theirs in 1 year, others will not use any, and it'll be a minimal variance on the whole.
Okay, that's fine. Now I understand it, okay? I do want to make a comment, okay, because I think it's really a sort of a minor item, but I do want to say, I do want to speak to the whole issue of conferences and what it means. I've made some notes that when I was on staff, I rarely took the time to go to them. They were available, but I rarely went. As a counselor, I have usually, over the 12, 13 years, I've attended one a year, some years two. Last year, I attended none. Not because I was trying to build up the city's surplus and be a nice guy. None of the conferences fit in with my free time, so I didn't go. And that's fine. But I want to emphasize, like anything else, you get out of things as much as you put into them. And there are counselors, there are a lot of counselors here that I know that go to conferences and put a lot into them and get a great deal out of them. Some of the counselors around this horseshoe too, and the mayor, not only get a lot out of the conference, but they get a lot out of the community that they're in. They go and talk to the people in the community, find out things that are working in the community, things that aren't working in the community, and they really broaden their experience and their knowledge base. Okay? they come back and they use that knowledge base and that experience in these very council chambers. The whole point I'm trying to get at, it's a minor item, but I think it has been an item that's been well spent, and I think the community has benefited from it. And this whole nitpicking as where we're going, I find it, I find no need for it. Also, there's some question about making a report when you come back. To me, that's, again, it's like we're delinquents. We have to report on what we did or what we didn't do, and to what extent, who's going to read the report. I think, I'm afraid that in the future, we're going to have a test when we come back, and I hope not. The other issue that if we're going down this path, that is fine. I wanted to build into the policy somehow, if a person was to go beyond their limited spending as set out in the budget, if they would not be allowed to attend additional conferences that are beneficial to them and the community, and have that paid for out of their salary. So if they go over a certain base, they're allowed to use their salary for that, and thereby reduce their salary, and as a minimum for spending their own money, save a few dollars on income taxes. So that's just a minor amendment, if we're going down that route, that I would like to see happen. Other than that, it's not a big issue. It's not a big issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say in reply to Councillor Gazzola that he's missing the whole point of this exercise, and that is that when any of us do not use his or her share of our council budget for conferences, the whole point of this is to prevent another councillor or councillors swooping in on that attempt to save taxpayer dollars and gobbling up the difference. There's been no mention of that. That's why we did it, or that's why we're trying to do it. I think Councillor Gazzola can smirk as much as he likes at this effort, but as a man of the people and someone who champions taxpayer dollars so often, I'm surprised that he is going down this route on this issue. I fully support this effort to prevent what I think is an abuse, an excessive abuse by some councillors using up dollars saved by Councillor Gazzola and others.
Okay, and in fairness, Councillor Gazzola, to retort.
It's such a minor item. I guess I do see the point, and I really do not have a problem with other people using that money. I think we do that in everything we do. As we go through the year, we see a budget, for example, that is short, a leisure access card budget is short, we dip into another budget to try to help that out. So I have no problem with sharing my conference money with other members of council. And if that's what you're trying to prevent, so be it.
Okay. Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. I understand where this is going to in terms of trying to be fair in terms of each councillor getting their allocation. However, I found that also that going to these conferences or plenary sessions, as I refer to them as, has been quite beneficial because I've seen staff at these sessions as well over the years, and I have at those conferences, basically been more planning conferences because that's my background, have communicated with staff over the years and found out that it has benefited them in terms of what they have learned on there and benefited me in terms of what's happening across the country in terms of the impact of what's happening in the neighborhood or what's happening in terms of heritage issues, or it's traffic calming or stormwater management or whatever it is. I'm talking more in terms of planning conferences as opposed to the municipal FCMs and AMOs conference, although they deal with those issues as well. The resident and the taxpayer is getting the best buck for the value of having a counselor sit on council and do the duty that he's required to. And going to conferences is a way of learning. We have no other way of learning of going here at the city in terms of finding out what's happening other than attending. And I found also by attending, networking is probably one of the key factors that has benefited me in terms of associating with other councillors or mayors throughout Canada or even the States on helping communicate and find out additional information that has benefited me and benefited my constituents. And I think that the allocation here has been going downhill. In fact, our education component should be increasing as opposed to going the opposite direction. And I take exception in terms of how this is all being proposed, but I think if we're going to go backwards, the taxpayer in the long run is going to suffer.
Okay. Councillor Schneider.
With the conference issue, I think it is beneficial for a councillor to file a report after they return, because the information that they gain and the experience they gain can be shared with us all. And I think that's a very important element to attending a conference. I also think with technology now, there would be ways that you could experience a conference via a webinar and attend more conferences that way, get more information that way. That's my comment on that.
Thank you. 3 people still in the queue. Councillor Fernandez.
Are we doing comments before we break for lunch, or because it seems to be comments here as opposed to questions?
Yeah, it's kind of a difficult thing in terms of going through the budget process. So obviously, I've been taking both at the same time, but we'll be breaking for lunch after we finish dealing with these 2 items.
Okay. I wanted to make a comment regarding the special events. Notwithstanding that it does help bring a vibrancy to our city, it brings a vibrancy to mainly the downtown core. As an outlying ward councillor, I continue to hear from my community that they're not always that interested in coming downtown. I realize that we've got some great festivals, and I'm really happy that we have that. But my community centre has done numerous festivals, activities with minimal staff involvement, and want to continue doing so that they can do the kind of festival or event that draws our community in Ward 4. So notwithstanding the fact that we've got some great facility events going on, I am concerned that it could be perceived as a nice to have. I don't know that it necessarily always has a revenue component to this, and I stand corrected. I know that the arts market and the I think it was KW Awesome 11 days that the street was closed downtown Kitchener. I'm sure brought some interesting and additional revenue. I think it's hard to always put a finger on that. I just hope that we continue to review the benefits, not only socioeconomic benefits, but the benefits to the outlying areas of the city. So in Councillor Galloway-Seelock's ward, in my ward, where residents may not ever be able to get to the events that are happening downtown. So just a comment, I think we just need to be careful about the difference between the needs and the wants of the entire community.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, I have you in the queue. You've already commented.
107, 108, and now I'd like to talk about 109.
Please.
Okay. I have a few questions on, the first one is on the market. I didn't realize this when I was reviewing this, that the market's basically in a break-even position. What happens if we don't hire this half a person? The way we're looking at it, we're going to improve our position by $2,300 or something like that. If we don't hire this position, what happens to the bottom line?
We see revenues continuing to grow. However, Council will recall from an audit that was delivered to you on the operations last year that the market is running under extremely lean conditions, and its administration is really strapped at this point. So we are going to see a decreased ability to deliver on the opportunity that we have with programming for the marketplace.
I mean, to run in a lean condition isn't a bad thing.
No, but it's a stressful, extremely dynamic organization with minimal staff right now, and so this half-time position. The rationale for that was documented in the operational audit that was prepared for Council last August, and is absolutely critical for our ongoing development of that institution.
Okay, but you haven't put a figure on the question I asked. Instead of an improvement of $2,300, what would that budget look like?
Well, I think the estimated cost of this part-time position is about $40,000 all in. So. You'd see a positive benefit to the bottom line around that range,
which is quite a substantial difference.
Yeah.
Thank you. On this special events, there's also another portion of that in the other papers, right? So it's a two-part zinger here.
Yeah, that's correct. That's a separate issue.
Are they separate?
They're completely separate. Yeah.
You can do this other one and not do this one?
That's correct.
Okay, that's.
Well, I would say, just to clarify, the request for event attendant part-time positions here is to formalize positions that are currently in place on a contract basis. In other words, we are not, there will be no budget impact here because essentially we are already hiring and using these people on a contractual basis, but we need to have them formalized as part of the organization.
No, what you're saying is these are part-time positions, we've already got them in place. So what are you asking us to formalize?
We're requesting, sorry.
Well, they're already there.
Mr. Chapman, to clarify, please.
Through the chair, Council and staff has reached an agreement years ago that said staff will never add positions to core complement without Council approval. So staff have discretion to hire contract employees for defined periods of time from time to time. That's what's happened here. It's become clear that there is a permanent requirement, but we have no ability to create temporary part-time to permanent part-time without Council approval. So we're simply asking for that approval to acknowledge the permanency of those roles. Okay.
So what you're doing here is you're asking for permanent part-time that you've had on a temporary basis. Is that what am I hearing that right?
On a temporary basis over the long term, yes.
Yeah, so so there's no budget impact to us.
Correct.
Okay, that's a totally different thing. So you're
the two issues are quite different in terms of the request.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's fine. I have a much different position on that now than when I understand that, because I too share some of Councillor Fernandez's issues that we need to start spending money on the rest of our body. We're spending too much on the heart. Landscape architect. Is this position been there? Has this position been there now, or is somebody doing this work now?
Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the position has been filled since 2006.
On a contractual basis.
That's correct.
And we need to continue doing what we've been doing.
That's correct.
So had this person been a full-time basis, we would have ended up with a deficit in our
Through you, Mr. Chair. The position is fully funded through our capital program.
Mr. Chapman,
So when council increased investment in trails and parks, staff identified at the time that we would need to hire additional landscape architects to design and project manage those works. All of those costs are funded through capital budgets. So when you increase the investment, we increase the staffing to support it. What's become clear is that there's a permanent and increasing body of work there, which requires that staff commitment to be permanent.
So that person is charged to the capital budget?
Correct.
So it has no impact on operations?
It's the same issue again, that we have no ability to create a permanent full-time position. We're simply seeking your direction to create what's been funded temporarily to make it permanent.
Okay, so Councillor Gazzola, your time's expired. You feel free to ring back in. Councillor Etherington?
Oh, that's great.
Sorry, 1 second. There you go.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on the special event situation, I just wanted to ask the question to Mr. Young or Mr. Regier whether we could cover some of these costs by charging extra for certain special events that take place in the municipality. I'm thinking particularly of the Beer and Ribs Festival, which is a private, profit-making venture.
Through the chair, excuse me. We do charge back to third-party event organizers right now, whether through staff or turf repairs, custodial services, whatever services they may tap into through the city. So we are charging back right now to them.
But I mean, could we charge more?
I guess we could. The difficulty there is if you set a rate, and you referenced RibFest, one of our larger festivals, if you set a rate, at a certain level, out of fairness, we'd have to charge that same rate to, a small event that would not be able to afford, a rate that's established for a larger festival.
But the smaller events are surely mostly charitable or other than private.
Yes and no.
Okay, I don't want to belabor it. And Mr. Chair, my other question relates to what I've already commented on, but it follows subsequent comments by Councillor Yanetsky. Can I make a quick comment on the conferences?
We are running a bit behind, but please a quick comment.
It's just a quick one, and that is that I would recommend that anyone interested in this subject look at some of the media reports on councillor spending on conferences. And I think if we do that, it's not surprising that Councillor Yanetsky would be a defender of the existing policy.
Okay, moving along, 2 people in the queue. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you, Chair David. I just wanted to comment on OP 109 further, because I think it really is imperative that we keep a couple things in focus. A number of years ago, we put in place a process where the mechanism for staff to deal with any permanent FTE positions was to bring it forward in budget process so that we as a council would have an opportunity to approve it. I think the items that are here in front of us are items that are already built into the budget and that have no additional budgetary impact on our community, but they need to be formalized. So I think we need to look at these in that context. I also just want to comment briefly further on the issue of the special event one, because it does concern me a little bit, sometimes around some of the comments that get made, particularly around some of these special events being in the downtown. I think it's important for council to remember a couple things. Fundamentally, the downtown is the heart of our community. If one thinks about any time you visit any other city, it's the downtown that's typically the first place that you go to, and the first place that you go and judge another community's vibrancy by in terms of how that downtown is doing. In fact, if you start looking at cities across North America, and this has been very much some of the argument around some of the investments that have been made in our downtown historically. It's because there's been a recognition that by investing in our downtown, we in fact are investing in our broader community as a whole. And I've often likened it to the foundation of a home. If the foundation starts getting cracks in it, the rest of the home will eventually crumble. And that can be said of the downtown as well. And we've made significant progress in that regard. I don't disagree that we need to start looking at how we can expand events to other parts of the city. And we know more of that is happening. We saw that last year with a very successful event, as an example with Big Music Fest at McLennan Park. It didn't come without some challenges and hiccups in the beginning as well, in terms of how do we bring some of these events to other parts of the city, because sometimes these other parts of the city may not be as receptive initially as we would hope that they would be. So I think we need to balance all of that stuff. We know, for example, that there are other events that are happening out at places like Chicopee Ski Hill, at Binghamans and other places. So they are happening in other parts of the community. The one thing I would like to ask Mr. Young, though, is, as we look at this, and, we heard Councillor Fernandez talk about, some of the events in her wards. And it is something that I, talked about as well, in terms of how do we animate our wards more going forward. Is there opportunity through this to see some of your special events staff be able to work with community groups that are looking at growing special events in neighborhoods in the future? And is that something that, in fact, maybe we want to, that you and your team can take a look at and develop a bit of a plan around going forward?
Yeah, through the chair. That's actually something that we started last year. We met with a number of community centers, and it really came out of Big Music Fest. And then the involvement with the movie night that happens in that ward as well. And we started the discussion of would there be an opportunity to start to provide additional support. And we have with a number of neighborhoods, mostly through currently the Tier 2 grant process. A lot of community groups apply for and receive Tier 2 funding for their events. And some of them are very set up, very ready to go, have a great committee and do not require a whole lot of assistance. I can think of one in Kelly's ward, which is also my ward. And they do a great job annually, and we have really zero involvement. But there are other community groups that do come forward and ask for our assistance, and we're definitely there to provide it. But I think there's certainly an opportunity to engage the neighborhoods if they want to have, whether it's a movie night or a fun carnival or whatever it might be. We're a phone call or an email away to get the discussion started, and would certainly be open to doing any of that kind of thing.
So just on that, and I'm encouraged to hear that, I'm wondering if one of the things you could do either for final budget day or for a community services meeting is to bring a report back that can talk about how you and your team could better support neighborhoods in the future, particularly if these positions are put in place.
Yeah, one of the big things we're working on right now that we're pretty much ready to go, and it takes a lot of time to put it together, is our Event in a Box. And really what that is that's a community tool for if somebody wants to start an event, big, small, whatever it might be, it at least gives them the tools at the beginning to go online through our Kitchener Events website to see, do you need a road closure? Are you going to need a police presence? What kind of permits will you be? Are you going to be selling merchandise there? Food vendors, anything like that, to try to give them the education at the beginning of the planning. That way they can figure out with their group, if it's an individual or a committee or a team, yes, I want to move forward with an event, it's worth a phone call or worth popping into to chat with us about moving forward, or you know what, there's a whole lot more involved in the process than I thought. We're not ready yet, maybe we'll come back in a year, or scrap the idea altogether. So that's probably the biggest thing we're pushing out, is to give, whether it's a one-person operation or an out-of-town group coming in to give them that foundation to start an event.
Okay, so would it be reasonable then to have a report come back? Well, okay, just to finalize this.
Final question, thank you.
Would it be reasonable then to have a report come back to community services?
Yeah, I think what we can do is it'll be a PDF document that we put online. So something in the form of that report, we could have the actual document and
Yeah, well, and just, a broader
And I could walk
report
through
around
it.
how you can support neighborhoods and so on.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Chair, did you want a motion to that effect, or
I think
requesting a report?
I think staff's keeping track, and they'll be bringing them forward at the end. Is that correct? Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola. Thank you, Mr. Young.
I want staff to talk fast here. On the item, landscape architect intern, we're hiring a person, putting them on full-time basis. Can we ever reduce our staff? It's a theoretical question. If that position is no longer required, we can eliminate that.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, that's correct, and typical layoff and bumping provisions of a collective agreement would apply.
Would apply. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's the other deals with the special events. One of the largest benefactors of special events is the downtown area. Has the KBIA been approached to assist in any of this?
Through the chair, in terms of funding, the BIA is actively involved with us for a number of events through the year, and they do provide some sponsorship throughout the year for some different events.
But on a go-forward basis, are we constantly talking to the KBIA, saying, well, you know, our share of the pot's going up, how about your share? Is that an ongoing discussion, or is it something we have to prod from here?
Wait for Mr. Bloom on.
Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, yes, we have those conversations throughout the year. They have their own event infrastructure that they use for the events that they put on, and then they provide some financial assistance to us in terms of sponsorships for ones that they think align with their mandate. So yes, those conversations happen regularly, and we can continue to have those.
So is there any improvement coming forward in this coming year in the face of where we're going?
Through the chair, I would say not this year, mostly because they've gone through a change in their executive director, who has only been on for a few months and really hasn't had I think, the time to comb through their budget and understand what their role is. But that's something that is a conversation we can have over the course of the next year.
Okay, there are no further comments. I will just catch up with some of the comments that Councillor Marsh had sent along. With respect to some items already dealt with, she had no issue with the KPL or Centre in the Square board. As in terms of these items, she has no problem with issue on Op 109. She spoke specifically of the need, support for the need for the market, the additional FTE, and she also indicated support for the council conference budget. My own comments are, I'm happy to see that these items are, I would probably be a little more concerned if they had budgetary impact. But I can say with like absolute honesty, I think I had direct work to do with the landscape architect, I believe, about maybe a year and a half ago. And I'm not sure if the same person's even in that position, but she was critical in really helping me and the community deal with an issue surrounding a playground. So I can see why it's here, and I can see why it's important. On the council conference budget, I have particular interest in this because I brought the motion forward in the last term of council. And I wanted to reiterate some of those comments, and it's simply that this is designed only as an accountability and transparency piece. This is not an attack on conferences or the value therein. A problem I've always had with politicians across the spectrum, not necessarily people here, is oftentimes misuse of funds are caught after the fact, after the money's out the door. This is an attempt to ensure that funds are allocated responsibly before these sorts of wasteful things happen. For example, under the old policy, there is nothing at all to preclude a single member of council from spending $40,000 over a 4-year term, which I think is completely ridiculous, and this does cap each individual councillor to their allotted amount of $14,500 over the 4-year term, which I think is responsible. So I'll obviously be supporting that. So we are getting a bit behind time. We're going to break for lunch for 1/2 of an hour, so we'll reconvene at 1:45. Half an hour. We do have...
think she's just trying to get a quantum. Okay. I'll see you. I was running a bit late. So. Okay, I'll step up.
Okay, I'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats. Except for you, you don't have to. Okay, let's go.
So the next little bit, just here for a short time, strategic initiatives. And so strategic initiatives are meant to enhance existing services, provide new services, or to implement the recommendations that come out of a master plan or an audit. There are 8 options that are being proposed to council, but again, as has been alluded to a number of times this morning, none of them are built into the base budget. It's wholly up to council whether they approve any of them or all of them, and that they could be funded by the additional assessment growth. So essentially the list of strategic initiatives is practically the same amount as you would see on the additional assessment growth. All the issue papers are included. They start with SI, the prefix SI, and this slide just has a summary of the items that are being proposed. They're just ordered from largest dollar amount to lowest dollar amount. They're not prioritized in any other way. It's just simply a function of the dollar amount. So you can see what the item is, you can see what the ask is, what the impact on the net levy is, and what that means to the average homeowner. Again, it's wholly up to council whether they choose to include any of these or all of these or none of these. And so there are issue papers about each specific one. I would suggest it probably makes sense to talk about them in order.
Exactly. I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Haggie. So what we're looking at now, we're looking at page op 122. And we're going to go through the 8 items individually. So there is no presentation for each one, so it's just questions from committee. And I have Councillor Gazzola on tax stabilization. 112, yes.
Yeah.
112, sorry.
I have
112. Let's go with that.
I have no comment because it's premature at this point to make any comment because we haven't really made a decision as to what the amount should be or should it be. The only question I have is, are we going to receive schedules showing the full reserves, like the ins and the outs, so we can better understand it?
Do you mean more than in the capital package? There's a schedule that has the
but
reserves.
It just has the balances. It doesn't give you any indication of what's going in or going out. It doesn't. There should be, like last year, you gave the complete flow through.
Sure, and we can provide that again if that's.
Okay, so that's.
So we'll note that as a direction to be followed up.
Because that's the only the only other question I have, and it really relates to the total of them, is that if we do go with them, are we going to be increasing that will increase our levy by 0.5%, right?
If all of these were approved, it would essentially have no impact because of the additional assessment growth that has not been factored in.
So then you will increase the assessment estimate to offset this.
Right. So what
if we don't go for this? Are you still going to increase the assessment estimate?
Yes. So we've got the base budget was 2.25. This number's been finalized. The additional assessment growth figure's been finalized after that. So when we come to final budget day, we will show 2.25 as our starting point. The very first line we're going to load in is additional assessment growth. So essentially, we'd be starting at 1.75.
So we can virtually say that right now we're at 1.75. Right now.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Councillor Singh on page 112.
Sorry, I just walked in. So can we ask questions of all the strategic initiatives?
No, we're going page by page.
Page by page?
Yeah, so we're on 112 right now.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'm not seeing any further questions, so we'll move on to the urban forest maintenance, 113. Any questions on that? I see Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey. I don't see Mr. Hummel here or anything like that.
Mr. Whitmer will be.
Mr. Whitmer, okay. Is the 100,000? Is that a respectable amount that is needed?
Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we had identified last year that in order to get into a full-blown program, we'd need about $250,000. So we've added temporary staff this year to start supplementing the resources that we have. So what we would do we would take some full-time staff and then use the temporary staff as additional support in order to do that. So we'd split up some crews, provide labor to that in order to move forward. It's a start, and we will be having to work through this on an incremental basis going forward.
Okay.
We won't turn down anything in the way of new money, for sure.
But to fully fund it is 250, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. So this is something that we've talked about, I think, as was part of last year's budget as well. We didn't go with that direction as I think we should have. So it's good to see this back again. But at that point, we had talked about perhaps some sharing a responsibility for the boulevard trees, the ones that are mature, of course, with the homeowners there, similar to the way they manage their boulevard. Is that still identified as part of this to offset certain costs, or no? It's purely everything would be still required by the city to do in managing and proactive management.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is intended to be for the management of our resource by either ourselves or by contract staff in order to do that. What we've done for this year to address some of the backlog that we have is that we've retained contractors to do stumping removals and planting. And so we can then focus on doing the street raising and structural pruning ourselves. It's one of our 12 assets. We want to make sure that we do the best job possible to extend it and get its useful life as far advanced as we possibly can.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but because it's not fully funded, as you just answered with Councillor Ioannidis' question, so that's a discussion that we can still have at a later point, though, as to how to meet that offset.
Through
because it's not fully funded yet.
Correct, but there's if you're asking whether or not we support having residents do their own work, the answer is that's a tough one for us to deal with, partly because of the fact of the expertise associated with doing that street raising and doing it properly so that it actually serves its useful purpose.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
In your backup information, you talk about safety passage and all that. If there is a safety issue, I'm surprised we're not already looking after that. Have we not been looking after our safety responsibilities?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what we're saying is that when you have low-lying limbs that hang over the sidewalk, it does create a safety issue. We're behind in completing this work. Just because it takes, we should be going through our entire inventory between 3 and 5 years, and we're not. We want to focus on that. That was the whole issue that we dealt with last year and why we felt we needed it. The issue about the right-of-way, when we get complaints from typically our own operations staff when they're doing snow plowing that there's a limb that's rubbing against one of the trucks or a bus or some other personal vehicle that's out there, and an RV or something like that, that's when we take that information and support that removal or raising accordingly.
Okay, you're cutting into my time.
That was part of the...
Can you tell me, you said you've put temporary staff on this already. To what tune have you already done that? What kind of costs?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've had 3 tenders that have come to council for work that was stumping, removals, and planting. We haven't hired any additional staff for this work. This is temporary staff going forward.
Okay, but you've contracted it out, right?
Not street raising, just the removals.
Okay, but that's part of it. Part of it is the removals is part of this whole situation.
No,
right?
When I say removals, I'm referring to removal of the entire tree, which is the ash tree. We weren't using our own forces this winter to remove ash trees.
The point I'm getting at, if you add 100 here, is there some areas where we're going to make some savings?
No, there is not. And that's part of the problem that we were trying to get across last year, is that we were deferring work in order to do the work through the Emerald Ash Board and the removal of the ash trees. What we found is that we were getting further and further behind, so we used the capital dollars that were allocated for the ash tree removals for contractors, and we've been focusing our resources on dealing with street raising and structural pruning. We are so far behind, we need additional resources in order to get even closer to where we need to be.
So you made a switch there without, did you tell us that you were doing that? You took monies from one budget and put it into this other budget.
No, I think you're confused.
Oh, that's quite often the case.
What I indicated, we have a budget for the ash tree removals.
That's right.
Correct. So
and you took that money and put it in here.
No, we have not.
Well, you said you were so far behind that you had to do something like that.
No, what I said is that we had money allocated for removals for ash trees. We have used contractors in order to do that work. We've used our existing budget, which is our own staff time, to work on the structural pruning and street raising. However, what we're saying is that we're still so much further behind that we need additional resources in order to supplement the crews necessary to get part of this work completed.
So this $100,000 is just temporary laborers, not full-time staff.
That's correct.
And that, okay, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
In regard to the maintenance, the urban forest, I'm trying to understand the total definition of that. And I know you've been talking about street tree inventory and all the hazards and trimming, and I've made a few phone calls on behalf of my residents to address that. That's been fine. But the big issue I had was this past year in terms of canvassing during the election was the concern on Voisin Greenway, the creek that runs through from Fisher Hallman over to Greenbrook, in terms of the tree maintenance in there. Will that be addressed as part of this additional money allocated? I mean, I know you're looking at the whole city, but will this also be included as part of that maintenance process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the work that you're referring to specifically, we're having a discussion with the swim utility as to whether or not that the work that you've identified there would be funded from the swim utility or not. So that has not been confirmed yet. If we add $100,000 to our budget in order to do some of this work, it's unlikely that we will get to the Voisin Greenway with this resource when we're dealing with other priorities on the street and over the sidewalk.
So this other fund, did you say swim facility?
Stormwater management utility.
And so you're looking at through that process to address because that is Stormwater Management Creek that sort of flows there, so that's the process you're looking at?
That's correct. We were reviewing to determine whether or not some of the funding necessary to do the what I call the forestry work or cleanup in Voisin Greenway could be funded by that. That answer has not yet come forward.
When do you expect that?
It would be part of the budget process and part of the prioritization that's identified in the Stormwater Management Master Plan that is being prepared for this year. So it'll outline all of the priorities, and then we'll apply our resources accordingly.
So sometime during the course of this year, find out, like spring, summer, fall, or when do you looking at roughly?
That program, that master plan will be completed this fall.
Okay, so we're looking. So nothing between now and almost the end of the year, really.
Not likely, no.
Unless it's an emergency sort of scenario, safety issue, stuff of that nature.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. Just a quick note, comment, I suppose, as I'm watching the clock beside me. Sometimes it's not necessarily our questions that are taking the full 5 minutes, but more how staff answers. So I guess I'm just making that comment. I was just looking, Mr. Whitmer, at our business plan, which shows that you have 25 full-time positions and 26 seasonal staff under your forestry, horticulture, and trails maintenance. What number of those staff would be dedicated to just the work that we see here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's 11 forestry staff that are identified specifically for that.
Okay. And you're saying you're asking for the $100,000, and you're hoping to use some of that with temporary laborers that you would hire as temporary laborers and contract services. How do we know? Do you tender out those contract services, and would we see those tenders here at Council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, any tendering that we'll be doing this year, you will see, unless it's within the threshold that doesn't need to come to Council. So it depends on the stumping contract or the planting contract. I think, I believe you saw the planting contract this past year because of the number of trees that we're doing, and I expect that you will probably see that again.
Okay. Is this anticipated, this $100,000 anticipated as this year only, or going forward for every year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this would be a $100,000 add to the base budget, so it would be included in the base budget going forward.
Okay. What other duties would these staff have outside of just forestry? So the 11 staff, you're saying, would be just focused on the street raising, the pruning, and forestry in our natural areas as well, or just the first two?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, they are involved with parks, forestry in parks, woodlots, as well as our street trees.
Okay. Clearly, we're well behind, and you know, trees continue to grow. Is there a time that you see that will be on par with what the number of work that has to be done with the number of staff that we have to do it? Or do you see that we're always going to be behind?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it really relates to how effective we are at structural pruning when the trees are young. If we can get the trees sort of, I'll just say for lack of a better description, trained initially, then it's more work initially, and then it's reduced afterwards because the lower hanging branches that are the concern are much higher up on the trunk, and therefore you've taken that out of the way, so you don't have to do as much work later on. So it's a process that takes a whole lot of time, it'll work in the future, but it's going to take a long time to get there because we're so far behind with the other ones.
Okay. I've had a number of conversations with a certified arborist who lives in my ward. One of the concerns that I continually hear is that some of the trees that we or the developers are planting are really not appropriate trees for boulevards. That because they really start growing out their branches at a lower level, we struggle with keeping those branches out of the way and safely out off of sidewalks and from impeding traffic flow. Is there something that we should be doing now proactively with any trees that are being put in that already have that sort of that crown and that higher limb? Because I mean, I can tell you a number of streets I walk down and I think, why do we have these trees that are planted here? They're just not working for boulevard trees. Is this something that has been identified, or does it need to be identified as our staff goes around the community?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a combination of addressing the trees that are planted and removing those lower limbs early while they're very easily removed, and then looking at species diversification, so we don't have the same problem that we had with the monoculture that created the problem with the ash trees. But that's part that our planners, park planners, look at when they do the review of the subdivision design. Then obviously it comes down to what tree was planted and how do we manage that tree going forward. So you can ask for a tree that has very little branches, but you're going to get something that has to be managed initially over the first 5 years, then 7, then 15, and then after that, then you're much farther ahead of the game.
Okay, I have one last question, if I can. Is this something that we are working with our planning department around? Because I think that's what you were saying, Mr. Whitman, at the very beginning of that, answering my question, that sometimes we ask for a tree and we get whatever tree we get. Or do we identify these are the trees out of this, say, 10 that must be planted because they are better and easy to maintain and create that diverse culture? Do we identify those at the onset with the development industry or any work that, say, for example, an infill site where the tree has been taken off of the boulevard? That was a really long question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, our landscape architects sit on the subdivision plan when they do that and actually do that layout with the developer, so they can determine which locations are appropriate for trees and then also which species is best suited for those locations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there are still three people in the queue. I would ask committee to please try and keep their questions succinct as well, because we are running a bit behind. A simple thing to keep in mind is, like, as long as the answer is, does my question, could it possibly impact how I vote on this or the budget impact? Moving along, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
You can test my question with what you're saying, but my question is, you've already said that going forward that this is going to be part of the base budget, $100,000, but we need $250,000. Is that per year we need $250,000 in order to adequately fund the maintenance of the urban forest?
Through Mr. Chair, if we had a one-time infusion of $250 into the base budget, then that would have established the base going forward. So what we will do, or whoever follows me, add $150,000 into our growth money going forward, so that in 2016 we will have caught up with where we need to be. That's established the base budget for the forestry section, and that should move us beyond where we need to go, and hopefully get us to the point where we're catching up fairly quickly.
So then my question is we're talking about temporary laborers, but this is something that's going on. Is that just the term that you're using for that, or really should these be, whether they're seasonal workers or they're full-time staff or hours, is that really what we're looking at?
Through Mr. Chair, this is a matter of, right now it's additional resources to supplement the workforce. I recall in the issue paper last year we had 2 full-time staff and temporary labor and equipment in order to do that. What we're saying for $100,000, we're going to get the temporary laborers to do that, but they will work with the existing workforce that's there.
So it's a cheaper version of doing it?
It's a scaled-down version, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with this. I have no problem with anything that protects the urban forest, as we call it. There's one question I had for Mr. Whitman. If people like me who don't know what they're doing prune trees, they can do more damage than good. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Just a quick question. I'd like to know, if council doesn't approve this, what happens?
We will just get further and further behind. Hopefully by redirecting our staff into this area and staying away from the contract work for the EAB, that will help us. But it means that we'll just get further and further behind, and our forest our street forest won't grow as well as it should, and we'll get more and more complaints.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. I'll comment, actually, in the interests of detailing my position. I'm certainly, going back one page, I'm certainly interested in seeing some dollars go towards the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund. and I'll be supporting this item as well. It's under strategic initiatives that apparently increase levels of service, but I think it's pretty clear that this isn't increasing levels of service. It's more of a growth, maintaining what we already have obligation to do. Moving on to page 114, e-participation. Any questions or comments? Councillor Gazzola.
Again, I'm not sure that I totally understand this whole issue. There was a report that came back here, and I gather council totally approved it. At the time, I still wasn't clear exactly what this is. When you say now that there's 60,000 included in capital, it hasn't been approved. It's been put in there. Okay, so we're really talking about $135,000 here. What happens? I guess I should try to better understand what we're doing and what the benefits of it are. If we're going to spend $135,000, what are we getting for that expenditure? I don't quite understand that.
Ms. Miller?
Through the chair, as council will recall, the Open Government Framework was endorsed by council in February of 2014, and in September we brought back the e-participation report, which was done by a consultant that recommended the technological and staff resources that we would need to implement e-participation. Essentially, e-participation is software that would live on our website that would enable citizens to interact with us on a two-way interaction basis, where currently it's generally a one-way where we take their feedback. It would include things like polls and surveys and ideation forums where they could speak to each other or to city staff. I think, we've heard time and again from council that we need to improve how we engage our citizens, and we've heard from citizens many, many times through the Your Kitchener, Your Say, and previously the Who Are You Kitchener engagement campaigns that they want to be engaged, and they want to be engaged where they are, and one of those key spaces is online.
So if we go in this direction, from here on in, we're going to have an additional FTE $70,000. Okay? If I'm to look at this at the end of a couple of years, how can I judge as to whether it was worth spending, by that point, $250,000? On what basis can I judge that?
I think that engagement is growing. We know that. You've heard it. We've heard it. We will have the opportunity to engage probably far more people this way, and also track and analyze and monitor what we're doing in a much better fashion than we're able to do it right now. I think those would probably be the key things. You will be able to reach more people more efficiently.
But how will I know that we've done that?
We'll be able to report back all of the software components that we've looked at have a measuring and monitoring and tracking component to them. I think the other important thing to mention is that, I don't see this as just an e-participation role. I know that's how it's outlined in the issue paper, but in having listened to council discuss community engagement through the business planning process, I think there is a real opportunity here to expand what we do in terms of community engagement, in terms of coordinating it and centralizing it. Currently, the way it's done, it's very organic across the organization. A lot of it comes out of like the planning division. Some of it is run by communications division, and I think this is an opportunity to create a role that centralizes that much more and has a more centralized oversight.
Yeah, I would really like to try to understand that if we didn't go in this direction, which we haven't for the past 125 years, how would that really show itself?
I think there is a real expectation from the general public to be able to interact in a two-way fashion with the city, and we simply wouldn't be able to offer that. We do currently, we do things online in terms of community engagement activities around surveying and that kind of thing, but we would not be able to do it to the extent which I think the public is expecting us to.
I mean, the public right now can pick up the phone and have a lot of two-way interaction with the city. Is that not right?
They could, but they generally don't.
Councillor Gazzola, your time's expired. Councillor Fernandez?
Continuing on that train of questioning, when citizens want to speak to staff, they send them an email or they make a phone call and they get a response. So that's two-way communication, correct?
That's correct.
So when I look at the rationale analysis paragraph, it's kind of hard for me to also understand where we're going with this. So can you dilute or distill that down to maybe 2 sentences to tell me exactly what that rationale means?
I'll do my best. The point is to make it more participatory. So while a citizen could pick up the telephone right now and call the contact center or any one of us, that's one piece of it. But when we do a community engagement campaign where we're asking for feedback on something from the entire city, it would be difficult to manage something like that. This creates an online space, if you will, that someone would log into and participate in the engagement process. All of their participation would be logged. It would be there for all time. They could go back and look at it. We can analyze it and track it much better than we can right now.
Okay, thanks for trying. I guess you have 11 people sitting around here who also do face-to-face and two-way dialogue with the citizens. How is this going to be better than what we already have? At a significant cost, $135,000 is a significant cost for one FTE, and anybody who is watching this is probably being blown away by the fact that we're talking about a salary of $135,000.
Well,
It's not a salary.
Just to be clear, it's not $135,000
Sorry, $75,000. I apologize. $75,000.
The other component is really to acquire the software and the training and implementation piece of it.
So if we didn't do this, our engagement would remain at the same level that we're at right now.
That's correct.
Mr. Chapman, Dad?
Through the chair, if it's helpful, I can also recirculate the report that Mr. Conga had prepared for the city, and I think he did speak to that issue to say that we'll continue to improve, but it will be ad hoc and spread across the organization. His point to council was that if you believe this is a top priority for the community, if it's a top priority for council, it needs to be resourced to be done well. One of the ideas that he brought forward that I think resonated with council was the notion that we have fairly well-established physical commons, so we've got the council chambers where people can come and engage with council, we do PICs and that sort of thing, but that there is an expectation increasingly that there be a solid virtual commons where citizens can engage with the city, and not just on a survey or an ad hoc basis, but where someone can say, I have an interest in traffic calming in the city. I will register that interest with the city, and then whenever there's an issue coming forward, before it's at a committee meeting or anything like that, I get notified and I can engage online, I can have comment, perhaps assist in developing policy. When a decision is made, that can be pushed out to me and I can become notified, closing the loop, which is something we've also heard about. So I think the point is we'll continue to evolve our program regardless, but we've heard very clearly through Environics, through the outreach on open government, you've heard it as well, that there is a huge body of work to be done online, and unless we have a good tool and resource it appropriately, it will not be done well.
Okay, and I hear you on the point of, if I'm interested in a particular issue, and one of my comments always is why are we not notifying people more on a particular issue that's happening in any of our wards? But I don't see that this is, when I hear that the benefit of citizens speaking to citizens, citizens can speak to citizens, neighbors can speak to neighbors on 4 or 5 different levels. I don't think that it should be our responsibility to be providing that necessarily. I see that we have talked a lot about community engagement, but I personally don't see that this is the right time to be investing this amount of money when I think that to be quite honest, I'd rather see us take half of that and put it into our tree raising and the safety issues right there. I think that is where we're hearing a lot of complaints, a lot more than, you know what, I didn't get a response from a staff person, because I think we are doing a better job of staff people responding. Maybe not as good as we could, but we're doing a better job.
Okay, Councillor Yaneski.
Just also following on the same line of questioning, I'm trying to understand the overall objective and where we're going to on this. And I gathered, what's the purpose of Compass Kitchener and Environics to have public engagements and input? And there just seems to be another step. I'm baffled.
So the question is the difference between Compass Kitchener and what this would achieve?
Yeah, Compass Kitchener and the Environics surveys that are done, how aren't they? I mean, you come back with those information, aren't they important? Isn't that the basis of it?
Through the chair, absolutely, those things are important. So the difference would be that Compass Kitchener, and when we do the Your Kitchener, Your Say campaign, it is a campaign, and it's done once every 4 years. This would be a tool that would enable us to get the campaign to more people, to receive more feedback.
All right. I still strongly fail to see how that's going to benefit, especially when we have councillors here that are available to citizens here for input and feedback and communication. And I know a number of councillors have monthly sessions or townhouse sort of meetings in their community to touch base with the residents. I mean, we're available 24/7 by email or phone calls. And I know I get some, but I mean, this issue never was brought up to me at all during the last campaign. I mean, I had issues with trees and taxation, but nothing about communication. They thought as long as you do your job and call a city and call a communication center if you need something fixed, a pothole or whatever, it's responded to. That's it.
Thank you. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thanks very much. And I just want to, I guess, comment on this for a moment, if I may, Mr. Chair. I think this is an issue that all of us as elected officials, as I recall in the recent election and even in the months preceding it, are all continually talking about the importance of citizen engagement, citizen participation, and looking at ways of trying to enhance it. I think we had a comprehensive report that the previous committee and council dealt with around open government, and this is taking a step in the right direction in terms of trying to address some of the recommendations that came out of that. I know from attending American Planning Association as an example, there are a number of online tools, and I know other members of council have been at that conference as well. There are a number of online tools that are available as more effective ways of engaging citizens in the community on everything from planning applications to budget consultations to talking about issues around trails and cycling, all those kinds of things, by bringing like and interested communities together. The reality is citizen engagement and democracy doesn't come for free. There's costs associated with it, particularly if we want to engage people in a meaningful way. And I think this is starting to identify that. You know, by providing the tool for people to who might otherwise not know each other because they don't live in the same neighborhoods, don't necessarily know people who are interested in the same topic as they are. It brings them together through an online community to take an interest in issues and perhaps ultimately start working with the city and advocating on issues that are important to our citizens. We can't solely rely on Environics once every 4 years to be our gauge. We can't solely rely on us. Some people, quite frankly, aren't necessarily comfortable directly talking to someone through a telephone line, but are more comfortable. Society's changing. We need to be prepared to recognize that younger generations particularly, this is the way they engage. And so if we want to see that level of engagement increase in the future, these are the kinds of investments that we need to make. And if we look at progressive cities across Canada and across North America that are being more effective in that regard, these are the kinds of things that they're doing. So I think we should give it serious consideration.
Councillor Schneider?
Question for you, Ms. Miller. If there was an issue, a question that we wanted to ask, how quickly would we be able to get that up with this system and start getting responses?
Through the chair, you would be able to do that almost instantaneously.
Okay. Could we find out maybe an individual ward issue using this system as well?
Potentially, yes.
Would there be the potential for citizens to see one another's opinions or leanings on a certain issue so they're aware of what everybody else is thinking?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like this is something that really needs to be strongly considered because, when I was going door to door, I did hear that citizens wanted to be heard. And I don't think it's our job to determine what citizens want. It's our job to listen and learn what they want and to deliver that. So I strongly support this.
Okay, no further questions from the rest of the committee. My first question would be, supposing this does not get approved, there's $60,000 already in the capital. What would happen to that? Mr. Chapman?
It would be removed, and we would have a discussion with council at that point around how those funds would be reallocated.
Okay. So again, in the interest of detailing my position, I do think this is very important. I think it's the future of engagement with residents. Having said that, in terms of the open government initiatives that I think will have more of an impact, I'm not sure we're quite there yet. So I'm not sold on this 100% yet. I'm not saying I'm not going to vote in favor of it. I'm going to think about it between now and final budget day. I do think this is something that does have to come down the pipe in the not too distant future, so we have the tools in place. So with that, we'll move on to page 115, the health and safety compliance. And just before we get to questions of committee, Councillor Marsh did have a question on this one. Her comment is essentially, wait, let me find it here. Concerned about potentially implementing this ahead of anticipated new legislation versus the value of waiting to respond to it when it comes down. So you can include those in your comments after questions. So first we have Councillor Gazzola.
Staff talk about Ministry of Labor fines and orders. Do we have any, I don't see any detail. Can you give us some indication with a little?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. We've had 5 recent proactive visits in 2014 alone from Ministry of Labor inspectors that resulted in 7 orders. Each order is non-compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act, requiring days of work to coordinate a response, communicate, and report for compliance. If any of these had been injury related, there would have been fines in the tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. These things happen to us now. We have 150 WSIB related injuries every year at the city.
Okay, but if we didn't have them, right? So
if we didn't have injuries,
no,
I'd be very happy.
You said if we did have, this is what the cost would be. I'm trying to find out just what has our practice been. So yes, our practice, from what I'm understanding, is that we are called from time to time to improve things, but our record has not really been bad.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, what we have is a really rapidly changing landscape related to Occupational Health and Safety Act and our obligations to meet changes in legislation with respect the violence in the workplace legislation, noise in the workplace legislation, mandatory training for supervisors. These are all things we have to comply with this year and every year. We have to have an active internal responsibility system, and that requires us to show records of training, ongoing training, retraining, discipline, so that the Ministry of Labor inspector can tell whether or not we are doing everything reasonable to meet our duty of care under the Act.
But the legislation is still in the process of being finalized. Are we not being somewhat premature here in where we're going?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. 2 years ago, the Ministry of Labor had introduced a prevention branch mandated to improve safety in Ontario. With this change is coming many new legislative requirements, including a change to the workplace hazardous materials system, new legislative training required for working at heights, new basic training for construction work safety. All of these things, Mr. Chairman, are this year.
I read that.
2015.
I read that. Okay, I'm just I'm trying to, quickly. What if we don't put this into place at this time?
My team cannot fulfill these requirements.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
And through the chair, I wouldn't want to leave council with the impression, I think it may have been implied by Councillor Marsh's comments as well. We believe that the issue paper is justified on the basis of point number one alone, which have been the recent changes to legislation that we cannot keep pace with. Point number two is really there just to illustrate that that's only the tip of the iceberg in terms of the rapid pace of new legislation within the ministry. I think on the second page, the point that was compelling for me is that we have half of an FTE dedicated when other similar organizations have two, so we're under the benchmark in terms of our resource complement. And if you look at our lost time rate, currently we have a better than benchmark lost time rate. I would suggest to you that those two things cannot continue in parallel indefinitely. We've been fortunate to this point in time, but the pace of legislative change would say that we're exposed significantly to risk if we don't adjust the resourcing.
Councillor Gazzola, finished. Thank you. Councillor Fernandez. Oh, sorry, actually, Councillor Fernandez, before you begin, we just had a message from Dorothy, our Chief of Staff. If apparently there's some difficulty hearing some of us speaking over the webcast, so if I can just ask everyone to please make sure their microphone's directed, that would be great. And Councillor Fernandez.
That's never a problem with me. Sorry. Well, that was 10 seconds. No. When is this legislation coming into effect?
Which piece? Most of this legislation that I just spoke to is coming into place 2015 or is in place now, requiring us to train and retrain, including the Bill 168 violence prevention.
So it's effective immediately?
It's effective in 2015. The changes to WSI, to WMIS, moving to the globally harmonized system, that's happening in 2015. Training for working at heights, 2015. Construction training, 2015. So,
okay,
these are things that are being accelerated by this prevention branch of the Ministry of Labor.
Okay, so my understanding is most of the time when this legislation comes into effect, there's a time frame in which a business or municipality has to implement it. What is the time frame in which you are given to implement all of this? A year, 18 months, 24 months?
Typically, it's if it's something like new supervisor health and safety training, that was 12 months to compliance. Another act, AODA, when it has an annual compliance, the intention is that you're fully compliant in the 12 months.
Okay, so we have 12 months to
typically,
comply.
Construction training and working at heights, that's being phased in depending on, what level of activity your labor force is doing that. You can demonstrate compliance by prioritizing that kind of training.
Okay.
So it differs.
In one of the comments, you talk about legislation requiring basic mandatory safety training for workers performing construction work.
Yes.
I do recall that municipalities are not considered construction employers. So
Correct.
what kind of construction work are we talking about here?
Much of the work that happens in operations.
So are carpenters, that kind of work?
Talking about heavy machinery work, work in kitchen utilities.
Okay. So when I looked at the business plan, and it talks about your services delivered by 21 full-time positions at an estimated 80% capacity of the division. So why it talks about all the things that you're doing, and so my question to you is, if your division is only working at 80% capacity, with the other 20% capacity, could that not be work given to staff that's already existing?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have a manager of occupational health and safety. She is the sole person with a Canadian Registered Safety Professional designation, which is what I require to create programs and increase communications and expand staff training. I have 3 other staff in occupational health and safety. They work on WSIB claims management, SOP writing, and return to work from illness and injury. I don't have any other resources that do this work now. We are not ahead of the curve in compliance. We are behind the curve in compliance, and that's why I'm here.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
Through the chair, I don't have the document in front of me, but I believe that you're referring to the split between the allocation to core service and the allocation to project work. So I can assure you that the division is working at capacity. The 80%, if I'm correct, is a reference to the amount of time that's spent on the ongoing core service versus the 20% which is required to support projects.
I'm looking at the 2014-2016 business plan that we were given. And
so if it's the circle that has a percentage in it, for all divisions, that's simply a reflection of the split between day-to-day core service work versus project work.
Okay, thank you. Do we not work in partnership with WSIB when it talks about return to work?
We do.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey. My question is the reason why this is not in the baseline budget is because it's acquiring a position?
Mr. Chapman?
It would have to come to council regardless because it is an FTE addition. It does represent an increase to their core complement and their ability to support the service areas, so we did believe it was appropriate to include it here.
Okay. Because to me, this to me seems like this is essential. Like this is something that needs to be done rather than being a strategic initiative outside. That this should be in the base. That's just my opinion.
Councillor Schneider?
Approximately how far are we behind in compliance?
That's rather subjective. It depends on whether or not we have a critical injury. Ministry of Labor inspector comes to the scene, can't find records of recent training because we haven't done the recent training on that particular issue, and issues fines. Those fines would pay for this position over and above, and that's one incident that can happen. So it's rather difficult for me to say, other than to assure you that in my professional opinion, we need another health professional to be creating these programs to stay up with the changing landscape and the duty of care requirements that we have.
I agree with Councillor Ioannidis. This is absolutely essential, and I would prefer to be ahead of the curve on compliance for the safety, health, and well-being of our valued employees. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions except for myself. One of my concerns shouldn't really impact, but if we were to hire this position, is there a possibility that by virtue of the increased level of scrutiny for health and safety that costs could come out over and above this position?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this position will be will introduce a level of professional capability for us to create the programs for training and development and communication that we already require and we can't get to because we don't have the resources. I don't believe that that's a significant increased cost. We'll be self-generating and leveraging materials that are coming out of the province and adding to them that Kitchener component to make them relevant to our organization. So this is not about, I think, an initiative that's going to generate a lot of other cost. In fact, the savings are 3- to 4-fold in a prevention perspective. Excuse me.
Okay. I've been hearing a lot of buzz about health and safety, the legislation that's coming down. I'm curious on your opinion on a go-forward basis. Is the legislation that comes down, is it largely reasonable? Is it something that makes a lot of sense when it comes down to us, or is there something that we should be doing to perhaps take a look at the legislation?
Through you, sir, it is largely reasonable. There's a lot of unmet need around psychological safety in the workplace, injury prevention, musculoskeletal injuries in our workplace with an aging workforce are increasing. We need to get ahead of that with good programming and study of the ergonomics of how our employees are doing their work so that we can prevent and hold on the amount of musculoskeletal injury that's happening every day.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goldrow. No further questions on this. It's a shame we couldn't get the province to kick in these added costs, but we'll move on to page 117, which is the Waterloo Regional Economic Development Corporation. Questions, Councillor Gazzola.
When council approved this recently, I had asked for what costs were involved, and they weren't available. We did approve this without knowing that, and so now I'm really I've had trouble understanding this right from the beginning. What is happening here? We're doing away with the CTT, and this is doubling our costs. We're currently spending $163,000 a year, and this is going to now jump up to double that, $320,000 a year. Do we have any alternative, any options here? Or?
Mr. Wilmer? Thank you. Through the chair, you're correct that the approval in principle that was given by council in August of last year did not have the budget information. So that's why it was in principle. It's not final approval. That actually is a decision that council will be asked to make in February of this year. Because it would only be fair for you to have the financial information before you make a final commitment. So yes, you have choices to say yes or no to this opportunity. Certainly I think that the strong recommendation of the steering committee, which has representatives from CTT, the region, and all 7 local municipalities, is that we move to this expanded mandate organization. It would do everything that CTT does now, plus the bullet points that are on the top half of the page there. These are the gaps that need to be addressed.
Yeah. Again, I asked the question, and I would like to know that if we do this, what what will our benefits be, and how do we review them to see that we've attained where we say we're going?
And certainly I would invite Mr. Regier to help supplement the answer because he has a lot more expertise than I have on economic development initiatives and how we measure success or take stock of lost opportunity. In this case, it's because of lost opportunity and the realization about 3 years ago that we need to do a better job that we have taken the step of, 1, establishing a strategy region-wide for economic development, and 2, expanding the mandate of the region-wide organization, which is now CTT. In terms of how will we know if we're successful, some of that's anecdotal, some of it can be measured. And I think that comparing ourselves to other municipalities is one way to do it. It may never be possible to know, what are the opportunities lost, or in fact what successes can be attributed to the new investment, as opposed to naysayers that might say, well, this would have happened anyway. Mr. Regier may have something to add.
Yeah, when you talk about lost opportunities, how do you measure that? That's pretty subjective as to...
Why don't we let Mr. Regier give again, we went through this, like we could talk all day about this alone, so it'll have to be just the highlights and the high points, and we'll have to make a decision, making a decision on final budget day, but Mr. Regier?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Davey. I think one of the key differences here is that the mandate for CTT is really strictly focused on foreign direct investment. And of course, as we know, economic development is much broader than that. I won't get into all the details. We cover a big part of that mandate internally within the City of Kitchener, but many partners are involved across the region. What's the gap in the system really is that there is no body region-wide to coordinate economic development services and strategy implementation. And so this organization has a much expanded mandate to increase the level of coordination of strategy implementation amongst all the cities and the partners that are engaged in economic development.
Can you tell me what if the 4 rural municipalities are contributing to this pot?
Mr. Wilbur? Through the chair, yes, they are now, and their contributions will increase as ours would be.
They are now to CTT?
Yes, it's a relatively modest amount, I think, in the case of Wellesley and North Dumfries, and a more significant amount in the case of Wilmot and Woolwich.
Yeah, I didn't think they were contributing now, other than through the region.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Actually, just further on that point, I think it would be significant for us to have that information in front of us when we make the decision with respect to this for not only the townships but the other municipalities within the region, so that we can understand if that is proportional. Because for us to put in $320,000, that's over $1 per capita, and I want to make sure that the other municipalities are putting in their fair share as well. But my bigger question is the region has their own ability to tax and to increase taxes in order to look after this initiative. Why is it being asked? Why are we being asked to do this? When they, of course, they'd have to increase their tax levy, which they do for a number of initiatives. But why are we being asked to fund this?
Through the chair, certainly the region right now is the major contributor to CTT. The region covers about half the municipal contribution. The local municipalities cover the other half. Theirs also would be doubling. So the region is doubling its commitment as we're suggesting the city would. So the reason that we are involved at all is because economic development is primarily a local municipal function.
But we're still going to be running our economic development. It's not like our economic development is going to be decreasing. We'll probably, in fact, look at increasing our own initiatives within our city. It may look a little different than what we're doing, but realistically, this is, I don't disagree with the way it's going. I'm just concerned with the way it's coming forward with the funding, and that we're going to be asked to give up more.
So two points on that question. I think one is that you'll be pleasantly surprised when you see the split amongst local municipalities. Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge pay equal amounts now. So it's not, their proportional amount is actually higher than ours, and we're all being asked to double it. So we're benefiting actually from the split that exists now, and that is the split that's recommended to go forward. In terms of the region's involvement, again, as I say, this is something that we are all shareholders in. That the new organization is not a body of the Regional Municipality of Waterloo. Like CTT, it is a separate organization, a separate corporation that gets most of its funding from the municipalities. The region is one of the municipalities, but it's not the only one.
I think for transparency purposes, it would be a lot easier if the region just, quite frankly, paid for it, and because it's the same taxpayer at the end of the day. I think it would just be a lot more transparent. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not completely opposed to giving a portion to, continue with the corporation, but I'd be looking at only transferring the CTT portion that we currently give moving forward, and then asking the region to take on the rest of the burden. I know they're not going to be happy with that suggestion, and I'll probably hear it from a certain councillor specifically. But I really do think that if it's regional, its intent is to be regional, that they should cover the costs on this one. So that's kind of where my mind is at right now moving forward.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. And some points and questions similar to the last comments. I think there's lack of information here a little bit, and I think that's going to help before budget day to have that. Again, some of it has been answered as to what the allocation is of the other municipalities involved, and it's good to hear that they're going above and beyond of what their proportionate share should be. But that still would be helpful to know what that entire amount is going to be. As well as, I think that it goes into a minor detail of what this new body is going to do, and I think have had some extensive dialogue as to what the intent of this is. But my question is, this pretty much preemptive. This body's not formed yet, and it still needs to be ratified by all municipalities in the region. If one were to opt out, this is probably not going to go ahead. So we're just guessing that everything will go ahead as planned, and this is just the budget allocation for, correct?
Through the chair, yes, this issue paper has to do with the budget allocation. In terms of the substance of the matter, that really was dealt with by all 8 councils last summer with the approvals in principle. Right. So really, that was a key step. This is the next key step, and I think the final one, which puts it all together, is final approval. Which, for
whatever reason, if that were to get derailed, and it would be unfortunate if it does, it would just be positive variance for next year then, correct? It wouldn't just transfer to our economic development initiatives.
So if, as with any of these strategic initiatives, if council decided not to go with it, it can allocate the money to elsewhere, or it can help to reduce taxes or increase the stabilization reserve fund.
I think what the councillor is getting to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but perhaps if we do decide to follow through with this on final budget day, would it be practical to say approve it conditional on the other municipalities?
That's what I was leading to, yeah.
Okay. So yes, I think that's something that has been discussed a little bit at the advisory committee and at the steering committee. I think that what will be necessary in order to make this go would be support from regional council and each of the 3 city councils. If one or more of the townships decides not to, I think this is still an opportunity that we would likely have to go back to each of the cities, but I don't think we would want to lose this opportunity because maybe one or more townships decides not to contribute. The dollar figures that are being asked of them, even with the additional investment, are still not huge dollars. So that alone wouldn't derail this opportunity.
Okay, and that's the benefit of today. We're not making a decision. And that's why I think it was helpful not to have motions, so that we can at least give direction to staff. And I think there is still necessary to have more information. And what I would be seeking to help me make this decision to support this or not is one, to see exactly what this body would be doing and what that benefit would be to our community here, as well as, of course, the region as well. And the other is, how would this impact our initiatives through economic development efforts that we're doing internally now? Would it offset certain costs that we might have anticipated, so that there would be more of a just reshuffling of priorities, as opposed to this is just all new works and there would be no benefit to our own economic development initiatives that we already have at hand? Just more clarity on both. Today's not the day to answer all that, but I think it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. I guess my hope and understanding out of this regional economic development group was that we would see less money from us as a community going to CTT, or any money going at all, and any of the same amount that we are giving them now would be funneled to the regional economic development. So I'm really concerned and echo what I'm hearing from some of my other councillors, is that I think we're jumping ahead of it. We've only approved it in principle, and I'm concerned about that.
May I answer then? Because you're exactly right. In 2016, there will be no money going to CTT, and the $320,000 per year from Kitchener would go to the new organization. 2015 is a transition year. CTT will continue to do its work throughout this calendar year as the new organization gets formed and starts to ramp up in the last
half of this year.
But I guess my concern is that I see a further $120,000 increase above what we normally would have been giving to CTT.
That's right, and I think we've been clear about this since day one. There are gaps now, and in order to address those gaps, we're going to need to invest more. Certainly there's work that we can do in terms of efficiencies and who does what, but for the most part, in order to address these gaps, we need more resources. Those resources will require finances.
Okay, so I guess my question additionally would be, what is the positive effect for the tax-paying citizen for that they'll see? It really, there is none, except that we're hoping that this economic development group will be able to bring in industry or manufacturing to the region overall, which would end up resulting in, hopefully, additional tax base.
Yes, you're exactly right. The intent here, and I would say it's much more than a hope, it's an intent to generate jobs and assessment.
So I guess my follow-up question would be then, how do we see, I mean, I'm looking at our economic development budget here for the city, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm seeing economic development as anticipated as $3.4 million. So is this the total budget for our economic development department? It's on OP 14.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Our own internal economic development services are budgeted to the amount of $3.4 million.
Okay, so what is the dollar value of businesses that we've seen coming in related to that amount that we're spending?
I don't think staff's going to have that figure.
Well, maybe we should have that figure so we have a better understanding.
Well, I'm not sure it's possible to calculate that figure, but I'd look to staff to respond. Well, I would only say that when Council asked us to consider measuring the economic impact of EDIF, the magnitude and scope of that task turned to be such that we collectively, Council and staff, abandoned the task. And that was one specific investment.
Okay, so how long do we expect this economic strategy to take to come to fruition? Are we talking 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? I mean, that's a lot of money.
Is the question when will it be up and running, or are you asking if there's a lifespan of economic development?
Well, no, there's no. I mean, there's never a lifespan of economic development. I mean, you're always hoping that you're going to.
So the question is, when will it be up and running?
When will it be up and running, and when do we anticipate? Because when you create an organization like this, you're going to have a business plan. You're going to have a business case that shows you this is how long it's going to take us to get up and running, and this is when we expect to see some payback for all of the work that we've been doing.
Through the chair, there are two aspects to that then. There's a region-wide strategy, which once given final approval next month by each of the 8 municipalities, we expect or hope that we'll start implementing that immediately, because there are many stakeholder partners that are economic development agencies in this region. All 7 local municipalities, Communitech, the BIAs, the Chambers of Commerce. There are all kinds of stakeholders here that will collectively be implementing the new strategy. The new organization is the second component of that. They will be the lead organization for some of the initiatives, and they will have a coordinating role. But even as that organization starts to get up and running in the second half of 2015 and is expected to be fully operational by January of 2016, implementation of the strategy doesn't wait for that.
Okay. My last question, because I have just 30 seconds, is how are we going to make sure that there is no duplication of efforts between the city and the municipalities in the region?
Certainly that's a key issue, and it's one that Mr. Regier and his staff, along with my colleagues as the CAOs and representatives of all municipalities, are doing work to make sure that while we're addressing gaps, we're also not duplicating efforts. So, yes, your point is well made. That's we don't want to be creating duplication here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still 4 people in the queue. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, through Chair Davey. I just want to echo some of the comments made by Councillor Galway-Sealock and Councillor Singh, and that's why I want to make these comments, because I want to stress I think it's important that for me to really get a better grasp that I'm very supportive of this initiative, and I think we need to move forward. But the way I'm looking at it right now, I'm seeing that we're going to be spending an additional $157,000 a year. Where in my mind, I think if we were to keep $157,000 in our pocket for economic development here locally, I think we could have that better spent and get a better value.
Councillor Schneider?
I'm sorry, it must have been an accident.
Oh, no problem. Councillor Unesky.
Just further to Councillor Fernandez's questioning, we've got the increase for 37,000 for this year, another 120 for 2016. What happens subsequent to that, 2017 and onwards? Do we contribute 320,000 annually?
Through the chair, yes.
And so the whole purpose of this Waterloo Regional Economic Development is to provide encouragement and connections to provide new industries to our area region-wide, although we'd like to have it in Kitchener, in industrial located areas, or in Waterloo or Cambridge or township industrial areas as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, but some areas have more than others. So, and I think the townships have got a lot of land that they could develop industrially versus Kitchener. So will they be getting more of the direction and we're just supporting it because maybe people live in Kitchener and work there or in other municipalities?
Through the chair, certainly the theme throughout the study that was done in 2011-12 and the strategy that was done in 2013-14 is we're all in this together. Any investment in any one of our 7 communities benefits the whole region. And so if an investor comes to this region and builds in Kitchener or builds in North Dumfries, it benefits our region-wide community. And so we're really not wanting to be parochial and say we'd rather have them in Kitchener. Frankly, we want them in this region, and that's where it starts and stops. People travel across municipal boundaries to go to work. If anything that benefits the regional tax base benefits it all. So we are all in this together, and we are encouraging our economic development staff, as with all our staff, is to continue to work with their municipal colleagues across municipal lines and to work collaboratively with each other.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, sorry, just quickly, the amount is very small that you guys are seeking right now. And as I've said earlier, and others have said this too, there's a lot of uncertainties attached to this still. Is there not the means within a budget of $3.4 million in economic development that we can't allocate for this first year until we just have a lot more information? Is that not a viable option as well, rather than building it into the base budget until we know more?
Mr. Aguirre?
Through you, Chair Davey, we are actually working with a fully allocated economic development budget now. So what we would have to do is take.
We have reserves.
Well, we have an economic development reserve.
Yeah.
It's seen primarily as a capital fund as opposed to an operating fund. This is clearly an operating expense.
No, I understand.
But,
it would have to be put into the operating budget in future years, as well as addition of $120,000 anyways. But for this first year, until we know more, and this is initial investment that we're hoping that everyone else will make as well. Can this not be a step that's taken as opposed to making a long-term commitment until we know more?
Mr. Wilmer, do you want to? I think we can only really approve $37,000 for this year because we can't presuppose for the next budget.
Through
so
the chair,
I think the simple answer is
that's correct. But what we would be asking you to do in February when you endorse the approval in principle that you gave last August is the establishment of the new corporation. And I don't think it would be appropriate for us or any of the funding partners to say we endorse the corporation, but we may or may not fund it. I mean, it'll be up and running by January 1st of next year. So we really are looking for that commitment.
I'm just afraid of lip service where we don't approve the base budget increase, and then we're more than willing to endorse the incorporation of a unified economic development strategy. So that's more of a fear more than anything else, and I'll leave it up to staff to consider that.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, sorry, that was an accident.
Okay. Councillor Galway-Seelock?
I just want to make it very clear that we are going to have all the financial details that we need prior to final budget day for this specific issue paper, and that'll come either on budget day or through the report that we need to endorse moving this corporation forward.
Yes, we will get that information to you. Our intent is that it would go to a committee or council meeting before final budget day, and I fully expect that you won't make a final decision on that day, but that you would likely refer it to final budget day, so that on final budget day you would either confirm or refuse to confirm your approval in principle of the new corporation, and confirm or not the funding of that in 2015 and a commitment beyond. But that would all happen on final budget day.
And can we also make sure that we get comment from the region just with respect to them fully funding or allowing us to just use our CTT money? Can we endeavor to get some sort of comment from regional staff or whoever, the project team, I guess, with regards to this corporation before then as well?
So through the chair, I don't think we'd be able to get a regional council response before that time. I already know the regional staff response. The steering committee consists of the CAOs of the 7 local municipalities, the region, and the CEO of Canada's Technology Triangle. This is not something that the region will be the sole funder of.
Okay. I'd appreciate if we can get any comments specific from them just in writing so that we have that.
Okay, we'll comment at the end. I will be supporting this come final budget day. We've gone through it several times, and it's not just about, it's about jobs and assessment and making sure that our community stays vibrant. There's an acknowledgement here, and I'm glad that it's out in the open, that the actual efforts may go more into, for example, in the short term, for industrial into Cambridge's east side lands. As I've said before, as the representative of Ward 1 for Kitchener, many of my constituents either work at BlackBerry in Waterloo or Toyota in Cambridge. And I think it's actually quite inspiring that we're willing to say we're going to put money towards something that will help our residents, whether or not it's specifically inside of our borders. That's why I think it's important. When I saw the budget numbers here, there's some good questions, because my first question was the regional amount that they're giving. And Mr. Wilmer's indicated that they're doubling their amount as well, exactly the same as they're asking of us, which is very fair. And in terms of our neighboring municipalities, Waterloo and Cambridge, they're not even paying a proportional amount to population, which is more than fair. This is something that we need to make sure that we market this region as a whole. We're not competing with Waterloo, and we're not competing with Cambridge. We're in it together. We're competing against markets much further away, not even necessarily on this side of the border. So I will definitely be supporting this come final budget day. Councillor Urbanovich, is it on this? Or Mayor Urbanovich on this?
Great, we'll get it right. A couple, if I can, just very quickly on this, because I had stepped out for a little bit. I too, on budget day, will be very supportive of this. In my mind, it's very clear, and I've had these conversations both with Mayors Jaworski and Mayor Craig in terms of the 2 urban centres that are involved the most in economic development, but the other townships are as well, about the need for us to be speaking with one voice as we market ourselves to the broader world. I have said countless times that our competition is not Waterloo and Cambridge. Our competition is Toronto. Our competition is Vancouver. Our competition is Seattle, Boston, Austin, Texas, and so on. And it is absolutely essential that we continue to stay aggressive in our economic development efforts, because while we have been doing well the last number of years, others have been rising to the occasion and becoming much more aggressive in their approach. And one only needs to look down the highway to Hamilton as an example, who have become much more aggressive in their approach around economic development. And they do speak with one voice. The reality is, locally, our governance structure is different, but when it comes to economic development, we have to look beyond that and work together in order to make sure we continue to attract the right businesses to this region and retain them once they're here. And once we get them to this region from an attraction point of view, it means supporting them to locate, as you've said, Mr. Chair, wherever it makes the most sense. And once they are here, they will move around. I mean, a perfect example is, initially Google came to Waterloo Region, and they originally set up in Waterloo. They eventually moved down to Kitchener, and we see a huge expansion happening in the city of Kitchener, as an example. On the other end of things, we have Haru DefTech, which was located in the city of Kitchener for many years doing aircraft gear. They need to expand. We didn't have the lands available for them to do it. They've gone to Cambridge right now, but they're keeping those jobs here. They're not being relocated to Quebec or, even worse, down to the United States. So those are the things that we need to keep focused on as we look at this. And I would really urge that people give that serious consideration after we've had the benefit of the full report, which we'll be discussing at the joint regional council get-together later this month, and then ultimately when it'll come to our committee in February.
Thank you. We will now move on to page 118, which is improving the city's ability to engage volunteers in the community. Mr. May? No, sorry, questions. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just one. I think this is something that is good moving forward. Is it something that was looked at that we could do? Because it really seems like it's about building relationships, but something that could be done on like the shorter, medium term, like a 2 to 5 year position, and then relook at it at that point, or is this something that is really strongly felt that needs to be ongoing, long term?
And through you, Mr. Chair, all of the indications that we've seen is that the trends, the emerging trends on how people want to volunteer are not going to change again. And so the requirement to be more proactive, more strategic, work in partnerships with other community organizations, staff don't see that going away. In fact, if anything, we see that over time it's going to be tougher and tougher to get volunteers to help with our programs.
But with regards to the work that this staff would be doing or taking over so that another staff can do this work, is there not the ability to do that on a shorter term basis, build up those partnerships, relationships, and then be able to go back to the complement that we had or have currently?
So no, because much of the work that this position will do is annual type of engagement events, stuff like Festival of Neighborhoods, Kitchener's in Bloom, those kinds of things. And we'll always be looking for partners, and we'll always be looking, working with staff in the municipal organization to say, where could you use volunteers? How could we tap into the expertise of volunteers?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. I'm just curious. You interviewed 132 people who have been volunteering for a number of years. It seems obvious to me that they will say that they've had their share and they want to get out of it. So isn't that really a typical answer as opposed to saying volunteers are totally drying up?
Our data simply confirms what we've read and what the volunteer services strategy that was presented to council several years ago says, which is there are trends moving across all of North America where people are volunteering less, and when they do volunteer, they're volunteering for different reasons. And so our small sample of the folks we spoke to simply confirms that larger trend.
Another issue that you don't talk about here, and I think also tends towards the reduction in volunteers, is that there seems to be more and more red tape with a volunteer participating. Is that not the case, that a number of volunteers are now saying, I don't need this? Can you comment on that?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, I would not disagree with that statement. I think part of the role of a larger volunteer services team is to figure out how to knock down those barriers and tear away the red tape. They're all put in place for very good reasons, whether it's risk management or for legal or any number of good reasons. But, we see this in particular in our community centers, that these types of things are having an impact. And in fact, As council will know, we're in the midst of a comprehensive review of our community centres, and this is an issue that we're hearing about and are going to have to look to resolve.
Can you give me an indication of anything that's been eliminated because we have a lack of volunteers?
I can't give you a specific example off the top of my head of a program. What I can tell you is that I am aware anecdotally of, as an example, neighborhood associations are simply struggling to get members to join their executive board. And as a result, staff has to play a more active role than we should. And that's not good for staff, and it's certainly not good for the neighborhood. And so we are seeing the fact that volunteers are not stepping up already having an impact on things like neighborhood associations and the programs that they provide.
But in those cases, clearly the people have to understand if their volunteers are not coming forward, that those programs are not as important as they used to be, and perhaps we need to be eliminating those programs.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree with you more, Councillor Gazzola. Engaging however many neighborhood associations we have, and it's a lot, in that dialogue is not a small undertaking. It is something I do see will come from the comprehensive review of our community centers. The reality is right now, our neighborhood associations are not all reflective of the entire community. And as a result, the programs that they offer don't always reach the individuals who would use them. So yes, that's a problem, and yes, we need to do better in that area.
Okay, my final point is that considering all of this, considering the review that's going on, isn't this premature at this time?
I don't believe so. The volunteer strategy that was presented and approved by council was back in 2010, so it was several years ago that this need was identified. And I don't want you to think that this position will focus solely on volunteers in community centers or with neighborhood associations. They're working with 2,000 direct volunteers and 4,000 indirect volunteers. So a very crucial and important part of that is our neighborhood associations, but it's by no means the only part of what this individual would do.
Well, you sort of lost me there. What else? What else are they doing?
So they do things like organize Festival of Neighborhoods, they organize Kitchener and Bloom, they organize Earth Day, they organize City Hall 101 tours. The new position will look at other community partners to say, how can we help get volunteers for you? How can you help get volunteers? They'll go to staff across the municipal organization and say, I know you have a need here. Well, I've got a volunteer that has a specific skill set, and hopefully we can match them together.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm seeing a lot of things here that would be nice to have. And nice to have and need are two different things. And I think as I go through these, it's something that I have to consider.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but I just simply point out that if we maintain the current level of staffing and volunteer services, which is 2 individuals, we will start to lose volunteers. Given the trends of how people are volunteering, it's simply a fact that if our current service level is maintained, the number of volunteers we have will go down, and that will severely hurt the kinds of programs that we can offer as a municipality.
Councillor Gazzola? Question. I made a comment. And
my apologies. I thought you had a question.
No, and I resent staff participating in the debate. Okay, if a question is asked, it's up to them to respond to the questions. They're not asked upon to give their opinions on issues, other than when they're asked for.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I'm actually hearing a different comment from people who are volunteering. There are, besides the fact that the red tape is getting a bit outrageous and ridiculous, and that's one of the reasons why volunteers are struggling, we have a whole segment of our society who are now starting to retire and will have a fair bit of discretionary time. So I don't think, to be honest with you, that we're going to lose volunteers. So my question is, are we going to be spending $35,000 to make to add more volunteers when we already have 2,000 direct and 4,000 indirect volunteers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, all of the research that's been done across North America, and certainly was the foundation of the volunteer services strategy that was presented to Council back in 2010, says that the way people are volunteering is changing. So they no longer want to enter into some kind of thing where once a month they come to a board meeting and they participate. Their time is more limited. They would prefer to spend time with their family or doing other commitments. And so as a municipality, we're going to have to change how we offer volunteer opportunities. So that's what this position is about. It's about getting strategic to say, okay, if that's how people want to volunteer today, then we need to change how we're offering volunteer opportunities to take better advantage of them.
Well, I wasn't here for the 2010 study, so I guess I can't comment on whether we're correct or not. I think the issue that was addressed earlier was about the red tape and the amount of bureaucracy that volunteers are struggling with, and I think that's something that we maybe should be looking at first before we start hiring somebody. So I'm not going to support this at this time. I think that the work that has to be done is in how we can make it easier for people to volunteer.
Councillor Mayor Verbanovich.
Thank you, and maybe a question first and then a brief comment on this. In terms of the kinds of roles that we're talking about, Mr. May, from a volunteer perspective, if we start losing those roles, what will it mean to those activities or those events over time? What will the options be that are open to us?
There'll likely be two options. One, those programs will end and no longer be available for our residents. Or two, the city will have to start to offer them directly through our staff, and the cost of offering those programs will go up substantially.
Okay, and I mean I anticipated that's what the two options would be, and so under one scenario we would basically be incurring and having to raise taxes in order to provide them. Under the other scenario, I guess we would see a decrease in quality of life. Is that fair to say?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay. I think just on this particular issue, one only needs to talk to many of the organizations in our community that rely on volunteers on a regular basis to have an appreciation of the challenges that they are all facing in terms of trying to get more volunteers for their organizations. As people's lives have gotten busier and busier, people's time, quite frankly, has diminished. As people retire and are staying healthy and vibrant longer, they're finding themselves traveling and doing other things as opposed to volunteering excessively. So all those things, I think, are playing into the dynamic. Obviously, council is going to have to balance this against all of the other priorities that are there. But I think it's important. This is one where we really need to think about the importance of staying ahead of the curve on this issue and making sure that we don't start losing volunteers, because to lose the base that we already have and then to have to rebuild it, the effort that's going to be required to make that happen will be much more excessive and much more costly than to deal with this proactively and start building that base even further for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we gave all of us, I believe, gave a lot of lip service to volunteers and neighborhood associations, community groups in the recent election. In my opinion, this proposal will help strengthen our neighborhoods and communities, so it will have my support when we come to that vote. I'd also like to add that whether I'm asking a question or making a comment, I would always appreciate involvement of any staff member, particularly Mr. May, who I believe is one of our best and most considerate staff. So I have no problem with him involving in anything that I ever say.
Considerate, really? Councillor Yaneski?
Mr. May, if you can help me out here, all the different positions that we have for volunteers at the city, from Festival of Neighborhoods, Kitchen and Bloom, Earth Day, tours, and the list goes on. Is there an application form that has to be filled out by a volunteer to be part of a thing that they want to participate, whether it's a community neighborhood association or some of these things that I mentioned, and a scrutiny as to the quality, police checks, stuff of that nature that they have to go through?
So all of the different organizations would have different ways with which volunteers could become involved. We've just recently launched a new online tool to manage our volunteers so that we can track our volunteers, we can track their skills and try to better position them with opportunities. But it's hard for me to say that there's one application process. If you look at Festival of Neighborhoods or Earth Day or a neighborhood association or a sports club, they all have their own individual ways to bring on volunteers.
But isn't that part of the city? Like, don't HR or somebody or the community association who controls that? In terms of you're saying they all have their own way, but it still comes back to the city, does it not?
Yeah. So to be honest, I would have to get back to you on that. I mean, if I think about something like Kitchener Soccer, it's not my knowledge that we get involved in any of the selection around volunteer coaches or volunteer conveners or any of those things. That is a separate board, a separate sports group that does that. But if we can find volunteers who have an interest and an ability in stuff like soccer, and we can pair them up with the soccer club, that's a win-win for everybody.
So in certain groups, you could, I'm just going to throw Kitchener and Bloom as an example. You could say, I want to be involved in terms of selecting sites of, that are nice in the area. And you may not need any qualifications other than just being interested in like gardens and front lawns, etc. Mm-hmm. And do you need anything for that? It's just, you're on the committee, you're welcome. Is that just as simple as that sometimes?
In some cases, yeah, there would be some for which no preset of skills or knowledge would be required, and then they would be chosen to assist.
Okay. When I know where you're involved, like you say, soccer, minor hockey, if you want to become a coach or something like that, you have to get a police check and go through all that stuff, which is even more strenuous and challenging, I guess, on it. So there's different levels. Okay.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I have no question. I just had a quick comment that this is one piece that I don't see in any way as a expenditure cost. It's an investment to our community, but this is one investment that will most definitely give a return, and a return that's tenfold. The amount of work that volunteers do in our community, it would be completely unaffordable had that needed to be supported through our tax base. And if we can supplement that and assist in a way of managing those volunteers and encourage it further in our community, it would be very foolish of us to go in an opposite direction. So would be very strongly supporting this, and hope others would too.
Councillor Schneider?
We've heard the term red tape being involved in volunteering. Mr. May, would this position help cut that red tape?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's interesting. One person's red tape is another person's necessary due diligence. So as an example, hockey or soccer may require somebody to get a police background check. Somebody might consider that red tape. And so we need to be very careful. Having said that, having this position will free up capacity with one of our more senior staff to look at opportunities to figure out how we can make it easier for volunteers to get engaged in the community.
This position, I also would assume, would help promote volunteer opportunities and help match up people's skill set and desires with a volunteering opportunity?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. Just one, I'd look to Mr. May to comment potentially. Having just come off of the Safe and Healthy Communities Committee, I think this is something that they may wish to take a look at, possibly endorse or otherwise. There's a meeting on this Thursday. Would it be possible to bring that? Or I think the next possible date would be in February, but...
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm on the agenda for one of those two meetings, so I'd be happy to work with the committee and add this and get their input, and then provide council with an email that summarizes what the Safe and Healthy Committee, what their feedback was.
Okay, I think it's important because they have done a considerable amount of work taking a look at community centers and community associations. No further questions on that item. Instantly, I will be supporting that. Moving to page 120, increased street-level special events programming. Councillor Fernandez.
So I think we just saw in our previous discussions earlier that there was funding coming to special events in terms of solidifying the position from part-time to permanent part-time.
To clarify, that wasn't funds. That was just approval of the
I
position.
understand
Okay.
that.
No, you said additional.
I said we've gone from...
You said additional funds.
No, I said we've went from contract part-time to full part-time position.
Okay, well,
we've solidified that.
It's on the official record exactly what you said. So anyway, please continue.
Okay, we can get into debate if you want, but...
I'm not debating. I'm simply saying, I'm correcting. You said additional funds.
Regardless, we have staff for this. I'm going to echo what Councillor Gazzola just said a few minutes ago. There are a number of things in here, and we all received an email from a resident about nice-to-haves and needs and wants. And again, it's not as if we are not providing the opportunities for festivals and events under our present staff complement. I think that if we're going to continue on this vein, we're going to be spending a lot more money on staffing for events and special events instead of maybe doing what our citizens want us to do, pavements, parks, and pipes, which I think is what we always hear about. It's always nice to have a fun time, but if we can't take care of our pipes, our pavements, and our parks, that's where we hear the biggest. So that wasn't even a question, that's just a comment because I'm tired of spending money.
Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe the health and future of our downtown is a fun event. I don't disagree with this particular proposal, but I'm starting to wonder if downtown issues should not involve much more than street-level special events. Based on what I see downtown, what we're doing is still not working, and I'm starting to wonder if a better use of some of this money that we're pumping into special events would be finding some way to establish a program that might attract more retail businesses to the core instead of increased special event activity, or at least split the money, because yet again we're not doing this in the downtown core. I spent a lot of time in the downtown, and currently we're facing another 2 examples of core downtown businesses closing up. So something is not working. I want to see more effort to get a grocery store, more effort to get other retail stores into the downtown core, as well as special events. I'd like to see both. I think we should support retail in the way that we're supporting startup companies. And I think if we put that kind of effort into finding a way to do that, we'll end up with a much healthier downtown core. I don't believe we can wait for LRT. That's still a few years off. We're going to see another totally declining downtown unless we do more in the downtown than special events.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, so the I guess the intent is just for the downtown, but is there any capacity to assist with more localized or neighborhood events out of this as well? Or primarily it will be focused entirely on downtown?
Mr. Young?
Through the chair. A good example of what this spending would be used for that's more community-based is we're going to be, it hasn't been formalized yet, but we'll be hosting an end-of-day celebration for the Pan Am Games next year in June, third week of June. And that'll involve a number of communities' involvement, whether it's athletes, cultural organizations, local performers, et cetera. So that's one way that some of this funding would help to promote community-wide event or festival.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just quickly make a comment. I absolutely do see the benefit that this would bring, but I have to agree with some of the comments that Councillor Etherington has said. I think we're not there yet, and I don't see this allocation necessarily an immediate benefit. I think there is still a lot of growth that needs to happen in our core. So if we have some additional resources, if it could be allocated towards economic development and assisting our existing businesses here in the core, that will generate more vibrancy here. And I think we are already doing, had we not already been doing as much as we are towards events planning in our core, I would say something entirely different. But I think we're meeting that need currently. I think it's a matter of there's just not enough foots on the ground, and as more growth happens along the core and the LRT route, I think that will be a significant shift. So I'm not certain on this suggestion.
Councillor Gazzola?
I want to start off by stating that I agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Fernandez recently said, that the 3 Ps are really important things, and that's the main mandate on our plate. And over the years, that's what I hear more about than anything else. This whole issue, now we're looking at here again at spending more money in the downtown. I do get concerned because in the ward that I represent, I have 2 large commercial areas in Sports World area and Fairview Mall area. And they bring in a lot of commercial taxes to the city, but I don't see us spending these kind of dollars in those areas. So we need to come to some kind of equity in all of this. The bottom line comment, if we had only had an assessment increase this year of 1% or less, would we be dealing with all of these issues? It's just food for thought.
Mayor Rabinovich?
Thank you. And one of my questions has already been asked. I was encouraged to hear that this is speaking not just to downtown programming, but also programming in other areas of the city. But in the course of the question that Councillor Etherington asked, he also asked about the piece around downtown business recruitment, and whether the funds could be split that way along those lines. Or I'm wondering, and I don't think now is the right time to ask that, but I'm wondering if we can ask staff to give us an update on at committee or by email or whatever is appropriate on the efforts that are being made, who's leading them, and the work that's being done in that regard, and share that with council at the appropriate time in the near future.
I would look to staff I'd look to staff to confirm they can provide that. Yes, very good. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yes, through Chair Davey. I don't disagree with some of the comments that were made around the horseshoe, in particular helping out with retail, but I don't think this is the appropriate time for this because this is something totally different that we're looking at. And in fact, I think during our strategic initiative session, that didn't even make the top 12. So that wasn't obviously a priority among council, even though I think I would love to see it there. But the one question that I think we're kind of forgetting is we built up this momentum with special events in this community. And I know I've probably attended to most of these events, and a lot of the things that we heard were, well, why couldn't the city have done this? Why couldn't the city have done that? We could have made this way better. And the problem is we don't have the resources to make all those events and make all those changes. So how do we build on that momentum if we're just going to keep doing the same thing that we're doing? And eventually they're not going to be the exciting events that people want to go to see. So I think I would urge council to really support this because I think this is part of creating vibrancy. I don't disagree again with some of the comments. I think those aspects need to be looked at, but this is something separate.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
I got a question to Mr. Young. You can help me out. A lot of the events that you've got that's been happening for the last little while and the future growth, it's all basically downtown in the square here, Victoria Park, King Street Strip, etc. And and you work with the downtown BIA for a lot of the events, I would gather, to coordinate it and make sure it's successful. There's two boards that have businesses. There's the downtown BIA and there's the Belmont Village BIA. And we don't have anything in my ward in the downtown, in the Belmont Village area that has any special events. What's your plans to bring something? I'm not saying you have to do everything, shift everything over, but is there anything that you have in mind that you can bring forward to the Belmont Village, and because it's got the same type of character as downtown, but on a smaller scale, and do something there?
Through the chair, I believe it was 2 years ago, I met with the folks from the Belmont Village, and I apologize, I can't remember the business. I know there was a tea shop,
yep,
and there was a couple adjacent to it. And I met at length with them in terms of a downtown style event that they wanted to do with that strip there on Belmont, I believe, where those businesses were, where they're going to close down that section of the road, use the, I'm trying to remember exactly how it looked. I think there was some kind of off-street parking.
Yeah,
or
angled parking. That's right.
Angled, exactly. And I know at that point, after meeting with them and giving them a number of ideas of how to work around it and probably the best route to go in the infancy of that event that they were developing, they scaled it back considerably based on funding, where they weren't going to close down that portion of the road, and they were going to activate more into the business parking lots. So specifically, there has been some involvement with Belmont, with those businesses in that stretch right there. As far as I know, they still have some sort of an event that happens in the summer. I'm not sure if it's grown larger than what they had originally anticipated or what their plans are moving forward.
Well, it's a cruise night that I initiated back a couple of years ago that we've been doing 3 times during the summer. That's sort of unfolded and it's growing. But that's the only event, and that's something that
before we go too far down,
so I'm just wondering,
Councillor Yaneski, can you your comments now relate to it's very specific. Please try and keep it to whether you want to approve this item or not approve it, because it's not quite related.
Well, I'm just wondering whether one of these items can be included or would be part of this if we're going to support this. Whether that would be also something on your plate is to get involved with the Belmont Village. And have some type of event there besides just the downtown area.
Again, a lot of the events have to have the buy-in from the either the neighborhood or the local community or the business owners in that area. If there's an appetite for them to expand programming or have something in addition, like I said, as of a couple years ago when I met with them, they were keen to do it. Now, do they need our involvement? I'm not sure, but it seemed to fall off the table from my perspective. But if there is an interest there, I think, as I noted earlier, I'm certainly open to chatting with them and helping them and guiding them along.
Okay, there are no further questions in this item. To be frank, I'm undecided on this at present. I am, despite Councillor Etherington's comments, I think I'm worried a little bit about saturation in terms of special events, and I'm wondering if it might be prudent I think it's very important, but to defer it for a year or two until some of our condos start filling out in downtown Kitchener. So at this point, I'll be clear that I'm undecided. There are no further questions. There is one final item in the strategic initiatives, and that is the leisure access card. Any questions or concerns with this? Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just be very quick about this. During these budget debates, my concerns, as everyone knows by now, are to do with there's 2,338 low-income children, 205 seniors, and I believe 1,899 adults that receive this assistance. So I'll just jump to the main point. Staff say that even when this program runs out of cash, extra funds are found, and we never turn anyone away. I just wanted to say that considering the following stats, I don't want to take that chance. In 2010, we helped 940 children. As I said, that number has soared to 2,338 last year. In 2010, we helped 140 seniors. Last year, that number had jumped to 205. 5 years ago, we helped 850 adults. Last year, that was 1,899. These figures are increasing dramatically every year, and I'm asking for an additional $10,000. That's a minuscule amount, minuscule increase to our budget that, in my opinion, merits approval.
So we'll take that then as notice of motion for final budget day. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, to staff, I think it's already been recognized that we don't turn anyone away. Do we post online after, I guess, we've received sufficient applications and we've exhausted the budget that no more funding is available? Is there any way that deters people from even asking?
Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, there would be no way for those interested in applying to know that funding is nearing depletion. And as I've said previously, we have never and would never turn anybody away from this program because of a lack of funding.
So in effect, this is really not doing anything, though it would look good on the headlines, but it's not doing anything. We are still doing exactly what even if this were not to approve, all those individuals listed out, and that's helpful to see what, the necessity of having this program there, but they all would have received the same level of subsidy.
So, what the $10,000 that Councillor Etherington is proposing would do is we have looked at the 5-year average for this program. We've heard that throughout today that staff will often look at what's the 5-year average of something and put a budget to it. The 5-year average for the LIC program is $148,000. With staff's proposal for 2015, we would have a budget of $162,000. In other words, we're already proposing a buffer of $14,000 above the 5-year average for this program. The additional $10,000 from Councillor Etherington would simply push that buffer from $14,000 to $10,000. In staff's mind, it's not necessary because, as I've said, we won't turn folks away, but it is simply a buffer.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, this is a non-issue as far as I'm concerned, but I would Councillor Etherington gave out a number of details. Are these? Is it possible to get all of these details for everyone to share? And can we actually get a complete? Can we get a complete report on the leisure access program, so that we all are starting from a level playing field when it comes to that information?
So through Mr. Chair, when staff report back on all of the different things that have been requested through today, we can provide you with two things as it relates to LAC. One is a 5-year chart that shows the number of people who have been using it over each of those 5 years. And then the second is the 5-year actuals over that time frame.
And that's good, but can we have some dialogue also as to how the plan got set up and what it does? Just a little more background without, I don't want to add a lot of work to your table.
Yep, we can do that.
Thank you.
Very good. I too was actually curious about the numbers Councillor Etherington brought forward. Councillor Fernandez.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. May. Did I understand correctly that you said that with the 11% increase that we would be buffered enough with what our additional requests have been over the last 5 years?
Yeah, so the 5-year average is $148,000. The recommendation before you from staff would have the LAC budget for 2015 at $162,000, which means there's already a buffer of $14,000.
Okay, and you see that as enough of a buffer?
Well, we do, because as I've said many times, we treat it as if that buffer runs out, we will find ways to fund those that need this program.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Point of clarification, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Did we not get a lot of this information when we dealt with user fees? Was there not a paper as to why we were increasing to the 162? Did we not have a report recently on that had all the numbers included in?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think there was a summary in the user report, but not the full charts, and so I'm happy to take some of that summary and add it to the full charts and recirculate.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. And back to Councillor Etherington.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair, in response to fellow Councillor Singh, believe me, it won't be a headline. It's not done for the purpose of a headline. This story has already been buried on an insight page, so it won't be a headline. Secondly, to Mr. May. Now, Mr. May, remember I said you were considerate. Frontline staff at our community centres, I believe they know when the budget is depleted for this program. Would you agree that they're therefore less likely to mention the subsidy when it runs out, usually about October?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they might be aware through word of mouth, but certainly the direction that we've provided through many years on a number of occasions is that if somebody comes in and wants to apply and meets the eligibility requirements, they will receive funding for the program.
Okay, fair enough. How much did we overshoot the budget last year for this subsidy?
In 2014?
Correct.
So 2014 was the 1 year where the actuals were higher. So the actuals were 177,000 and we had budgeted 145,000.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Singh.
Well, he used my name, so I thought I'd take the chance to rebuttal. I just wanted to say that Councillor Etherington is being very modest, the power that he has with his words. So I doubt it very much that would be very deep if you're saying it, Councillor Etherington. That's all.
Councillor Schneider.
Mr. May, in past years, has there been a buffer amount included in the budget number?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, we have been very fortunate over 4 of the past 5 years to apply for and receive funding from the Canadian Tire Jumpstart program. And so that has really helped us. What we're trying to do is build a buffer so that should that grant be pulled away, we can sustain the program on its own. We don't have indications that it'll be pulled away for 2015, but better to build it up to that level just to be safe.
Okay. I really believe in this program. I think it's very, very important. And I think optically, if we're not going to turn anyone away anyway, that it would be smart for us to show visibly and budget-wise that we do support this program and include that extra $10,000 in there.
Okay, no further questions. I'll comment that I'm hugely supportive of the program. I don't think the $10,000 is frankly necessary. I think if anything, that $10,000 would probably be better served going to tax stabilization, which would look at all of these issues, because as has been said several times now, no one has and no one will ever get turned away for this particular program. So that concludes our strategic initiatives. I'm actually going to break for like 2 minutes for a leg stretch, and we will reconvene. 2 minutes.
Can you, Elizabeth has done a little piece of citizen using those sites. I could still show you, didn't I? Yeah, you must have. Yeah. Could you send me those future terms? One of the things do you need to write it? She probably. I don't know. Get rid of it. I'm just easier. Consider this that nobody turned the resource program on. I expect to see your chair. Just have a I was stumbling, I came up with consider.
Okay, I'd like to ask everyone to please retake their seats. Okay, Councillor Singh, you had a question regarding the overall strategic initiatives?
Yeah, just the overall strategic initiatives, especially the fact that we're looking at unfunded service increases. Something that came out of an exercise that we did, after the election with the business plan, setting the priorities. There were a few important points that were discussed, one of which was more of an immediate need that we talked about, snow clearing on pathways. And trails, routes that lead to schools. And this is something I had raised in a council meeting in December as well, and staff said that they would bring some information forward to see if that could be taken into account for this year within the existing operational budget. But if that's not the case, are we going to look at funding that, because we've established some priority to it? And if further to that, do you need direction as an issue paper to come back so that can be looked at as part of the... No, that's what I want to confirm. If it's in it, that's fine. If it's not in it, then do we need to have an issue paper part of budget?
Okay, who could speak to that? I'm assuming Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when we had identified this initially, and our first response was to indicate that this was a fairly complex issue in the sense that we have to have the discussion with the school board and identify also which routes they want for the purposes of clearing on an annual basis. And then, based on that, determine whether or not there are capital upgrades associated with making those trails hard surface in order to be able to provide this service. So all of that is going to be done this year. We want some public consultation as well that's associated with that. One thing that we have investigated so far is the issue that although we have indicated that some of these locations are not winter maintained by signage, we do, when opportunity does present itself, after we've done our major routes, we'll go back in and try to clear them to some extent, but not down to a hard surface. We do open them up a bit, and we're prepared to do that. We just have to recognize that we can't do that on a daily basis because, one, we're not funded or resourced in order to be able to do that. But that's all part of the mix that we'll be coming forward with in our review this year.
Okay, well, that was very helpful to have that clarity so that we can, as we're getting complaints from our residents, that we can clarify that efforts will be made this year, but on a go-to-forward basis, that a lot more extensive work will be done too. So that's good. And the last point was that, again, out of the same exercise for the business planning, we established a priority for assistance in the mayor and council office. The fact that we have new members of council and there's increase from 6 to 10 in the 2010 election. This was a priority that was considered as well. Again, that will be work that would be more initiated for part of 2016, or can that be captured in the beginning of this term now and have the appropriate funding related to it? It was one of the 12 priorities.
And sorry, the specifics of the question was?
Additional assistance in the mayor and council office to allow councillors to be more engagement in aspects of it, and that could be related to additional support in the mayor and council office through staffing. That was
okay.
I don't know anything about it, so.
Okay. So there's no issue paper like that coming forward. So okay.
No.
So any of what we did in December when we established those 12 priorities, they're really not going to be, if there is an existing budget available within departments, we're pretty much looking as part of 2016 when any of that would be visibly seen. Nothing would be done in 2015 then.
Okay, Mr. Wilmer and Mr. Chapman both keyed in here. Mr. Wilmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there will be a report coming back to Council as Finance Committee 2 weeks today with the proposed business plan. So that does include your top 12 amongst the others.
Good.
So that would be a time when we could pursue the question on any individual one.
If it needs to be captured part of this budget or a future budget.
Right, but I think that the default is, as you've suggested, it's not in the 2015 budget, but the work will be done in 2015 and then implemented
But we
in
have
2016.
opportunity to accelerate if we so choose then. Okay, there'll be ample time before the final budget day. That was my only point.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
Through the chair, I also would draw your attention to the capital package in advance of next week, that I believe many of those issues are reflected in new or increased investment in capital in 2015. There were only a few of them where we didn't see a need to increase funding. On the specific issue you've raised around support for council, though, I think we're all drawing a blank on that one. We know the issue you've referenced, but we never understood there to be a mandate to look at increased staffing levels.
No, well, it was kind of vague, I think. It talked about having more resources available to councillors in their engagement with their constituency.
Right, and if memory serves, I don't believe that hit the top 12.
Sure? Okay.
The one thing I would offer, though, is that council will recall that there is an audit planned in the audit work plan for the first part of this year to look at Office of Mayor and Council, and so that is a process that councillors will be engaged in, and I fully expect resourcing is a question that will be addressed.
Okay, good. I just wanted to see what was going to be part of this budget, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez, have you queued in? Do you have a question on
Yes. I wasn't sure if we were asking questions or it was comment related to what the piece we just finished.
Councillor Singh had a question related to strategic initiatives, so we're about to move on to operating budgets, but if you had something that you missed in strategic initiatives, you can go ahead.
Well, it's really not a question, except that the one, if you can go back to that slide for just 1 second. Thank you. The one issue that I think we're seeing here that we heard around the horseshoe when we had those strategic meetings was talking about our forest maintenance. We heard a lot of things about boulevard trees, so I think some of that is in here. But just a quick comment on what I see happening here. We have $500,000 plus a little bit. That was unexpected revenue, and I'm very concerned that if we didn't have that, would we see these initiatives there? I know that question was asked by Councillor Gazzola. I sometimes think that these are staff's suggestions, except for one or two, and I think that we really need to be looking at the comments that we heard from our constituents when we were going door to door. If we didn't have this $500,000, we probably wouldn't be spending it. So I'm concerned that we're heading towards a spend budget as opposed to being reasonable and following what we had originally planned. So those are my comments. I'm really concerned.
Okay, and to be clear, staff spoke directly to that earlier in the presentation and said there has been in past years when they haven't been able to meet the rate of inflation that these strategic initiatives have come off the table. So the very fact that they are here is because there is surplus funding. If there was not surplus funding, they would not be here. And it's not up to staff to decide whether or not we implement these. It's up to us to decide whether or not we implement these. So it is completely within our prerogative to say no to every single one of these and add to the tax levy. That's our decision to make. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. I sat here and listened to all the comments when we talked about strategic initiatives and what staff have said to this point. And it's clear to me that there's some of these that I think would be really beneficial to the community, and that there's some that we probably can leave for a little while. And I think it's important to recognize that staff have done their job, and for us to make assumptions here today that all of these are going through, moving forward, aren't necessarily true. I think we need to see the full reflection of also what the capital program is bringing to us. And I'll admit that I haven't gone I've gone page by page, but not detail by detail yet. Capital budget, that's obviously my work for the next week. But I think it's really important to look at overall in the context, and that staff have brought forward these as what they see as the priority. We still have the ability to either find new priorities or not spend any of this money. And I think that that was said very early on, that we can do one of three things with this. And I'm afraid that we keep coming back to we're spending money, when none of this is spent. These are just options that are being presented before us today.
Okay, with that, we are now on page, right in front of us, Op 63.
So
Mr. Hagee.
We'll move into the enterprise section. And before we talk about any specific enterprise, I just want to focus on this slide and talk about enterprises as a whole. And the chart we have here really tells us about two things. What enterprises are allowed to pay a dividend to the city, because some of them are not by legislation, but some can. So that's kind of the rows. And then the columns are, by the end of 2015, which of those enterprises do we expect will be in a surplus or deficit situation? That's essentially talking about their stabilization reserve fund. So will they have a positive balance in their stabilization reserve fund, or would they have a negative balance in their reserve fund? We'll talk first about that, about the reserve funds. You'll see that three of the enterprises are expected to be in deficit at the end of the year. So golf, parking, and stormwater are expected to have a negative balance in their stabilization reserve fund as of the end of 2015, whereas gas, building, water, and sanitary are expected to have a positive balance in their stabilization reserve fund at the end of the year. Cutting the other way and looking at the rows, you can see that the items or the enterprises on the top can pay a dividend to the city. Gas, golf, and parking. Each of those can and in fact do pay a dividend to the city. So in that we mean we're taking funds from those enterprises, so they're generating those revenues through gas rates, through golf fees, and through parking fees. And some of the money that they bring in is transferred to the tax base. So it benefits the taxpayer, and we're extracting that funding out of those enterprises. Whereas the four enterprises on the bottom cannot. So by legislation, cannot transfer funding to the tax base. So building, water, sanitary, and stormwater are all precluded from paying a dividend to the city. So it's just a summary of kind of what we'll see. We're going to talk about each of the enterprises in a lot more detail, but essentially that's just one way to cut all of the enterprises, whether they can or cannot pay a dividend, and whether they're planned to be in a positive or a negative situation by the end of 2015. The first enterprise we'll talk about is golf, and Ms. Kugler is here to answer more detailed questions about this, but I'll just provide a summary, and then the format of each of these is the same, that there's kind of a summary slide at the start and then the number slide. The exception to that is water and sanitary, and Mr. Whitmer is going to be sharing in the presentation and actually bearing the brunt of presenting that information to you. And then I'll come in toward the end and do my little piece of kind of summarizing what happened in those enterprises for 2014, what's expected for 2015, and then we'll look at the numbers. So first off is golf, and golf is expected to end the year in 2014 with a negative situation. Financially. And that's largely due to the weather we had this year. So it was cold longer, it was wet longer, and even when the weather turned in the spring, we had a lot of wet days over the course of the golf season. So the revenues were essentially down. There were some savings in some of the expenses, but essentially we were not able to meet our revenue targets, and that's causing a deficit situation in the golf enterprise in 2014. Golf is currently in a deficit, so the stabilization reserve fund is negative, and it's planned to be negative over the course of the forecast, although it is improving over each of the 5 years. And as noted before, golf does pay a dividend to the city, and so the amount that it pays, as you see in the third bullet here, represents the amount of property tax and income tax that the golf enterprise would pay if it was held by a private industry as opposed to publicly. You will notice when we get to the numbers, and we talked about it already a little bit this morning, that the dividend has gone down, so golf is paying less to the tax base. But again, that's because golf courses have been reassessed, and so the property taxes that our golf course would be paying to the city would go down, and so we've reflected that in the dividend that's being transferred to the city. So here are the numbers, and in each case I'll highlight some of the key lines. So about halfway down, if you look, you'll see a line that says excess deficit of revenue over expenses, and that's essentially the in-year results. So just 1 year at a time what actually happened. So you can see the budget for 2014 in the first column. We planned to break even, so essentially you'd be bang on and have revenues and expenses meet. So we planned for no surplus or deficit. We actually ended up with a deficit of $174,000, and again, that's largely due to the revenues being down, which you'll see higher up on the screen. And then if you follow that line across, you'll see that Gulf is expected to have small surpluses year in, year out over the course of the forecast. The line right above that is the dividend transfer to the city. So you'll see in 2014, it was budgeted as $130,000. The new number, after recalculating what property taxes would be under the reassessed value, is $75,000. So that's been reduced and is actually what's largely causing the small surplus in Gulf year after year. I'll draw your attention again just down to the bottom. Toward the bottom, you'll see the stabilization reserve fund, and in each of the enterprises, they kind of have this structure where it's the in-year results kind of at the top and then a stabilization reserve fund summary at the bottom. You can see that it's opening the year with a deficit of $762,000. We plan to just have interest costs within that reserve this year, but we have to add in the deficit that you see up above, the $174,000. So we're planning to be, at the end of 2014, $947,000 negative within the Gulf Enterprise Stabilization Reserve. If you follow that line across, you'll see that there's minor improvement each year, and essentially that's just adding in the small surpluses that you see year after year up above. That's a summary on the Gulf Enterprise, and if you have any real questions, I'll deflect them to Ms. Kugler. I can answer some things.
There are a few in the queue on Gulf. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're real questions, but I'm really surprised to see that the assessment of the golf course has gone down so considerably. Is that land less valuable? What?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, no, I think it's only increasing in value over time. My understanding is that for golf courses, a portion of their assessment is residential, but the majority of it is based on their stream of income and the profitability. And as we've seen across the whole golf sector, profits are down, and so golf courses generally have been reassessed and their assessments reduced.
Can you give me an indication of the asset value that we have there in the golf courses?
We can. I don't think we can do it off the cuff, but we can supply that.
I'm just trying to see what kind of a return we're getting on our investment, or whether we should be selling the golf courses. Who is this level playing field group that we seem to be dealing with?
Ms. Kugler.
Hurry, you're using up my time.
The group that actually brought forward the agreement with the City of Kitchener was the National Golf Association. It was the private golf courses that have a national association in Canada, and they brought forward that during the expansion of Dune.
Yeah, but they don't really have any jurisdiction over us. If we wanted to ignore them, we could.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
Through the chair, all I can advise on that point is that we agreed to this as a part of the settlement of the OMB appeal of the expansion, and so it was part of the formal legal remedy of that situation.
Okay. The debt charges of $265,000, that's primarily due to?
Oh, pardon me. Go ahead, Ms. Kugler.
The debt charges are previously occurred when the business case was put together prior to the expansion. The numbers and the projections that were established for the Gulf Enterprise were greater in the revenues. And so in the first couple of years in 2010 and 11, we had substantial deficits, and that's when we changed the whole model that was operating at the golf course and reduced the administrative and supervisory positions within the golf course and created about a $700,000 decrease in our annual expenses to help offset the revenues we weren't hitting.
But that that is due primarily to the expansion of the dune course, is it not?
I would say it's more to the over projections and what they believed at the time the revenues would bring in.
I know, but we spent the money on dune. Can you tell me what rate of interest is the golf course paying on their deficit?
Through the chair, I would have to check the stabilization reserve funds. We call them short-term, and so it's probably in the range of around 2%.
Which is, we're awful lenient on that. We could be charging more, could we not? It's food for thought. Why, I read somewhere on one of these pages where Cambridge, I was looking at the fees that are charged, and the Cambridge rates are 23% higher than the Kitchener, our rates. Why is that? Why are we not up there in the same ballpark?
So the fees that have been established by Kitchener, the one piece that we're really well known for is our rate. What happens in the other golf courses, it's like a hotel. And so what they advertise on their website for their retail price, they fluctuate that day to day. And you can go and pay up anywhere from $15 around to the book rate. And what happens is they spend a lot of money on advertising to move those different fees and those fee structures. What we've been able to do is establish our price and be very consistent with that and see the benefit of it without having to spend the increase in advertising and media, both print and radio and TV.
How are those courses doing? Are they in the red like this?
I would say generally golf courses around the region are definitely feeling some of the impacts of the weather, and so many of them are suffering losses as well.
Okay, my final question is, several years ago, the city gave the golf course another $1 million, and I thought a number of things were going to happen as a result of that. Has anything happened?
So the dollars went to decreasing the stabilization reserve fund that was sitting at a deficit. So instead of us showing currently our $775,000 deficit, it would have showed $1,775,000.
Okay, but the banker wasn't ready to close you down because of that figure. The figure is the same basically today, and nobody's pounding on your door to close you down. So we really didn't do anything with the $1 million.
I think that was answered.
Yeah, I guess I answered it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, on to page 066, debt charges. Councillor Gazzola alluded to interest rates, but who gets that money? Who's it paid to?
So the debt charges are actually the construction that was happened. So there's a debt out for the golf course expansion, and that goes to pay off that, which goes to the region.
So it's whoever holds the debt.
Who holds
it? I don't know. The region issues the debt, and whoever chooses to buy that debt is the one that gets the interest payment.
Oh, okay. I see.
So it's likely an institution somewhere, but I have no knowledge as to who it specifically
sort of
is.
like a debenture sort of thing?
Absolutely. It's so when council approves issuing debt as part of the budget process, a number of years ago there would have been a debt issue specifically for the dune expansion.
Okay. And how long will this continue on for? I'm sure you got to go up to 2019, but how are we paying this forever, or?
So the first debenture or the first debt charges will decrease in 2021, and then the next is in 2035, I believe, and I will double check that and confirm that.
So this could be paid on for the next 20 years?
Correct.
And so how much, what would be the total debt that would be paid? How much are we in the hole on that?
Not sure that staff would have that handy, but...
Yeah, through the chair, we could go back and find out what the original debt issue amount was. We don't have that off the top of our heads, but essentially, just like with all our other debt, it gets issued and it's for a term. Since it was for a golf course that's going to be here for a long period of time, and the payment was over a number of years, I'm guessing it was probably a 25-year debenture. So from the time it was issued, it would take 25 years to pay off.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, what is the total membership at city golf clubs?
Sorry, the question again?
The total number of members? Was that the question?
Yeah, total number of members.
So we have 320 members plus additional, what I would call our junior memberships. So we're about 515.
And how does that compare to other municipal golf clubs?
At this time, to be fair, I don't know that we actually have a comparative number with London, so I can do a check on that one.
Yeah, just to find out if we're low or high, what are we doing to increase our membership?
So an initiative that we've done is we've come out with a midweek membership, trying to lure in people that potentially have time to play from noon until 3, and really have reduced that rate to make it attractive. We've added for our seniors that golf more than 3 times a week, a membership that now gives them the ability to pay a 1 fee for their cart for the season. We are looking at initiatives around the junior. We're actually going out to some of the facilities to encourage parents to register their children in the youth programs. And not alone, Golf Canada and Golf Ontario are very much realizing that they need to reinvest in the golfer again. So they have some different campaigns that we're trying to partner and join the ranks on to increase exposure to golf. Last year, we started a test pilot with the school board in introducing golf back into the school curriculum, and we had a number of schools take advantage of that, and we're looking to expand that program this year.
But none of this seems to be working.
Well, the junior program is just new. That was launched in, it was the first group went through. We ran 5 programs through in May and June, just before school ended, and great uptake. So it's being built into the school curriculum. So some of them take time based on some of those initiatives. I would say that given our aging population and our senior memberships, we have seen an ability to attract new members. So as we're losing some of our seniors, we're actually increasing our adults, which gives us some stability, which is reassuring, because we were quite concerned with the percentage of senior members in our current membership. So we're seeing a shift and a growth in the adult side, which is great.
Do you think there's a declining interest in golf, period?
If you look at our good days, and what I mean by that is when the weather is consistent in the morning, our tee sheets are full of green fee players. It's not so much the membership that we're seeing a shift in. It's really in our green fee players who, if they're going to put the cash outlay to go, they want to make sure that they've got a sunny day. A, because they're investing the time, and B, they're investing the money. So they're looking for more of a sure thing, and the weather hasn't played the best partner with us, but we're trying to find some fun ways of doing it to encourage people to come out, rain or shine, and so we're doing some creative things around that.
It's probably going to get me clubbed to death, but like Councillor Gazzola, I wonder if we, in some ways, we should be doing something more financially productive with these golf courses. That's not a question.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I just have one question because the other ones have been answered. You talk about recent challenges, and one of them was increased environmental restriction constraints for maintaining golf courses. Is this something that we should have been anticipating, or is there a change in legislation that we've suddenly seen additional costs?
I think that there's 2 things. One, that there are some costs and we're building that in. but for the most part, what we're trying to do is stay current with things. And so we currently are meeting with the region to look at even our opening and closing dates at Dune. Now that we've got some proven history with some of the wildlife and some of the changes about the protection on some of those wildlife animals that we have, or predators that we, or no, it's not predators, but wildlife that we have there, we're looking, because we have been good stewards of that, and so we're looking for some relief there, and we're in the process of trying to put together some documentation on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, my only question, I just wanted to follow up on the assessment of the dividend dropping from 130 to 75. I just don't quite understand how that can be such a dramatic drop. Could I get some understanding as to how that actually works? Like, does it work like MPAC assesses the property, and then how does that calculation, like not specifically, but how can one body of land suddenly just drop half in value compared to everything else?
So the quick answer is yes, MPAC does assess it, and they've assessed it at a lower rate going forward. So they're saying it is less valuable as a taxable property.
Okay, Mr. Chapman?
And the other point is that it's a function of both property tax assessment and the equivalent that would have been paid in commercial income tax. We adjust this calculation about every 5 years, and the adjustment in assessment value was the impetus to do it. But if I'm not mistaken, we've also, because you can see here, have seen a decline in profitability of the golf courses. The notional income tax component would have decreased or gone to zero as well.
So is this drop indicative then of the overall health of the golf industry?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions on that. We can move along.
Next up is the building enterprise, and Mr. Sealing is here to answer some questions. As far as building activity in 2014, we actually saw really good results in 2014 and are ending the year in a positive position. So we did much better than we thought. This is largely due to increased building permit activity as development charges were coming in. So the city changed their development charges this year. But the real run happened just in advance of when the region changed theirs, as they had a more substantive increase. So there were more building permits that were issued in advance of that, and so the revenues are higher in 2014. Don't believe that's an ongoing trend, as that was kind of a once in every 5 year term. So that would not be the norm going forward, as you'll see in the financial projection. So building is expected to have a positive result, which will go into its stabilization reserve fund. And just to reiterate what we saw at the first slide, is that building is precluded from paying a dividend to the city. So while we charge them for all of the services that they use from the tax base, they can't pay us anything more than that. So the line I was referring to is under expenses, you'll see a line that says direct and indirect. Direct refers to building staff, specifically in the building division. Indirect is for support services. So for instance, in my area, I have a financial analyst that supports building, and I charge building for them. Well, I don't, but, and so they have that within human resources, IT, and whatnot. So we are allocating costs to the building enterprise as best we can, but we can't go beyond that.
Very good.
Again, just looking halfway down the slide, you'll see the excessive revenue over expense line, and that's where we see that we were expecting that we would be about $1.1 million to the bad, is the first column. In the budget 2014, we're actually $1.3 million to the good. And so that goes into the stabilization reserve fund. If you follow that line across, you'll see that we're projecting to have negative results in each of the next four years. And the stabilization reserve fund, if you drop down to the next section, you'll see that the balance in the stabilization reserve fund at the end of 2014 is about $5.2 million. It's right within that threshold of where we expect it should be, and that over time that would decline down. And so that's one of the benefits of having the stabilization reserve fund, is that when we have negative results, we don't have to react by increasing rates very quickly. This is something that we can have more measured rate increases because we have a stabilization reserve to kind of deal with some of those bad years that we're forecasting in the future.
Okay. Very good. Questions? Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to how we our estimates can be 150, 200% off. How does that happen? That's, let me put it, shouldn't there be a fairly substantial explanation given as to how that happens, as opposed to that there were building permits or what have you? But doesn't that warrant a fairly more detailed explanation to the Board of Directors?
There was explanation, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Sealing, there was explanation on a different page that said...
No, but there was very minimal explanation as to when we're off by such a large amount. I think the explanation should be a little more detailed than that.
Okay, Mr. Wilmer?
Through the chair, this really shouldn't come as any surprise to council. Every month you get the report on monthly financial indicators, and every month it's shown that the building permit revenue has been higher than budget. So you've seen that every month throughout 2014 that it's been significantly higher than budgeted. That's why those indicators are sent out.
I'm not saying that I haven't seen this and that it's not there, but I just feel that a little more of an explanation should be there for us. All right.
So through the chair, is it you're looking for a list of large permits and permit values? Because we could provide that. Those are things that are not necessarily predictable, but they do generate a lot of revenue.
I think a little more explanation would make it easier for us to understand. I mean, this is good news, okay? We're in the plus. I mean, what if it were the other way around? I think it would behoove us to have a little more explanation. That's all. I'm not saying anybody's done anything wrong. It's outside our control, really, as to what has happened. But yes, to give some explanation so that we can say, oh yeah, okay, there's half a dozen buildings that we now see them and we hadn't planned on them. So that's all. This is
point of clarification. Mayor
Apologies. I do believe, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I know I've got it as a councillor and continue to get it. We do get, in addition to the monthly financial analysis report, we actually get a report from building every month that talks about the number of townhomes, the number of houses, the major developments that have applied for a building permit and what the value of that. So I think all that information is information that council already gets. If someone can just confirm for me that everybody's getting that? Yeah, everyone gets it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So I think that information is already there so that we're not asking staff to double their work efforts.
Okay, the mayor's saying I need to learn how to read this information. Okay, I'll take that. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Just one, my question all the time. These benchmarks, where do they come from? They're not legislated, right?
Through the chair, just for clarification, we're talking about the benchmark for the stabilization reserve fund amount?
Yes.
So those are not stipulated or prescribed by the building code?
Okay, those are just what we are using here in this municipality, right? What happens, what happens if next year we have a $2.5 million surplus on the year? What happens? Well, then we're going to go over the maximum benchmark.
So
what happens to that money?
Through the chair, if 2015 proved to be our revenue exceeded our expenses by $2.5 million, we would have reached our 100% benchmark, and our permit fees would be capped. We would not raise our permit fees. So in 2015, we raised our permit fees inflation rate because we weren't at that 100% rate yet. So we would cap our permit fees.
So you're capping the permit fees when you reach the 100% benchmark. If you reach the 150, will you reduce it?
The building enterprise would consider a reduction, correct?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. I'm actually looking at one of the charts that Mayor Vrbanovich talked about, and when I looked at November's numbers, what I and maybe I'm just sort of trying to ask for clarification here. I saw that we've definitely gone up in our percentage fees. So from 2012, we went from negative 8.5 to now 89.8%. But the one number that's a little bit puzzling to me is in our month-to-month. In November, we started in the permit fees. We started in 2012 at 178%. We went to negative 64% in 2013, and now we're at negative 9%. So, I mean, at least we're going up. How do these numbers that I'm looking at relate to the graph that we see on page OP18?
Okay, and the numbers that you're referring to, are they somewhere in the budget document?
They're not in the document. I printed it off because we get this. This is our month-to-month. So I look at it a little bit more in depth than maybe some do, and I just really wanted to understand the connection.
Okay, Mr. Wilmer?
So my suggestion would be focus more on the year-to-date comparisons and less, or not at all, on the month-to-month. Month-to-month comparisons are really not very meaningful because the swings can be enormous. So year-to-date, especially as of November, is a much more meaningful comparison.
Okay, all right. Is that, I mean, I know that we're doing well, and I know that we've seen an increase, but I guess my concern is that will we continue seeing this, or do we anticipate sort of a plateauing over the coming months now that we've had this flurry of activity because people are trying to get their permits in before the increases, right?
So through the chair, further to what Mr. Jeff Wilmer just stated, and to their budget 2015, we're expecting our number of permits and the revenue for that to decline again. And further to what Ryan Hagee stated is we did see a permit increase for 4 months, April, May, June, and July, and we believe it was because people were trying to beat the development charge increases. And that's part of the reason for myself missing our projections, but fortunately it's a favorable projection.
Right.
That I missed.
Right, okay. So we've put in enough into our reserves to deal with the expected, we won't say decline, but maybe plateauing of permits?
So through the chair, the reason why we have the stabilization fund is if we have a bad year, as we're predicting for 2015, the building enterprise is in good shape.
Okay.
We are in a very good position.
Okay, all right, that's good. My one sort of comment is the total number of building permits issued, the graph on OP18, is the number of permits is not indicative of the dollar value that we should be seeing. So I guess it might be more critical for us to see not just the number of permits, but the dollar value, because the dollar value year to date is $547 million. So I think it shows us and the public a better perception, I think. So it's just more of a comment and something we might want to consider putting in the future.
Through the chair, that's the Cadbury secret. Not every permit generates $1 in revenue.
Right.
So this year we're going to issue about 2,500 permits, but it all depends on the type of permits. Different permits generate different sorts of revenue.
And that's,
for example, a deck is a loss leader. We lose money on decks.
Right.
But we can't charge what the actual cost of a deck would cost the enterprise, or else people wouldn't come in for deck permits.
And I agree with you completely. And I think that's why I'm saying that understanding how many permits are actually issued and the actual dollar value or the revenue that we get from those is quite different. Okay, that's all I'm just saying. I'm just wondering if that's something maybe we should be including in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Sealing, obviously you've said it, it's good news that we're in such a favorable position from what we had budgeted last year. And seeing that, I was hopeful to think that maybe we are in a positive projection as well going into future years as well. So a little bit disappointed with that. You know, your assessment that may not be the case. It may be just a one-off, and we're still going to have a little bit of a declining period in building permits. Even though with the construction of LRT, with that being in full swing, and momentum being there along the corridor. Is that factored into your assessments as well, or?
So through the chair, when the building enterprise comes up with its predictions, we look at a number of different factors. One of them is what CMHC forecasts, and the CMHC forecast for new housing starts is 2015 is going to be a declining year.
But they're looking nationally. I'm talking about, do we take into account the local market perspective as well?
That is, my information is the CMHC representative is speaking about the Kitchener-Waterloo census area.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So it's still a regional census?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. That beyond, so when we know that it'll be declining period for a number of years, how does the department look at costs? Because, of course, you have static costs through staffing and other resources that are required. Do we restructure? Because if there's less permits, there's less inspections, so there's less work. How do we do that when there's a long period of projection that there'll be declining revenues?
So council has heard from myself before that we always go into a stage where we try and save money. Council also has to remember that when we issue a permit, we still have to do inspections. Those inspections may carry on for a year, they may carry on for 3 years, depending on the scope of the project and the size of the project. So we can't automatically lay people off. And we've got about
No, I wasn't saying laying people out. Are there other works?
But that's the work that inspectors are doing. They're working on projects where people have not finished them. Because of the economic downturn, we've found that people are taking longer to complete projects because of the financial hardship. So projects that should take a year are now taking 2 years because they're not getting around to finishing off the project. So we have these open files. And so inspectors during the slower times are knocking on doors trying to get these projects signed off.
So that was my expectation, that you have a backlog.
Correct.
So it's not to say that it's just, day to day. It's, there's many files that are still need to be closed. So I wanted to confirm that fact. And the last point is, I just want to make sure that Mr. Hagee's worth is not undervalued. So how do we assess for indirect fees from the department? As to, are they market rates for? Does the department pay for the office space square footage as well? Or?
Correct.
So is that year after year that's assessed that it's equivalent to market rates, or how often is it assessed?
The enterprise is going through a calculation right now to make sure that the price that the enterprise is paying back to the corporation is the correct cost.
So how often is that interval that assessment takes place?
Well, since the enterprise was created in 2006, we have not gone back to save and accept. We've added some costs since 2006. We've added some indirect costs as we've learned new things. We've added some things, but nothing's come off the plate since 2006.
But you're paying for office square footage from 2006,
Correct.
Market rates in the downtown,
Correct.
as opposed to what's available now.
Mr.
Or
Chapman?
what the market rates are now, I mean. Okay.
Mr. Chapman, Dad?
Through the chair, so the rates have been updated every year in budget to reflect inflationary increases.
Okay.
In this case, I don't know that the cost driver for the building enterprise would be the market rates downtown. It would be the true indirect cost of the city to provide and maintain the floor space that they hold. So as indicated, it's being reviewed, and for the 2016 budget, those numbers will be reflected.
As I said, my primary interest was I wanted to make sure Mr. Hagee is not undervalued. So thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, Mr. Sealing, just going back to page OP 18 on that building permits issued in the bar graph, there was 1,891 permits that are noted to be issued up to October 31st of last year, still 2 months to go. So I would gather that figure will probably be quite easily over 2,000 something year end December 31st. I mean, the stats aren't out yet, but that's what it would be, correct?
Through the chair, I just said a few minutes ago, we should exceed about we'll issue about 2,600 permits this year.
Oh, so it's been a really good year.
The 4 months, April, May, June, and July, were extremely busy.
Okay, which is good to hear. Now, these permits, we're talking total permits or just brand new dwelling units? So are we talking just a brand new house, or are we talking also decks and a sunroom addition or another bedroom? Is that also included in that package?
Mr. Chairman, may I make a suggestion?
Mr. Wilmot?
It's already been noted that the building enterprise cannot pay a dividend to the city. The building enterprise cannot receive a subsidy for the city. We're here to deal with the operating budget, and frankly, if we spend more than a minute on the building enterprise, we're wasting all of our time. This means nothing to the operating budget. The customers are happy with the rates. The closing balance of the reserve fund is is above the minimum, below the maximum, I think we should move on. That's my opinion.
I would concur. I go back to Councillor Yaneski.
Well, the next question that I have would be, you mentioned that you consider the future rate for budget 2015 in terms of the revenue based on CMHC report in terms of their projection for this coming year. What other factors do you use? Site plan applications that the city has also as a source, or what?
So through the chair, we look at residential subdivisions that are available permit availability for residential lots is another factor. Site plan approval, interest rates, and also we've got a very good industry liaison committee. We talk to the industry on a monthly basis. So we use those factors and others to set the 2015 projections.
And you're expecting that it'll be better than what your budget projection was for 2014, but less than, this was a pretty good year in the end, really.
Correct.
Okay, so 3.5 million as a projection is, we feel very comfortable with that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. I'll just say thank you for the good news. Move along to Parking Enterprise.
Thanks.
So just an overview on parking, and Mr. McCormick and Mr. Reedman are here to provide more information. Parking is coming in a bit worse than projected, so it was planned to have a deficit, and the actual deficit is somewhat lower than that. Again, Council receives information about this in the monthly indicators, and we'll note that it's because of reduced usage in some of the newer parking garages around the city. Parking is currently in a deficit and is planning to be there until 2017, and we'll see on the next slide that it comes out of deficit, or it's planned to come out of deficit by 2017. And as we noted at the start, parking is able to pay a dividend to the city. It does pay a dividend to the city. And that dividend could be reduced in order to help the parking enterprise, but it could not be increased as it's in a deficit situation and there's no additional funds to pay for any more of a dividend to the city. So looking at the financial figures, again, we'll go down about halfway down the slide. You'll see there's a line, net profit before dividend. Then we see the dividend that's actually paid to the city of $1.75 million. And then the line that says net revenue or expense. You'll see that we're planning to be in a deficit situation of about $500,000. We're projecting it will be a deficit situation of about $600,000 in 2014. But then in future years of the forecast, we'll see that line is positive, and so it will be contributing positive funds to the Stabilization Reserve Fund, as opposed to drawing on the Stabilization Reserve Fund. Speaking of that, down at the bottom, you'll see the balance in the Stabilization Reserve Fund at the end of 2014 is approximately $1.7 million, and that chips away and actually becomes positive in 2017. But again, is just well below the benchmark rates, which you'll see just underneath. That concludes my comments on parking.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just have one quick question. It's with regards to the property taxes line, and it says budget 2014 was $663,000. Then we're only projecting $525,000, and then we bump it back up in 2015 to $645,000. What gives rise to that change in first of all, the budget to projected versus, and then again in 2015, that jump back up?
Mr. McCormick.
Through you, Chair Davies. I don't have that information handy at this point in time, but I can find that one out. We would have had an increase with the Civic District Garage, but that would have been taken care of in 2014, so I'd have to just double check that number. For the answer to that.
Okay, that was my only question. As long as we can get that information back, that would be great.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. On OP 70, I see a sudden diminishment of revenue to 3. Why are we expecting that? What is happening there? That's under 2018.
And sorry, which line?
Mr. Chapman, you can follow the line. Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I think there are two factors giving rise to that. One, if you look at the last line under expenses, transfer to capital fund, you can see that we have reduced transfers to capital in 2015, 2016, and 2017 to protect some programs that we know are near and dear to Council's heart. Those are TDM and the Cycling Master Plan implementation. We'll talk more about that in the capital budget. But as of 2018, when there are sufficient funds, those expenses resume within the parking enterprise. So that increased the cost in that year. The other reason it's masked is because in the previous year under revenue, you can see under other revenue, there's an anticipated larger revenue in 2017 alone, and so that has improved the operating position in 2017.
Okay, I was worried that we were planning on building another parking garage at that time, but that's not the case, right?
That's not the case. You need not worry.
So in reviewing the, on OP20, in reviewing the customer base and the recent challenges, one of the things I noted that, and this has been a bone of contention for me for a long time because it was a decision that we made about the Brom Street yards. As it turns out that we're still well off of our anticipated usage of that parking lot. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our demand is less than what was anticipated. However, we do have one interested party right now who's looking at more of a longer-term bulk type parking arrangement. That hasn't come to council as of yet, and we're still waiting for some details on that. That would turn that around fairly quickly.
So recently in the record, there was an article about a private parking lot, and the rates that they were charging was related to our rates. And I'm not saying that we should be charging those rates anywhere, but what I'm considering or thinking that we should be looking at that Brom Street parking lot as leasing it out to a private independent private business. Is that something that we have ever thought about doing? I know that, I mean, that one lot is a private lot that was featured in the newspaper, but have we thought, this Brom Street is definitely not fulfilling what the expectation was with parkers.
Brom Street is already has a lower remote parking rate, so it's already I won't use subsidized, but is a lower rate than, say, across the street over in Lot 8, the Foresight lot. So from a revenue point of view, we are very close to market rates on that. I believe in that area, because of it's a future development site, that it was established in order to help the future development of that area. It already has the parking, cleans up the site, and it's ready to go for a future developer.
But I think that this is what one of the sort of the stones around our neck that is causing us to be so far in debt. Is that not? Would that be a good assumption?
Obviously, there's a lot of factors on that. That project costs us a bit of money, but there are other factors as well. Lack of demand in some of the other areas, in some of the other parking facilities that were forecasted back in 2010 haven't come to fruition, and has put us into that position at this point, though it's getting better.
Okay, so I guess my question or request would be, is it possible for us to take a look at what it would look like if we were to take that particular parking lot and lease it to a private independent parking provider? Is that something that we could, I'd be interested to see what the numbers would be on that.
Point of clarification from Councillor Singh.
Sorry, I could be confused on this matter. It was my assumption that with the Brom Street lot, it was funded from the Economic Development Reserve, and the revenues are actually going back to pay that back. It's not part of the enterprise.
That's correct. At this point in time,
the entire discussion right now has no relevance to the actual deficit or surpluses out of the enterprise.
That's correct. So all revenue right now is going to pay off that debt.
So if there's a deficit there from Brom Street, it's not really affecting the enterprise right now.
That's correct.
Just because you were focusing on that lot alone, it's not. There's no relevance to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I could add, the part that made the newspapers was a private lot. They were charging their daily rates or hourly rates up to $5 a half hour. And I believe what was happening in that lot, they had a very small lot. They had a number of monthlies in that lot. In order to combat the monthlies coming back, say from lunch or whatever, and have all the dailies using up the spot, that was their way of trying to make sure that the monthly spots were available. That's my prediction on that, and I believe that's what was happening.
That's my understanding. But thank you for that clarification. So my line of questioning is moot point. Thanks.
Councillor Gazzola.
Where does the subsidy of $1.2 million. Where does that come from?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, economic development.
I'm sorry, economic development. What do you mean? Did the money transfer from economic development?
Yes, years ago, council made the decision that subsidies were economic development tools and should be accounted for as such. So for free parking in the downtown, for subsidized rates at various city facilities, or free parking, those costs are carried within the economic development budget.
So do we have a list of all of those things?
We've provided it previously to council through issue papers in the past, and I would suggest not much has changed since those lists were provided previously.
So is there ever, I guess this leads to my Laurier question every year, where does that stand? Is that part of those subsidies?
Mr. Regier?
Through you, Chair Davey, it is part of those subsidies. I understand from our parking staff who make the arrangements annually with Laurier that this year 33 students are using it for an 8-month term, and another 8 or 9 are using it for the full for a 10-month term, and so this is the lowest utilization of that and the lowest subsidy that we have provided up to this point. The total potential allocation was originally for 175 students, so we're way below the.
Will it ever disappear in my lifetime?
That's an entire.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I do expect that it will disappear at some point, but I'm not in a position to. I do have a meeting scheduled with our Laurier colleagues who manage the file on their side. I don't expect an answer to that specific question, but certainly there's an ongoing conversation, and they know that we're interested in a new arrangement at some point in the future.
It would be nice to see that disappear, because then that would move up above the line. That's fine. Were there any increases in the rates for this year?
Through you, Chair Davies, no, we've suggested that the rates stay flat to meet 2014 rates.
For all of the categories? There are none of those categories that can be increased?
That is correct. And the categories we're talking about is the monthly rates for parking garages, surface lots, as well as the hourly rates in those two types of facilities.
What about the metered and others? Can those be changed?
No, they're not.
Okay, so then how do you come up with this this figure of $6.3 million as total income as opposed to what we had last year? Isn't it likely that you can now attain your 2014 budget?
In the 2014 budget, as Mr. Hagee had mentioned, we are 109,000 lower than budget. What had happened, there's an error made in when the Civic District garage was built. A lot of the regional staff that were over at Duke and Ontario moved over as of January 1 in 2014. Unfortunately, I didn't take that into consideration. That's what that $109,000 deficit is. And unfortunately, that played through the whole year.
Okay, I was also interested in the property taxes as to why they wouldn't just be going up by 2.5%.
On the tax question, we do have an answer for that one. That's due to the Brom Street. It was reassessed, and that's where the difference is.
So why doesn't the 2015 figure decrease down to the same level?
Because I believe we were catching up in 2014, and then the assessment came through, and now we are projecting correctly. Makes sense.
Sorry, just to add to that, we had been accruing an amount for property taxes that hadn't been assessed yet, and so we see kind of a multi-year correction happening all in 2014. So the impact in 2014 is not just 2014, it's 2014 plus previous years. So now we know what the number is going forward. We had made an estimate, and so that's the difference between 2014 and 2015.
Okay, thank you. On the...
Councillor Gazzola, your time has expired. Are you
Can I
going to
ask
the last question? Or?
One quick question.
Thank you.
The interest expense, are we charging the same interest rate here, the low?
Yes, all of the
Special
stabilization
interest rate?
reserve funds have the same, and just like the capital reserve fund, so we essentially have two structures, capital being, and some of them being more long-term. This is a short-term one, so we're dealing more with short-term rates, which are 2% or less. I forget exactly.
Good.
Councillor Schneider?
I apologize that this comes off as a rookie councillor question, but how can the dividend transfer to the city be greater than the net profit before dividend? And would that maybe be something that should be set as a percentage instead of a set number?
Through Chair Davies, the dividend was set back in 2011 when the enterprise was first established. Back then there was various assumptions made. We were going to have 2 additional garages at that point in time. In fact, I double-checked before coming out. The budget anticipated in 2015 was going to have an $8.8 million revenue with a net of $1.1 million after the dividend. So some of those projections didn't come through, unfortunately, or fortunately for the city. The 1.75 was set as a fixed number, not a percentage of revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
I would just add, it's not a rookie question, it's an insightful question. We would certainly support that sort of an approach from the perspective of the parking enterprise. The corollary, though, is that right now we build in that $1.75 million as a revenue in our tax-supported budget, and either a lower amount or uncertainty in that amount would create challenges on the other side of the equation.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, I was going to add that's a good question as well. The next one you're going to ask is how we can have negative stabilization reserves. Anyway, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. And it's quite a bit of a variance between what we were projecting before and then what is now. But that's not to say the spaces are still available there, so there could be, hopefully, perhaps, a shift in the positive as well, in the same type of swing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we still can be hopeful. The question that I had was, perhaps I should know this, but when we set the dividend transfer to city, how do we set that? How do we allocate what the fair amount should be? Is it asset value compared to what we get on our normal investments, and that's what it is, or?
Mr. Chapman, sorry.
Through the chair, no, there was no magic to it. It simply reflected the level of net contribution from parking before it was enterprise, so the net profit within the tax base. That carried over when it became an enterprise, so that there was no impact on the tax base when we created the enterprise itself.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was actually a model that we looked at to be more fair and equitable.
And so I think if you touched on the issue, it is a very high level of dividend based on the financial performance of the enterprise. But we know that Council's been very sensitive to creating a tax impact by reducing the dividend.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Last question, similar to more clarity. Transfer to capital fund, those capital expenditures or the transfer is primarily focused on works just to the different lots and garages, or?
That's correct. Okay. Those amounts are taken out in anticipation of future repairs, membrane repair, replacements, concrete repairs, similar to...
They sit in that reserve then?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, similar to the questions I had for the golf on the debt charges, is that would apply to parking garages in terms of debentures being issued, similar to the golf course scenario?
Through you, Chair Davies, that is correct. Those are 2 debentures. One is from the Charles and Benton garage, and one is through the Civic District garage as well.
Okay.
And one of those ends in 2030, and the other one ends in 2031.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Just very quickly, could you tell me, this is a very general question, but can you tell me why year after year we see losses on parking, empty parking spaces, when I constantly receive complaints about lack of parking through the downtown? You must get those complaints as well.
Through you, Chair Davies, in fact, I had one this morning. I was dealing with a resident of Kitchener who was complaining about parking and a number of issues. and trying to get down to the nuts and bolts of it. And it seemed like it was more on the parking rates than anything else. There was a question on there's no parking available. We do studies every 2 years. Last one was done in June. We showed an occupancy rate out on the street of 53%, which means that there are 47% spaces available in our 2-hour free parking spots, as well as our surface lots. So there are parking spots available. I believe it gets down to the parking rates, and that's why we've moved to let's keep the rates at zero at this point in time. We feel that we are at the maximum the market will bear, and any further increases would obviously erode our market share.
You're also aware of the reluctance to park on King because people dislike the bollards so much?
I've heard that as a complaint. I haven't parked on there, but I would appreciate, or I can sympathize a little bit, because as you back up, you hop up onto the curb and you lose sight of those bollards.
Yeah. And lastly, along that line, the other suggestion I hear, mostly from my darling wife and other women, is that they will never, ever go into a parking garage. Do you get those complaints as well? And if so, is there anything we do to combat that?
Don't hear those as much. If you take a look at our brand new garages, Civic District Garage and the Charles and Benton Garage, a lot of safety features were added into those garages, from the emergency call buttons, additional lighting. So I can appreciate an older garage, maybe like the Market Square Garage, which doesn't have some of those features. It's not as bright and stuff like that. There is a reluctance. So we've added in as many things as we could to make it as safe as possible for people to come and join us.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. My wife reminds me as well, Councillor Etherington, that she's a constituent. I'd also add too, actually, there's actually a lot of thought. I remember going through this on Safe and Healthy a while back on parking garages in particular, as a quick aside. And I'm not sure if you recall that SEPTED stuff, like there's things like we'd paint the parking garages white, etc. I think it's more perception now because they are a lot brighter, but you'll notice the city garages are quite friendly. On to Gasworks.
Thank you. So again, summary comments about gas. We'll start with gas delivery. As council is aware, gas is really split into kind of 3 companies that are dealt with. There's gas delivery, gas supply, and gas transportation. This first slide deals specifically with delivery, and the next slide deals with supply and transportation. So gas delivery results in 2014 were better than budgeted, and so that's because we sold a lot of gas, and the cost of that gas was a little bit lower than we had planned, as well as some staff costs being reassigned. As we had a lot of trouble with water this year, which you'll hear about shortly. Staff that work on the mains for gas also work on water, so they've spent less time on gas and more time on water. So we see the benefit here, and we see the increased costs over in water. For 2015, staff are not proposing any kind of rate change on the delivery side of things, and the Gas Delivery Stabilization Reserve Fund is expected to be positive, although it gets quite low in 2015, 16, and 17. Gas delivery does pay a dividend, so this is the kind of the profit-making area of gas. And so it's, as Mr. Chapman mentioned already, it's set at the maximum allowable amount according to OEV approved rate structures. Gas supply and transportation, on the other hand, are more flow-through rates, so there's no profit that's anticipated to be made on here, and so the methodology and rate setting here is essentially take whatever costs come in to supply and transport the gas and flow those through to customers. You will see in a decrease in gas supply revenues, and that's in part because of an anticipated reduction of 3 cents in September of 2015. And the Stabilization Reserve Fund's balances in both of those cases are adequate. Looking to the gas delivery slide, this is one of the more involved ones. There's a lot of lines in here. Well, again, we'll go about halfway down, and we'll see the Stabilization Reserve Fund balance. So at the end of 2014, the Stabilization Reserve Fund balance was projected to be $3.2 million. It's actually about $5.7 million. You'll see that dramatically decrease in 2015. and so it goes down to $200,000. And that's largely due to there's increased costs, specifically in 2015. There's an increased transfer to capital, and that's dealing with the implementation of the new billing system for gas. So there's a higher than normal costs specific in 2015 than in any other year. Then as we go out across the forecast, you see that the reserve fund is balance increases and is replenished over time to a reasonable rate. As I mentioned, there's no gas delivery rate change anticipated for 2015. And I guess just overall, I wanted to say about gas, while Council is dealing with the budget and setting the budget in February, Council's already dealt with what rates are going to be in place for the first half of the year. That's already happened. And Council will later this year discuss what rates are going to be implemented in September. So while there's a lot of budget discussion that may be had, it's really not a rate-setting discussion as part of gas. And we will have that dialogue in some of the other enterprises, specifically water and sanitary, but that's not the case with gas. Moving on to supply and transportation quickly, you'll see that gas supply is, pardon me, the gas supply stabilization reserve fund is about, I would say, 1/3 of the way down the page, or it's kind of the second barred line. You'll see that that's at a balance of about $4.3 million, $1.3 million in 2014. That's expected to go up in 2015, and then carry across and be relatively flat. And then likewise in gas transportation toward the bottom of the slide, you'll see that the stabilization reserve fund is $429,000 at the end of 2014, increasing to $1.5 million and then carrying across the year. So that's just the summary about the gas utility. And Mr. Malcolm and Mr. Gaber are here to answer more detailed questions.
Okay, and I will reiterate Mr. Haggie's comments that this is not a time to talk about rate setting and that sort of thing. We're actually running a fair bit behind. So if your question is of a personal nature or understanding, and I would ask that you ask those offline, only if it could materially affect the budget. Please. Mr. Wilmer, comment?